right, and welcome. It is the first day of NA Div 2. It's fun. Me and Lacoste have switched sides from the Western Europe broadcast, but we're in it for some North American Dota, some fun, exciting times here in NA Dota. We were here doing some Div 2 a long time ago, earlier this year, and it's some familiar faces, some newer faces, some back down into the Div 2 faces. I hope, we see some good Dota. It's always fun to watch some North American Dota, and we got a good schedule for you, and we've got a lot of good teams for you. 8 teams here, 8 newly-ish formed teams based on all the roster changes. A lot going on here with the rosters.
Yeah, it always feels like that in NA, that especially Div 2, that you see a lot of familiar faces. The player base is smaller, so a lot of these familiar names are going to pop up from time to time. I think big one is Wildcard Gaming. I think nobody kind of expected that coming into the previous DPC tour, where they ended it with 0-7. This is Div 1 we're talking about. There are better teams now in NA compared to like a year or two ago. It gets more competitive, but Wildcard Gaming, like just by looking at the players that they had on the team, like Yawar, MSS, Lil Nick, prominent NA player, Alone as well from Peru. He has some really good competitive experience as well. But they didn't win a single match. Like series. They did win like 3 games total, but not where you want to be. But this one should be interesting. I mean, just in general, this NA Div 2, it's gonna be, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of action going on. It's not like the most strategic Dota, but it's gonna be fun to watch. And looking at the prize pool, total 75k. As for every Div 2 out there, you don't want to be ending up in 7th or 8th place. You want to be looking for that 1st or 2nd. The difference is not that big, but promotion, that's what we're talking about. Getting a shot to play against some of these bigger teams.
Yeah, so you take a look at the prize pool and hoping to hit that 1-2 and go into the next year of Dota in Division 1, which is pretty much the goal. And I could definitely see a team like the current Wildcard Gaming making it to that Division 1, but I feel like Div 2 NA, it's anybody's game, and if you find yourself on a couple of good days, you can be in Division 1 all of a sudden.
Yeah, you could, but looking at the players that are, like, looking at the teams in Div 2, Wildcard Gaming, like, they have Sammy Boy, who's back on that Position 1. It's been a few years since he played Position 1 back in Team. He was the carry player, and before that, he loved to carry the game, and he's like, move, guys, it's my turn to carry the games one more time, because he newly formed his team. We'll see how that one goes. I checked his profile. He played a lot of matches. He wants to carry the games.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the schedule we've got for us today in the Division 2 of NA. Look at that. We'll swipe over. And next is Titans against Wildcard, which is happening right now. And then following that up is going to be the Tilted Boys against Ravens. And Ravens is one of those lineups, too, that, you see a couple of names that are, like, sort of familiar, an RRL and Italiano Gangster. I could see them potentially winning that series. But like I said, anybody on a good day could win a series here, and I almost wouldn't be surprised if it was, like, an 8-way tiebreaker from first to last.
Yeah, I also do love the nickname, like the name of the team, Tilted Boys. Could easily join their squad. After a couple of pubs, I could see myself sending them a PM, sliding into their DMs. You guys need a player. But also another team that could potentially go to Division 1, I would say, is the Cut. They have MTD, who played on Ancient Tribe and looked really good. I think MTD, like a Finnish player. They also have Aid, B-God, Empyrean. These are all very known. Scourge McDuck, some of these players have been in the scene for a long time. I don't know if these players like take it super seriously. They're here to compete. They want to get to that Div 1. But some of them wanna, but I always feel like some of these, like Scourge McDuck, like he's just, memeing it up.
Yeah, so I can see the Cut doing it, or even any of these lineups like American Goons. You've got Lil Nick on that lineup with Ask Giant and Boris with Pingus. I mean, that's a lineup that's looked good at times. And even C-Dub. Like, I feel like I've seen some good matches from C-Dub. They picked up Duster, and they've got my favorite mid name, Mark, which is just a great in-game name. I'm always a big fan of it.
Bob from Execration.
Yeah.
He's my favorite player.
Yeah, Bob's a good one. What else is there? There's got Frank. I think is in the SA region. If you have your normal name, like Quinn, yeah. If you have your normal name as your in-game name, you're top 10 in my book. I think that's like, we should all just be switching our in-game names. Dominic, Ben, like that would be great. I feel like that would be some fun casting. It'd be weird. It would sound very like official sports, and I'm super here for that.
Back to you, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna throw it over to Ben and Dominic, and people will be like, "This is esports. What is this? What's going on?" There's no like XX Ben Star 420. Throwing it over to him, and it's just like
Shadow Destroyer 420 or something. Yeah, with the underscore, of course. Yeah, these funny nicknames.
$sign. That's how you got to do it.
Coming into this matchup, I feel that Wildcard Gaming, that they have Flea, who's been on a lot of teams, and he's back in action. He's been back in action in the previous DPC tour as well, playing for DogChamp. He has a lot of experience. I think he brings a lot to the team. RCY, as you said as well when we were talking coming into this one, you're like, well, this guy played really good last time we covered DogChamp in the DPC. That was like the previous, yeah, pretty much. Oh. And he looked good. I would say that some of these players do have, he's a young player. He's 17 at the moment, so still getting into Dota. I think being like 17, 18 is the time where you really want to shine, but you also like want to develop. So you need someone like maybe slightly older to guide you, and they definitely do have that in the team. Like Sammy Boy has been in the scene for a long time, Francis Lee as well. Sunlight, he's been playing Dota since 2012. He's been playing since Dota 1 days even.
Dota 1 days, I feel like there's some players that are they've got a lot of experience coming from there, and then like,
yeah, that's me.
Also, that's you. The cut and paste players of this generation. But it's always interesting to see what's going on, and we'll talk about this first series, Nexus Titans against Wildcard. Truthfully, when I look at both these lineups, to me it feels like it should be a Wildcard victory. But then you remember what region we're in right now. And that's just not how it works. Like we see,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the players. Doesn't matter the whole team. I mean, if you have any expectations, check the results from the previous DPC tour from Wildcard. This team definitely, with the players that they had, not a material that should drop to Division 2.
Yeah. So we'll see how they end up doing. I know we're just kind of waiting into. Getting into the first game, and we saw Techies. I feel like is always just the prime time pick. Techies, Doom. I want to see what NA Div 2 does, because there's always like that shift, right? Like there are some teams in Div 2 who are going to keep it very meta, but then there are teams in Div 2 who I feel like think they know better and like pick these wild picks that no other like Div or region is picking. And I feel like NA. I don't know. There's something about saying NA.
Yeah, I love the smile on your face when you're like, yeah, NA. Yeah.
My region. This is where I'm from. Back in the hometown, home turf. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to see them like first pick Ancient Apparition or something ridiculous like that. That's all I want in my life.
I could see it happening. I think Wildcard's going to be like this team. With the roster that they have, they could definitely compete in Division 1, so I think they're not going to mess around, go for anything too wonky. Sure, they are playing with a team that is not as known, so yeah, looking at the bans, Magnus Techies, on the other side, Wildcard banning out Enchantress and Batrider, so a lot of these like strong heroes are still left to the pool. Doom definitely comes to my mind. He's money printer, as we like to call him. The hero is just insane what he can do in the lane, especially if you manage to get like one kill. Maybe your Vanguard timing is like 4 or 5 minutes.
So when you say money printer, is it inkjet? Is it laser jet? Like, is it the
it's a
old
new
school
3D printer? Yeah.
Okay, 3D printer. So it's not doing that like slow left and right. You know what? If you're old enough, you know what I'm talking about when it comes to printers. Or a fax, money faxer.
So taking their time. Wildcard used all of their reserve time. They're talking, as I said, taking it seriously. Not want to end up with 0-7 again.
Shadow Demon first pick.
I could see the reasoning. And the Desperate trying to adjust his camera still. Gonna do it. Yeah, that's a good angle right there. So potentially saving, like kind of blocking the pick, the Medusa pick, and also potentially taking it for themselves.
Doom's still available. Desperate and Kiritsugu are in the same place, based on the walls. Unless they've decorated the same way in their beds, in their bedrooms, but I think it's just the same. LAN cafe, maybe?
Could be. Yeah, the background looks the same. Now Nexus Titans. Let's see what they're gonna do. They're also probably thinking, do we want to pick Shadow Demon? Do we want to get Medusa into Shadow Demon? Ooh, that's a wild one.
First pick.
You said you wanted to see something wild. There you go.
Yeah, here we go.
Enjoy it.
I'm in for it.
It might not last long, but enjoy the 15-minute game.
Yeah. I guess I will.
Wind Ranger into Shadow Demon, one of the better counters overall. I'm not sure if I like it too much. You don't get to play Dota, especially if this is a core Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger getting picked a lot. 102 times and a 45% win rate.
That's a sick number, bro. 45, sub 50% win rate.
Yeah. Which is crazy because, you know, we do bash Windrunner a lot for being this hero that I just feel like doesn't get anything done. And maybe that's because we were in a region where it had like a 20% win rate.
Considering that she has like physical mischance, we do bash her a lot. We have True Strike when it comes down to that.
But then you think about like Ember. Do you have anything bad to say about Ember?
Not really, but Ember has been a hero that just pretty much always has low win rate. It comes down to teams who are picking it. You know that all these like mid players, they love to play the hero, and they're on a team that ends up with like 1-6, 0-7, which means that there's going to be a lot of games lost. Ember has always been like that.
Yeah, it's got a 40% win rate.
5 seconds
which is over 106 games. Same amount of games for Rubik at a 39% win rate. So a couple of these higher percentage picked heroes with a lower win rate, but we get the Timbersaw pick, which is a hero with a pretty solid win rate of 57.3%.
Yeah. And now Wildcard are defending their Timbersaw, banning out Bloodseeker, one of the better heroes overall. Puts you in a spot where you can't really move, taking pure damage from that Rupture, Monkey King, Lane, and the game counter. So you'll always have something against them. They picked this Timbersaw into Wind Ranger. We've seen how funny the interaction is, especially if this is like Vanguard Timbersaw. We're like, what are you gonna do? Focus fire me? I'm actually healing through it.
Hit me, please, so I can heal more.
Team pick.
So, that towel off to the side and see where we're at. Now in the second phase, Bloodseeker, Monkey, King, Slark, Morphling, Pugna, Medusa. We've been seeing a lot of Medusa just kind of getting like
5 seconds
ignored.
remaining.
A lot of teams have kind of figured out the hero a little bit.
Yeah, some teams do, like, because they don't want to pick it themselves inside of Nexus Titans. As we said, it could be a good pick for Wildcard Gaming. Shadow Demon, one of the better heroes in the game to stack with, besides Keeper of the Light. So having Medusa, having protection, having extra illusions, you come into a fight, she uses Manta, 2 Shadow Demon illusions, she's very difficult to kill. I just want this Wind Ranger to be put on some other role than position 2, position 1. but seems like it's not gonna be a thing. And wildcard, they want to have good vision. Beastmaster, which puts Timbersaw in the mid lane. So Nexus Titans, I'm not sure if you want to play this Wind Ranger on a mid lane. It's just a really bad matchup. You might need to like rotate heroes early on. Crystal Maid is okay because she can frostbite him, has that magic damage early on. But we'll also see Timbersaw from the mid lane really going ham. Okay, they're swapping things around. So I want to see where this Wind Ranger ends up going.
Maybe 4 position?
Maybe 4, a Shaker 3. It's doable, or the other way around. And now banning out Faceless Void. Time Dilation, insanely good spell against Timbersaw. You also don't get to play Dota at some of these mid, like early and mid fights. It gets very annoying until you get a Dispel mechanic.
They have in terms of locking down this storm. They've got Primal Roar, Telekinesis,
10 seconds remaining.
Disruption, I guess. I would say they probably need one more stun. We were seeing a lot of Sven today in Western Europe.
Looked really good. Sven, a hero that hits earlier timing. So you have like BKB, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber. You're ready to join fights compared to some other carries, especially if it's like later oriented carry. So you have like advantage 5 minutes where you're going to be taking fights, threatening Roshan kill. In terms of lockdown on wildcard, there isn't really that much.
Yeah.
There's Beastmaster Roar. Rubik's Lift's going to be a big one into some follow-up stun to control Storm Spirit.
You need like another stun or steel fissure or something that Nexus Titans have in terms of lockdown.
Yeah, looking at the heroes that could provide you with some kind of a lockdown, there aren't many available unless you want to go for Sven, which is not the greatest pick here, I would say. Sure, you have a stun, but again, you're playing into Storm Spirit. If you misuse that stun, you're kind of in an awkward spot, playing into Wind Ranger, playing into instant initiation from Earthshaker. There is save, of course, from Shadow Demon, so if you get initiated on, there's potential save. Later, Rubik with the lift.
Dire team battle.
A long time in this ban. Eventually the Legion. I guess that's off the assumption that Windrunner is going to be in the 1 position still.
Just covering their bases. If they let Legion Commander go through, who could remove Rubik's Lift,
Remaining.
Beastmaster's Roar, you don't have really much control then. Would put you in an awkward spot where you're taking a fight and you're like, well, we can't control these heroes. We need to just run them because we have no stuns available.
Would you consider banning Sven here if you're Nexus Titans?
Yeah, I'm down for it. I mean, they could work around it if they want to pick some like edgy hero. Like, I think Arc Warden could work for Wildcard Gaming. I know it's a slightly forgotten hero, but this hero builds into Maelstrom, Mjolnir, Gleipnir. So he could be the one controlling Storm Spirit. They just go with standard stuff. This is pretty straightforward draft from Wildcard Gaming. Terrorblade, Beastmaster, a lot of damage. Timbersaw from the mid lane. Want to see how this matchup's gonna go. Storm Spirit should also farm in this matchup, but knowing that these teams should not be like on the same skill level, you have to lower your expectations. This is not, Sumail playing against Somnus on the mid lane. It's going to be something slightly different, more mistakes, which leads into more opportunity for players to get the gank going. Not a lot of time left, just a couple of seconds. Nexus Titans, PL could work out.
Interesting. There's a lot of laughing before taking this pick. Huh. Weaver. Trying to figure out how well this goes for them with a Weaver pick. We don't really see a lot of this hero, and again, it's not a hero that offers any lockdown. Their lockdown on Nexus Titans is Shackle Shot, Frostbite, Fissure, and a Vortex. Some of those are okay, but...
I mean, they could get away with this draft. Having Weaver with no real stuns. Sure, you picked Weaver into Rubik, which is kind of bad in terms of giving away Shikuchi to Rubik. This is going to be spell to steal. There are like two big spells. One is Fisher, the other one is Shikuchi, where you could set things up from Invis. So that's always going to be good. Allows you to farm a lot, and we can see Francis Lee. It's been one of his better heroes overall. But then again, this is Shaker plus Weaver lane against Shadow Demon Terrorblade. You have no lockdown. Zor should not die unless he makes some kind of a mistake in this lane.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I assume for Nexus Titans, with both the Storm Spirit and the Weaver, at some point those heroes could definitely get like a Lincoln Sphere for both themselves. And then what? Like, you don't have much to in the way of breaking the Lincolns and then also getting lockdown. You're going to be kind of troubled to find a way to stop these heroes from being able to do whatever they want.
I think we're in for a really good game. I think it's going to be chaotic, and the lack of lockdown, or lackdown as we like to call it, it's going to show. I just want to see the execution, because like I don't even mind this position 1 Wind Ranger into Terrorblade, where you're like Terrorblade forcing him to buy MKB. Doesn't want to buy it as one of his earlier items. He's fine buying it as his like 4th, 5th item, but does not want to commit to it early on.
So Sammy Boy as Samson right now in game. Have to get used to saying that. Zor, ooh, all right. He's got Shikuchi, comes up on the high ground. Pre-6, I mean, they don't really have a lot of lockdown because they're without the Primal Roar. So you're dealing with Telekinesis, which don't normally really want to take level 1 unless you can definitely get a kill, and then Disruption.
It's not worth
Shadow
it.
Poison.
No, definitely not
30
worth it.
seconds to battle.
Show up in the lane with Telekinesis, 28-second cooldown ability, can't secure a range creep. It just
You lose.
feels worthless. Yeah, you're like, well, I'm griefing my off-laner's lane. Desperate. Trying to look for a ward, so he's going to ping out. The ward is on the high ground, so let's see if they're going to be able to get to the ward. Nature Lover.
Sentry here would be what, right on the edge, usually what you put, and ooh. All right. Nexus Titans, they're gonna get 3 bounty runes. And
Good start.
they've got themselves a little bit of a start. Again, when it comes down to this, it's gonna be how well both teams can kind of perform in terms of their lanes, and you see that D-Ward happen for 101 Dalmatians of gold. I worry about this wildcard lineup. Obviously, it's not the same wildcard lineup that went 0-7 in the Div 1 of last tour, so I don't think the
You
pressure
can't do
of that
worse.
is on.
Exactly. Like maybe you can lose all of your games, not get a single dub. But yeah, it allows you to play chill Dota, I would say.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, top lane, sorry, is going to be a lot of spam. Rubik plus Beastmaster with access, but also Wind Ranger starting with Power Shot. Crystal Noah, this is definitely a First Blood lane we're looking at.
So we see if they get first blood. The player I'm really looking forward to seeing is RCY. I've had too many good things to say about him throughout the tour when I saw him in Tour 1, so we'll see.
Different build. I think 9, one of the better mid Timbersaw players, tends to skip the bottle. There was like only one game, I believe, where he went for bottle because of the matchup, but wanted to rush Vanguard.
Vanguard. And that is an item that just continues to be seen every moment it can be.
Yeah, where's the D-patch at? I thought we're going to have D-patch dropped by, I don't know, after Div 1 ended. Maybe some kind of a fixes, some number tweaks, some of this OP stuff to nerf a little bit. Maybe buff some of the heroes that were not picked at all during Berlin Major and during the 3rd DPC tour.
Yeah, well, not happening yet. So Vanguard's still very much the item to get. So good luck as that item continues to still be here. I don't think this game, truthfully, is on the Windrunner. And I think with the Vanguard that's going to be picked up, the high armor we'll see in this game, like, I think we're going to have to see a lot of reliance on Storm and maybe Weaver kind of taking over.
They do have heroes who can carry the game. I want to see what the item build on this offlane Weaver is going to be. Whether that's going to be like straight up Gleipnir to have some more damage, have some more teamfight presence as well, or if he wants to go for... I wouldn't mind, like, if this was South America, I'm pretty sure this would be Spirit Vessel from the offlane to have something to kill this Timbersaw early on, because Shaker doesn't want to buy this item, Crystal Maiden doesn't get enough gold to buy it.
See how it goes, because I'm very interested to see what Zor does with this Weaver. And what this Terrorblade can kind of produce. Early 9 armor. I think that's what? Highest base armor is Terrorblade, then Bounty Hunter? Something like that.
He's... We buffed Terrorblades. Lane. Reflection. Good ability to use level 1 most of the time. It was just meta. You had to take it. But it's going to be a lot of spam. Every single time it's off cooldown, use it on 2 heroes, plus some Shadow Poison on top of them. I could see them getting some return kills in this bottom lane.
Yeah, because they're probably setting up Shikuchi, and then with a fissure or something like that, you could level 3, maybe you go 1-1-1 if you want to on this Weaver, have an early level in the Swarm. So we'll see what they want to do. But the more and more I look at this game, the more and more I kind of really like Nexus Titans lineup.
The more I look at this game, the more I want player to reconnect. The more I want Beastmaster to join the game, so we can unpause and get going with it. Monster disconnected, probably some internet issues, but should be back soon.
Yep, hopefully we'll see that so-and-so has reconnected. Yay, we could go again.
Breezy.
Exactly, that's what we're looking for. Easy, breezy. I won't say
Lemon
the brand name that
squeezy.
comes. Yeah, lemon squeezy. Instead of saying the brand name that comes after that in some aspects. Nature Lover, Kiritsugu. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Going Bracer Shreds. Okay, with an early wand and 3 ironwood branches.
Yeah, that's the build on your Universal Heroes. You want to get as much stats as you can. Makes you very tanky. 650, 57 damage.
I offer wisdom. You are in
Joining
need
Disc. So you got your wish.
more.
It's reconnected. Now has to get back into the Discord. That may not even be internet disconnect. That could be like a computer restart. Windows is restarting your computer for an update. What? Boom. Computer goes down. You got to reopen Discord. You never see it coming.
We've set
Well,
the timer for you while you were AFK.
Yeah. To exactly at the moment you need it to not happen. That'll work. Thank you very much. So, just taking a look. Nature Lover gonna body block this camp. Him and Flea are gonna right click each other. As that Crystal Nova and just a little bit of back and forth. They do have that blood grenade available on the Crystal Maiden. Supports loving these blood grenades, and Shadow Demon also has himself one over bottom on Sunlight.
If you're about to die, use this blood grenade,
Die quicker.
die quicker, and also get the return kill. So leaving solo XP for your teammate to pick it up. Beastmaster is level 2, Boar is available.
Ready to throw out those slows, throw out that boar. Mid lane, up by 3 CS, but you can see RCY doing some damage to Desperate. He's got that early bottle. Now RCY has his getting sent out as well. So, pretty close matchup. Again, we'll see who really gets the ball rolling first. We saw a couple of storms made in the Western Europe Division 2 today. One going and opting for an Orchid first, and the other one going into the Falcon Blade Kaya Sanj build.
Yeah, you don't need any kind of BKBs or anything in this game. You can get away with all these small items. I want to see Falcon Blade, first item, Treads, Kaya Witchblade, maybe Witchblade into Kaya, depending how you feel. If you feel like you need more damage, Witchblade damage gonna be good against Timbersaw, some extra. But if you feel like you need something for farming, have that extra mana regen, go for Kaya instead. BKB in this game not needed ever. Like, you don't need to buy BKB. Love these type of games on Storm Spirit. You could go for Lincolns as your like maybe 5th item, so you can get roared, can get lifted, your zip can't be stolen.
It'd be interesting to see, because I was thinking about the Lincolns on both him and whether or not the Weaver's going to go for it, considering the Roar is their biggest form and one of their only forms of lock down here. And protecting yourself from that pretty much feels like you're free to do whatever you want. But nothing doing just yet. Finally, RCY getting ahead of this Storm over mid in terms of CS, but that is with a creep wave coming out of the tower. Now we'll sit back even again.
Kiritsuga doing really good in this top lane, harassing them. We've seen Wind Rangers picking up different skills. Sometimes Power Shot, only level 1, maxing out other abilities, but he wants to put in some more work. With Crystal Maiden Frostbite, it's a good setup for Power Shot, so can't really blame him.
Right. And this isn't going to be your Vanguard offlaner, right? You've got Beastmaster, who's looking to go into the Helm of the Overlord most times. He's already got the Helm of the Iron Will queued up. So Windrunner is not going to have that typical, oh, I'm versing an offlaner with a Vanguard, and I kind of can't do any damage to get these kills in this lane. Water Rune picked up. RCY not dealing with a lot of mana, but does have that Whirling Death. Trying to run down Desperate, but with no mana for another Whirling Death. That's not going to work out for him, and they're going to secure another Water Rune bottom for Nexus Titans.
Huh? Dana or Day-NA, not sure how you pronounce that one, but we'll secure another Water Rune for Desperate. Timbersaw should not die in this lane. RCY putting in some work onto Storm Spirit, potentially even threatening a kill.
Got to do that, place the Iron Branch in front of the hero and then just Whirling Death. When the Ironwood Tree was a neutral, just a couple of heroes that would take advantage of it, the Timbersaw and the Windrunner. So we'll see. Another pause coming into the game, and we're seeing Timbersaw without any mana, no bottle charges. Could see a lane on the side lanes for Wildcard get purposefully aggressive. Sometimes we see that. That's usually post First Blood. You don't really want to be giving up First Blood like that just to fill up the bottle over mid.
Definitely not. You don't want to die just to refill the bottle. If you can get a return kill, that's fine, but not opting to go for it.
So, let's see how it goes. Hopefully once we unpause here. Got a couple of people who are just probably playing on some pretty interesting ping, truthfully. And right now, Timbersaw and Storm are pretty close. The Windrunner and Terrorblade are close. Everybody truly in CS is just kind of having an all right time. Maybe not the offlaners so much, but it's to be expected, I would guess. The way that these lanes have kind of set up, and it looks like we're good to go.
The Shaker doesn't provide you with much early on, so you can't really just be playing super aggressive. Maybe you get a block off with Shaker, and then Weaver's gonna come in, try to get a kill. Sunlight managing to get the pull off will push the lane back towards his own tower, which is really good. And there's the item that I mentioned on Weaver, just one Wraith Band straight into Urn. I love the build. And then you want to play aggressive with this item.
Mm-hmm. It's still tough to kill Terrorblade though, right? Like, he's got himself 12 armor. Zor, ooh, Blood Grenade, right clicks in, a couple stacks on the Shadow Poison, one or two more, and they might get the kill. Ooh. Just not quite getting the damage with that early meta. And 2 points in that Shadow Poison too, but only getting 3 stacks and not getting that big bonus. But Disruption, Shadow Poison available again. Still have some right clicks, uses that Shikuchi to run away. Trying to find a blind one, but doesn't get it on Zor once more. So Sunlight fighting back with Dana or Thena. Still trying to put those pops in while, well, Zor.
Okay, there's a center ward.
Back and gets hit by Samson.
He didn't even use Shikuchi.
Oh, okay.
You also gotta be careful how you use that level 1 Shikuchi. It's 15-second ability. It's on cooldown for a long time. And his... What? Did he kill it with the illusion?
I think so.
Rubik, Flea.
Yeah, Flea's gonna die here to Nature Lover. And a ball lightning away there from Desperate, who is getting low. He's desperate to get out.
Vayne is also around the mid lane, but
This lane
doesn't
opens
really...
up for RCY.
Yeah, can't really do much. Timbersaw, level 6, will start harassing as soon as they get close. As you can see, Shaker already down to half HP.
Oh, good shackle? No. Nah, not doing anything there. They're slowing Nature Lover up a lot with this boar.
Radiant's
That is
turret
not
has
fun.
been killed.
Now Samson gonna lose his courier, but getting that kill early on Azora. Samson, he's almost level 6. Compare that to the Windrunner, who just hit level 5, going into the Maelstrom. And that's 7-minute mark. So mid again, desperate, just getting out. Wisdom Rune's gonna be taking one apiece, as I think the illusion from the Terrorblade was trying to get a kill there. Shadow
Yeah, I don't
Poison
know.
5 stacks. Zora's dead.
I don't know why Desperate's playing so aggressive onto Timbersaw, who has Regen in the bottle. Like, he can't allow himself to do that. Picks up Bounty Rune. Not gonna get much mana from it. And now trying to make a rotation here. Monster.
Ooh. Frostbite. And they're going to go with the Windrun and the Power Shot to get the combo to help Desperate get that kill. This is all the while that Tier 1 Tower is taking some damage here from RCY in these creeps. And like I said, this lane's pretty much free for him. Samson also hitting that level 6. They got that kill on Zor again. He's only level 5, so he's really struggling in the moment.
Zor needs to find a hero to play with. Shaker, not really that hero. One of the reasons why we don't see Shaker being picked is his early presence is really not existent. It's all about
Nature
that
Lover.
one Fisher.
He's going to fall to flee. So some revenge there. As that all works out. Right now, the lanes are going really well for Wildcard, I would say. Although the off lane feels like it's the one that's struggling the most for them. 31 and 3 to the 58 and 22 denies for Kurtsugi.
You know that Samson's doing really well when he can farm both lane and the jungle. Desperate finds another token. Already found Arcane Ring for himself. That's going to be extra mana on top of Arcane Aura.
Yeah, a little bit tough for him on this Storm, but he's about to hit that level 8. RCY hit that 8 already. He's gotten into that early Soul Ring with Arcane Boots. And he picked up a Fairy's Trinket.
Damage coming out from Timber is going to be nuts this game. And I'm really glad that he's going back to Vanguard because it's... Once you pick up Mana Boots, Soul Ring, you have infinite mana with Soul Ring. And you can disassemble it, of course, get those 3 components.
Radiant are scanning.
I see a lot of stacks being made by both supports.
Already
11
11
against
stacks.
2. Yeah, that's
Yep.
massive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pretty big advantage here for him. And let's see.
Radiant's
What
bottom
can
tower
he
is
do? As you
under
do
attack.
see Monster also farming up a stack, and he was looking to get that 6. He's already there. Now he's got that Diadem.
By the way, it's Diadem.
Diadem?
Diadem.
Yeah. Samson getting that kill on Fena.
He's
And
picking out
got
the
a couple kills
vision.
already.
Yeah, but it's not. They don't have vision there. And Samson, as you said, 2 kills going into Manta style next. He's off to a really good game.
This is getting a little bit scary for him. You feed him a kill like that, it puts him top of the net worth. 1K net worth lead. Boy, oh boy. Not fun at all, right? As they're going to get a kill there on a Nature Lover. They're all kind of just...
How is he getting
Funneling
solo
in.
kills on Terrorblade? That's the question.
Radiant's bottom tower is
All
under
right,
attack.
so
And there's
some
nothing.
solo
There's
kills, yeah.
reflection. That's it. That's all you got.
Yeah. And he's getting it done. That works out for him. And now, top lane, they finally get a kill here onto the Windrunner. Monster gets credit for that. He's got some help from Flea, and that's that first usage of the Primal Roar. Like, with RCY, everybody here, Wildcard, I didn't really expect this lineup to do that great with the lack of lockdown, but you don't need lockdown if the heroes are going to come to the Terrorblade and you just reflection and kill them.
Right, if your carries are getting early kills, solo kills, there's not much you can do. I mean, this says a lot about the game. Another tower. Question is, who is going to kill this Timbersaw? There is Spirit Vessel being built. Key word here is being built. Yeah. So still needs another 1,000 gold. Doesn't have a charge yet, so you could die, but not where you want to be. Wind Ranger also.
Dana?
We haven't seen much from Kiritsugu. Dana. Stolen. What did he steal? Just totem for now.
Was that a level 1? Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
There, level 1. Not really seeing a lot yet from Desperate, and he might just die. Hydro ever coming over to stop RCY. RCY was already level 10. And, you know, I was talking about RCY when we first started the game, and he is just somebody I fawned over when he was playing on Dog Champ. That team that dominated to get to Division 1 out of the first
Yeah,
round.
Dog Champ changes roster every single tour. They're like, well, these players sound familiar, but they're not on the team anymore. It's just a great reshuffle every single tour for NA, especially Div 2.
Zor.
Roar is available.
Yeah, there is a
Roar and
roar.
Zor.
Can they control him even further? They've got the Centaur, but the Fissure, now he's able to time-lapse. Ooh. So that's a little bit of that lack of control. They don't have the ulti yet from this Crystal Maiden. Now they've got the Disruption. Desperate's also over here. They bring
Sunlight.
in Flea. There's the Vortex. They have a Stolen Vortex, as well as the Chakram. They get the kill into Desperate. As they lose Sunlight, Dana's trying to fight. There's a Fissure out, as well as a Totem, but Monster standing his ground. Dana ends up dead. They look over at Nature Lover. They get another kill here, as it's a 3-for-1.
And this is gonna be your Octarine Core Timbersaw about to crack level 12, 15 minutes into the game.
Oh.
Good luck killing him. The good thing is Weaver does have Spirit Vessel available, which is gonna be with one charge, so they could try to go and grab a kill. I think they might need Wind Ranger to be able to get him anyway. Land a Shackle Shot, Focus Fire, a Fissure or Frostbite from Crystal Maiden should do the trick on top of Spirit Vessel, but he's very tanky. Like, he's sitting at 2,000 plus HP already.
Kiritsugu taking 2 points in stats. So 1, 2, 4, 1, and 2 in stats.
Yeah, that's fine. I think skipping Power Shot, you don't want to have it, but you also want to put points in Shackle Shot to have like something. For now, if he's farming, it's okay to have Wind Run maxed out. You have mana coming from Arcane Aura, and you are not using much. And also a Cold Bracelet, very good item.
What cult is he in?
are scanning.
In the Bracelet
Cult. Oh, okay. You see this Zor Weaver Shikuchiing. They do have Primal Roar up again, and Zor, well, he does have time lapse too.
It's gonna be such a good timing from Monster. That's gonna control another monster. Helm of the Overlord needs 300 gold. If he finds Black Dragon, you can't kill this. Like, any unit cannot be killed. They don't have anything. Jump from Desperate. He's running low on mana, though.
Going for Samson. This is an interesting play. They'll go to the Freezing Field. Oh, the Disruption save! Is it enough? No. There was a save there for a second. They couldn't get the full save, though, and now here comes RCY, apparently the real carry of this game. Spirit Vessel's on him, but if they don't kill him, that's not too great. They got the kill on a 2. They took out Desperate. They look over at Zor. They've got a Shikuchi to follow. Flea goes the other way, though. It looked like it was going to be enough, and Sugu, sees RCY and Flea. Doesn't have telekinesis. It's still on that level 1, 28-second cooldown.
Yeah, Flea might needed to put more points in telekinesis, considering that they have Primal Roar, but that's about it. It was a good disruption save overall. but it was also a setup for another enchant totem, and he could not get the Sunder off. Also, nicely done there from Zor. He understands that if he locks down onto Shadow Demon, puts him in a spot where he's like, well, I need to disrupt thyself, or we're gonna kill Terrorblade.
Right.
So cutting into back, Lance of Pursuit, one of the items that you love to backstab with. Spirit Vessel, Shikuchi plus the Swarm. Shadow Demon doesn't deal well with that. So I want to see some more control being built. RCY for now. Went into Kaya, gonna go for Sanj, which is pretty standard. I think building Hex, Blink Hex, is gonna be very important in this game for Timber, just to have that extra control, because they do lack some of it. Flee. Now with Shikuchi stolen, could try to set things up from Invis. And this is a big one. We've seen this time and time again in the last 3 or 4 weeks, where you're like, well, 16, 17, 18 minutes into the game, if we have some kind of a sustain, we can still kill Roche.
Aegis for RCY. I don't know why when I say RCY's name, I think of RC cars. I don't know if you had that when you were a kid. Remote control cars.
Yeah, I'm from that era. It was fun, but I was always running low on batteries. Like, that was the thing. Like, the cars were not expensive, I don't know, but the batteries were. And you're like, well.
That's like when you had to put batteries back in a Game Boy. You saw the light
Yeah,
go
dude,
from
I
green to
took
red.
batteries from TV remotes and stuff just to have some for my toys.
You just hear this from downstairs. Why can't I change the channel? That wasn't me.
Have you tried hitting remote a couple of times? Usually it does work.
And then the back pops off and they realize there's no batteries in there. That's what happens. So, not my fault.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Courier goes down there to Zor, and RCY are right there with Zor. You're gonna re-steal that Shikuchi. And they get the kill here onto RCY. They do see that Hawk ready and giving vision. Also got themselves that ancient Thunderhide.
Well, anything you get is pretty good, but for some reason I like the Black Dragon the most, because he can split push the best. We call this ghost push, or there's another term for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dragon push?
But yeah, we could call it Dragon push. Desperate. This is the item build that we did mention. All 3 swords. Falcon Blade, Witchblade, Kaya.
All the Zoro builds.
What's a Zor build?
The Zoro.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Nature Lover, RCY goes down. I fell for it. Pretty hook, line, and sinker on that. Zor on the run. With RCY getting yet another kill. Now he's got another sword. The Sanj.
So far, they did not manage to be able to get a kill on Timbersaw, but we'll see. Yeah, they need some kind of control. This Wind Ranger, now with the Lincoln Sphere, you wanted to see this item being built, because there is like Shikuchi,
Telekinesis.
Rubik's Lift.
Body box.
He procced it.
Oh my gosh.
With
They've got the
Fable.
Primal Roar, Chakram, down goes Kuritsugu, and they want Nature Lover.
Has fallen.
They're gonna try and bring the Nature Lover down and then hit him with the woo!
Dire's bottom
Sorry, that's the Nature Boy, Ric Flair.
Yeah, that's fine, but this game is getting out of control for Dire. I can say it looks very dire for them, because Samson does have Eye of Scotty, Mantis style, he's tanking it up. Again, he does have Shadow Demon behind him. He can also be using illusions, disruption on the illusions, try to get some farm for himself as well.
Radiant's top
RCY still didn't show his next item. For now, it's going to be Kaya Sanj, and sitting on
Hex?
1,000 gold. I
One
just
get
want to see Hex. Flay did a good job in the previous fight, proccing that Linkens with Fate Bolt, and then landing a Telekinesis, setting things up for Primal Roar. Well, Wind Run was still not available, and now they're
they
hunting
kill?
them down.
Sure. Ooh, they might. Telekinesis, can they hold him? They've got the Fissure that lands on RCY. Flea still going forward with the Shikuchi. Blink away from Thana. And, oh, gone.
Nothing, no stuns. One of the reasons why Shaker's also not being picked is this particular reason is you kind of want to have this shard as soon as possible.
Right.
But you also don't want to invest gold, so you want to get it from Tormentor. But in this situation, you can't really get it, so you want to buy it for yourself. You also need a Blink Dagger. The hero is very item reliable. Let's see if Nature Lover is going to get caught one more time here. Desperate. Does have a decent amount of mana. He's chasing
Nature Lover.
Shikuchi.
Oh no. They're going for Desperate while RCY is going to solo kill Nature Lover. Primal Roar used. Do they have the damage this time? Yes, they do to get Zor.
His middle tower is under attack.
Or Zore. Zore?
Azure.
Huh. Major contenders. Desperate. Fissure. Totem. Ooh, stealing the Fissure. Throwing it back. Got some control. Thana's in trouble. For the Timber Chain. Echo. Slam. All right. Slamming it down. Getting a kill on the Sunlight. But that's it. Here it's, look at the body blocks. I see why. He's so good at this. Another Fissure comes out. They lose that Aegis. Now the Ball Lightning in. Desperate. Can he get
Samson's dropping
anything
low.
from this?
No.
They don't have
They have
Sunder.
nothing.
Freezing Field, and down goes the Terrorblade.
That was nicely done from Nature Lover. Getting close, Frostbite, and just on the edge of the freezing field, getting the kill. Samson, let's see what the next item for him is going to be. Going for Orchid. Okay. Wants to be able to control Storm Spirit. Not sure if this is the item, but let's see if he decides to go with it. Some big kills, but still, Wildcard Gaming getting more out of these fights.
RCY is going for that Hex, by the way.
Yeah, he knows. Our RCY seems like, at least in this game, he's the best player. He's been all over the place, popping off, involved in 10 out of 17 kills. Did really good in the lane. Let's see if they can find another one.
Mid. Fissure,
Where's the follow-up
Disruption,
stun?
and Zor. Hit with the Telekinesis. They've got a Sentry down, and they have the control, but the time lapse the other way into the Primal Roar. Zor is no more.
That's
Meanwhile,
for sure.
whoa, wait, whoa.
What? Oh no!
Oh, no,
God! Oh, it
Tormentor,
happened.
no. Oh,
Tip him. This is where you start
no.
tipping him. It happened to me the other day. I was playing Snapfire.
You don't admit that out loud.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I should not said that. Yeah.
No, what are you doing? You don't admit
No,
that.
I got this. I actually got like 2 of those.
Oh no, we've got a replay. Oh no.
You deal too much damage. Like, these Tormentors are just insane.
Oh no. He was hoping nobody saw that, but we've got
We have the-
top-notch
yeah.
observers. We've got the power.
We don't miss anything, especially things like this. And now off to their high ground, they need some big Echo Salami. That's
Oh.
only level 1 still.
Oh,
Has been killed.
those lone trees RCY's picking on. All right, bye. It's just that far-range Timber Chain. See you later. We're gonna get this ancient granite golem. That golem will be gone.
Where's that from?
What?
Golem be
Yet be
gone,
gone.
yet be gone. I don't even know what the saying
I
is.
don't know where the original meme came from. I'm not sure.
That's my territory. I should know that.
Yeah, you're all
I'm
about
a
the
meme
memes.
expert.
Meme connoisseur, as you were putting it the other day. Yes, this is a delicious 2006 meme. You gotta bring back
Shackle
some
onto
old ones.
Dino.
RCY popping that illusion rune. Still trying to run. And he's got the Timber Chain away while over mid. They've got the Primal Roar on
We
the
also saw
Windrunner.
that.
And,
We saw that Echo.
Kiritsugu. Well, he's going to be able to run. They've got the Fissure on a couple. The Ball Lightning in. They hit the Vortex on a Flea. Flea getting low and trying to survive. Eventually will fall. Thana, he's helping out with a little bit of that lockdown thanks to the shard that he's got. They get the kill on a Nature Lover. It ends up being a 1-for-1 so far, but the right click's on a Kiritsugu. Ooh, Fissure again. Do they have the Sunders?
He needs to use it, gets
now
it.
he gets it on a Desperate. They've got
Still
the
gonna die
Vortex.
here,
He's
it
down to
seems.
low health, and I don't think he's going to be able to make it. They'll take out Samson and Sunlight. Desperate falls. Now they look over at Thana, who's doing a lot. RCR, the Spirit Vessel on him, and he'll die. Whoa.
Okay. That's a big place coming out from Wind Ranger. Oh, disconnect Zor. Let's see if there's going to be some old chat happening or if this is just another internet or PC issue. But Wind Ranger, who got the kill for... Oh, no, he died before. RCY got a kill on Wind Ranger, so he didn't get any XP for that.
Easy breezy.
You were talking about that echo. Maybe we'll throw that back up on the...
No, because like this Fisher blocked him off real nicely. Dana set things off
Easy breezy.
pretty nicely, and then Focus Fire is still gonna go through. He was thinking about Sundering Wind Ranger, but there was Lincoln's available. This Orchid looked good because you could like control heroes with it, that he's buying into Bloodthorn, so you will have something to deal with Windrun, but you could also just buy MKB and gotta do the same trick. He's not tanky enough. With just 2 items with this Manta Style and Eye of Scotty, he needs some kind of a help. You need some Force Staff, some Rubik Lift with the Shard to be able to toss him away, especially if there's a Fisher, because Wind Ranger's Focus Fire is gonna go through. Even if you Sunder, doesn't matter. I'm gonna continue to right-click you down. Alright, Wind Ranger, Focus Fire available one more time. Let's see if Kiritsugu wants to go for Tormentor again. He learned his lesson. There's no way. Like, you're not touching that stuff.
Do it. Try it. Zor top. And Sentry down. They don't have the control, though. Not yet, at least. They're still trying to go. But they don't have Shikuchi anymore. So, no way for the Rubiks to kind of catch up here. You just wait for next Roche now that... Or, well, wait and get next Roche. Now that that last high ground attempt didn't exactly go according to plan. I guess I got that answer. Never mind. Don't answer that. They're doing it. It's fine. It's okay.
Going for it. That's Cheese Ages. This time, you don't give it to RCY. You gotta pick it up on Samson. Terrorblade needs to be the one sieging. Needs to have that second life.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, Samson.
Radiant's
Cheese on
middle
Monster.
tower is under attack.
Ooh, Samson TP back mid. Uh-oh.
Can they pick him off here? But they will commit with Echo Slam and everything to get this first life immediately
They're backing away.
if they find an opportunity for it.
I thought maybe that was immediately their opportunity. Now they've got this Hex, though, on RCY.
Stupendous.
And an Invisor in for him. Ooh. Going Gleipnir with this Maelstrom. Picks up the BKB.
Things are looking okay. I think this game is very comebackable for them. All they need is Stone Spirit to farm another item, and that's a big one. Aghanim Scepter about to be completed, which is going to be set up for Fisher, for Echo Slam, some good Shackles. Wind Ranger has a lot of defensive items, but still packs a punch with Focus Fire. Those procs from Maelstrom, and also Zor has one of his own, having Spirit Vessel charges as well on Timber, who doesn't have a Dispel mechanic on himself yet.
Lincoln's pop. Totem, Control, Vortex, Telekinesis. They've got the Hex, the Primal Roar, and the Echo Slam. They've got the Disruption. They go to the Focus Fire. They're trying to get the damage out here on either RCY as well as Sammy Boy. They've got the continued control. They get the kill on RCY. The Sunder. Samson trying to survive. Loses his Aegis. They'll buy back on the Earthshaker. Freezing Field will end. Now they've got the Frostbite. Do they have the damage? Time lapse from Zor. Samson in trouble. This chart is just giving them so much trouble. Disruption, Ball Lightning in, and now they look and they get the kill on a Samson again.
They want more. There's Vortex
Whoa.
available. They need to chase.
They're gonna catch a third. Oh my.
Dana, he's been really on point when his Fisher's Echo Slams, besides that one that he didn't hit, but in this fight, he really controlled them well. And you can see Wind Ranger damage, she popped off completely. Terrorblade, he needed that BKB again for that fight. This Orchid has been a huge mistake from TB. They also need some defensive items. Like, they need to get him out of the trouble. Rubik's Lift, like, there is not a single Force Staff. One Disruption is not enough because it's a setup for your other abilities. You show up, you're staying on a Fisher. There's going to be Enchant Totem, maybe even Echo Slam. And Dana can't keep the distance. Look at that fit. Jesus, look at that Fisher range. Yeah, keep going, keep going.
Fissure not fun. Shard for the
Lens.
Beastmaster now, because they took the Tormentor and didn't die to it. And Ags now for the Storm.
That's a big one. That's game changer right there.
Ooh, Zor! Fissures plenty. It actually makes a X for X marks the spot where Zor's body will fall. And they look and find Nature Lover. That's going to be a second.
The ice.
Can they find more? This game, we said it's going to be entertaining, it's going to be chaotic, and it's exactly what we expected from it.
38 kills in 31 minutes. A little bit of back and forth, and we see the buyback situation. Only available for the Shadow Demon and the Storm. Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Finds another
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
cast range item, Psychic Headband on Earthshaker. I mean, it
Wow.
also does help
This
that
is
he...
so ridiculous.
It's so big, like, it's massive. It's like full screen.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Is this the game that's going to prove to people Earthshaker's back?
Dire's top
I mean, he had his time. Morphling Shaker, it's been a combo, especially in Southeast Asia for years, and finally we fixed it.
It's back. Ooh, Orchid. They have the control, Primal Roar, and yeah, they do. Desperate's gonna die. He was the only one who had buyback remaining.
Yeah, the
and
combo.
That's gonna be a problem.
Primal Orchid getting the kill. I mean, this is where Orchid is good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just like that instant catch on Storm Spirit for some kind of a follow-up.
Blink telekinesis.
Oh,
And they
no.
found the Earthshaker. That means they don't need to deal with that anymore, especially
And
because
his buyback's
he
on
bought back.
cooldown.
Yep.
Oof.
So now he's dead for 75, and when you don't have that extra control, I really don't think that they can defend as well. Not nearly as well, really. So that tier 3 is going to drop. Hex onto Zor. He's forced to use that time lapse. They're working on the racks. Nobody really here to defend this. They're not going to buy back, but yeah, they finally will. And that
It
felt
looks
like
so
it was
funny. Magic. Like popping that BKB.
and running with the shackle.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
Like the first thing I tested was Shadow Shaman because I'm like, is it really gonna work that way? I can't believe it's gonna be like that. We're like, oh, well, I'm gonna shackle. He's running his BKB and suddenly shackled. This is a big buyback. Desperate using his. Now sitting at only 1,000 gold, needs some kind of a defensive item, whether that's gonna be Orchid or a BKB. So they managed to deal decent amount of damage to melee and range barracks, but not going to be able to finish it off. Samsung still holding on to that cheese. Let's see if they decide to commit for it. 20 seconds until meta. There's still this Tormentor available.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't stay forward on that. Like, I think the Earthshaker being around is more important than the Storm in terms of control. But what can you do?
What can you do? That's the question.
Timber
Timbersaw
Saw
gets the shard.
with the shard.
Having
Flamethrower.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like, I don't know if you know the magic card, just Fireball.
No, but I can imagine what Fireball looks like.
Fireball,
And I get-
easy card. Look at that, you know. It's just been around for a while. X plus red. Oh, and that would take out Zor for sure.
Let's go. Buyback, time lapse, straight into them. End the game.
Bottom set of racks.
Dire's
They're gonna glyph, trying to hold on, and here come the fissures. Here come the totems. A shackle onto an ancient black dragon. Okay. Gotta stop it from doing whatever it wants to do.
Dive bomb. He procced the Lincoln's first time on Wind Ranger.
These racks are dead.
Dire's bottom
Mega creeps secured.
is under attack.
Oof. These heroes are not really good at dealing with Mega Creeps. Wind Ranger, Gleipnir procs, it's not good enough. Earthshaker, Storm Spirits, they're gonna suffer. All they need to do is go in with meta one more time while the Mega Creeps are coming. This is also, like, this is the perfect timing. 35-minute mark, 2 catapults. Siege Creep catapults. Having 1,000 HP
Oh.
in all 3 lanes. It's time to go in and try to end the game. Like, even if you die on 2-3 heroes, you buy back, you go all in. But you can also wait for Roche. You don't necessarily need to go with the 35-minute catapult timing.
I think when your org goes 0-7 in the last
wait
tour,
for fifth
you wait
Roche.
for Roche.
Dyers are scanning.
No.
Which Roche are we on? This is the third one,
Three.
right?
3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Yeah, I was not wrong. Wait for the fifth one.
Oh, so we'll be here till 60 minutes. You give us 60 minutes, we'll give you the news. Oh, Primal Roar, that's going to be used to look over for the Storm, and Desperate, Ball Lightning just getting away with a little bit of health. They've got themselves the totem once again. Flamethrower still trying to get a kill here with the Freezing Field down, but they'll end up stealing the
Shukuchi.
Shukuchi. Flea going the other way. They've got the damage on a Nature Lover now with the Hex and the kill on a Desperate. Nature Lover falls. They'll look over at Thana and they'll try to TP out. Can he? No. Telekinesis is there. They have the control. They'll get the kill. 3 heroes dead on the side of the Dire.
And that's it. Look at the base. Catapults are doing the work, plus mega creeps as well. They get caught. Like, this is also a fight where Samson uses cheese with full HP, doesn't change anything, pops his BKB immediately, and these mega creeps are gonna dismantle the throne.
I thought they were really going to hold off and try and kill Windrunner in the base. That would have been a little bit rude, but yeah, wild card, they get the first win, and I mean, they made it look pretty easy considering the fact that I think me and you thought the draft was going to be a little bit more favorable for Nexus Titans.
Yeah, it's about the execution, but I wouldn't say this was like clean victory by any means from Wildcard Gaming. They, struggled against in some of these fights. Terrorblade getting closer, lack of lockdown, so Storm Spirit and Wind Ranger, they go him in a couple of these fights. Shaker as well, Dana. Like, this is I would say, decent showing from Nexus Titans. Wildcard Gaming, they need to polish their gameplay if they want to go to Div 1 and compete with some of these teams, but they need a little bit more time. In the end, RCY, you praised this fella. He's playing really well. Monster also had a really good game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, Sunlight did well in the lane. Samson did really well in the lane too, right? He had a couple of kills that were just like, oh, you're going to come to me, I guess I'll just kill you. But RCY felt like he was unstoppable for the majority of this game.
Yeah, and some of these kills were handed to them in the lane, like first blood, second kill, courier kill. This is the fight where they did really well on Nexus Titans, being able to get multiple kills. Shaker did a lot of work. I mean, I want to see more from him, like just more from Shaker. I feel like this hero is in an okay spot, like it needs a lot of items to come online, or you need to have like super strong lanes, needs to be paired up with something that could grant him the kill.
Look at this fight where it's just like, it did feel like Samson was maybe a little bit too far forward. The Earthshaker doing a lot of work in these engagements, making these fights seem so much closer than they really should have been, right?
Yeah, they're also like fighting, standing on top of the Fissure, so his shard does everything, landing multiple stuns in a row. They get the kill. That was the second kill on RCY.
Yeah,
But,
he died twice and pretty much involved in everything, really. He was 11, 2, and 8. Did a good job. He's our MVP. And
have to
he's my
agree with that.
MVP for sure.
He was your MVP before the game even started.
Yeah. I bowed down to RCY. I'm not
He
worried.
did his job. Like, he kept them in this early game because they didn't have other heroes that can move across the map and get the kills going. Monster on Beastmaster. Like, Beastmaster's a different hero, not the hero that's just like all over the place, get these ganks going. He's more like, I'll dominate this certain area of the map, and after that, I will, join one of these fights, join a team fight, go for Roche. Pretty standard Beastmaster stuff, but RCY did one hell of a job on this Timbersaw.
Yeah, so Wildcard, they get the first win. They're going to try and close it up 2-0 when we come back from the break. So we'll see you guys in just a moment with game number 2. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back here to some more Division 2 NA Dota. It was so great the first time we had to come back for a game 2. We're not just going to leave you with one game, right? We're coming back, wild card, against the side of Nexus Titans. It's going to be fun, right, Lacoste?
Should be fun. Very cool name as well. Nexus Titans.
Wild
Go
card.
with Wind Ranger one more time. Let's see if there's gonna be another Shadow Demon. Like in the previous game, we haven't really seen much from Shadow Demon like, using that Dispel and Wind Ranger because he couldn't get close because of Weaver was constantly on top of him. Shaker with the Fisher. Card taking this Doom, which has not been a thing in the previous one. It was ignored, kind of. Yeah. And yeah, still taking Shadow Demon. I like it way more, like this opener that they do have in the second game for Wildcard Gaming, but let's see what Nexus Titans have prepared for it.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, Windrunner again, which, you know, now you're going up against an offlaner that does pick up Vanguard, right? And they go into Undying, which is not really this hero that we've seen all too much of in the games I think we've covered together. But I don't know how you enjoy an Undying game.
Very cool hero. First couple of minutes. Not fun to play for the next 17, 18 until you kill that Tormentor, get the shard for free. Then the hero becomes very fun, very interactive gameplay overall. And
34% win rate. Oh my god.
people know how to play against Undying. Like, people figured it out. Yeah, sure, he is annoying at these first couple of levels. But then he kind of stops. Like, this hero still feel like could use some kind of a buff. Like, not necessarily like just straight up buff to, oh, his decay does like more damage or something. But maybe some rework on his second ability. I feel like this could be ability that could give you something else. Because all of his abilities are like relatively good. You also want to put points in it, but you don't get the chance for it because you're like, well, I gotta decide. Decay, Tombstone, 2 valuable, maybe like 1 value point into Soul Rip. Want to take ulti as well. Kind of a weird hero, I would say. We've seen some Undying being played from the off lane. It was mostly OG in Europe. Did okay. Like laning stage wise, it's the hero that none of the carries like to play into.
So, what would you say is something you're trying to avoid when going up against this hero? Like, what are you just not picking if you're wild card?
Dire team best.
I mean, this hero is still like very strong when it comes down to first couple of minutes. Very annoying to deal with. I was thinking about Snapfire, didn't know if they're gonna commit to it. I just love to play this hero into Undying. You have a Tombstone kill pretty much always, even if he gets his own talent. You have your talent of your own, so those extra 2 hits you can still one-shot it unless he uses a Soul Rip.
Right.
In terms of control, again, Wildcard doesn't have that much. One of the reasons why they banned out like all 3 spirits. It's been a while since I saw a team ban out just like straight up spirits. You could go for, like, if you're looking for something elusive from the mid lane, there's always Puck. Can't get ganked by Cookie, like Shadow Demon. You care about Doom, but I think if you're using your spells correctly, you're not gonna get caught.
Okay, so Snapfire usually used to be under the secondary title of Egg Scrambler, but you're going to be Tombstone Destroyer. Hopefully.
Also,
Do you see this? Ooh, go for it.
No, you go for it.
No, you go.
Yeah, go for it, Ben.
All right, cool. All right, Dominic. Snapfire, do you see this in any other position than the support for this team? Like, would you even risk putting this Snapfire mid?
I don't think so. You have a counter pick, like you want to see which heroes Nexus Titans are going to go for. But one thing about Snapfire's Shadow Demon combo is you have if you
Radiant
purge
team
someone, if you
battle.
use it on someone like pretty much any hero and Mortimer's Kisses on top of it, that hero is straight up dead. Also, in terms of stopping the Mortimer's Kisses, there isn't really that hero. Like, Axe can't really find you. Scarlet Mage with the silence,
10
he wants to keep the
seconds
distance, not gonna go through Pangolier Doom. Same goes for Windranger unless he finds a really good angle. And Nexus Titans, seems like they picked their lanes already. This is gonna be like Windranger Undying, strong safe lane, Scarlet Mage plus Axe, very annoying, a little bit more control coming up from the off lane. And there's that puck ban. If they want to ban another one, I would ban Co-op from Wildcard. Good matchup against Pango, and again, no real lockdown for the hero.
Pango was one of those heroes that we saw RCY kind of dominate with in that Tour
5
1,
seconds
but
remaining.
obviously a much different patch these days. It will be interesting to look at in terms of what matchup he's going to get. Axe is not a hero we see too often, but there with the Skywrath, that's that combo. Call into a Mystic Flare.
Dire team
Why not?
ban.
The question is, can they execute? In lane, they should do fine. I don't know what like they're gonna be playing into, but these two heroes are very annoying to
Radiant
deal
team
with.
pick.
Using Blood Grenade, like this is very First Blood oriented type of draft from Nexus Titans. They want to take the fight. I'm not sure if Wildcard want to join this fight, but we'll have to see. They also picked Axe into Shadow Demon, which is a bit of an awkward one, where sometimes,
5
like, sure, you
seconds
get the good
remaining.
initiation, like even Skyrat Mage, one disruption could change the whole fight around.
What will this final pick be? Could you throw the Windrunner mid if you wanted to?
You could. Against Pango, you should do okay. I'm down for some, like, I would say, like, Faceless Void, if you want to have more control. Could be a bit slow, but I could see it happening.
Right.
Other mid laners, they're still in the pool. There aren't that many good mid laners against Pango. You could fall back to, I don't know, we're in Conca territory at the moment.
I've heard that
Dire team pick.
hero name with a lot of
Assassin.
disgust at times.
Yeah, not the greatest one. This hero still blows, but Templar Assassin into Pango, not the greatest one, I would say. He always has something to kill you, easily takes down your refraction charges, builds into diffusal. You hate to play into anything that can burn your mana. And also Rolling Thunder to control. So going through Sammy Boy's heroes.
Choose your hero.
Wait, what are they actually playing? He did not play Carry Venomancer, but he did play
Carry
Carry
Snap.
Snapfire. Yeah, he
Wow.
played 6 matches of Snapfire. 50% win rate.
Sure. I mean, I wasn't expecting that, but I guess why not, right?
Yeah. I want to see what the build is. Like these, you want to be maxing out Lil Shredder. What's your first item? Do you want to get something like Solar Crest? Synergizes nicely. Maybe get a Shadow Blade later on. Well, I want to see actually what he has. It must be something new, because he played 6 games off of it. I haven't seen it in the high level pubs yet. But Venomancer, Sunlight, into Templar Assassin, into Axe, which is gonna make his life very difficult. Axe like relies on getting the good jump against Veno. It might be too difficult. There's gonna be like so much damage on the ground. Random swashbuckle, 1 Veno, Ward. You have like Snapfire with the kisses, Shadow Demon, some poison, Doom with the Scorched Earth. Definitely not an easy Axe game by any means.
I'm interested to see the Snapfire. I just feel like you put yourself with a hero like that on a pretty hard timing, right? Like if you don't win at a certain point, Snapfire is not going to be one that kind of holds on to it, right?
Nah, she's a mean late game hero. Level 20, level 25. This is where she actually shines. It's just how you get there. as a carry, because if you're going to be using that little shredder, it also means you're close to a fight. So you won't be getting like the full value out of your kisses. But yeah, really hyped to see what Samson has up in the sleeve for it. Because it's universal hero, so building some kind of a stats is going to feel good on the hero. I just haven't seen it yet. And yeah, really glad that we're covering NA Div 2 for some new ideas.
Like I said, some of these teams, they come out with new ideas that are against the grain. And we'll see if it ends up being one that works, I guess. Although one win, one loss, then it doesn't exactly be, define working or losing. But we'll have to see. Should be fun. We'll see if there's a clash to start this one off. Nexus Titan, they did get 3 bounty runes to start the game in the last one. So, always watching. You see something exciting.
30 seconds to battle.
Or see why, though, on this Pango. Like, we have just seen this guy rip it up with this hero. It's kind of insane what he's been able to accomplish in the past, but obviously, like I said before, it's just in the last patch. So this patch, we'll see.
It's still a very viable hero. Like, even after all these like nerfs, every single ability has been nerfed, like Rolling Thunder, his Shard, Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, but like his diffusal buildup has not been nerfed. He's been universal hero now, so that makes up for it.
I'm really excited to see this top lane. Just what it offers. I guess Veno Snapfire.
Not the lane that you would expect to see, but here we are. Samson secures the first range creep with Scatterblast. Veno, one of the better, if not like the best hero to utilize this Blood Grenade. Look at him putting in work on Dana already.
Yeah.
But so is
Already
Scarlet
doing
Mage, because
so
you
much
can't
work.
miss concussive shot. I mean, you can, technically. Gale's much more easier to miss.
It's much more abusive. There's the concussive shot, and now all of a sudden it's the other way, right? Just going back and forth, and we'll see what Samson wants to do after the Scatterblast. Because Scatterblast and a Gale would definitely feel like it would lead to a kill. Especially once level 2 comes around for Sunlight, and he's got that Poison Sting. Mid lane, and already Desperate, taking a lot of damage here from this Pangolier. All about who's going to be able to control these water runes, and you've already got yourself, I believe, a bottle coming out for RCY.
RCY gets denied. Desperate using power shots of some extra mana. Doesn't have enough for bottle, so I can expect RCY to play a bit more aggressive as soon as he reaches up with that bottle.
Shield crashing. And he has Swashbuckle available. Desperate's pretty forward, but 1 won't do the damage to get that kill. If he's got both the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash. Ooh. It gets dangerous all of a sudden.
It does, but Desperate will pick up a bottle. Oh, will not be able to refill it because he doesn't have it. It's on the courier. Oh, he might be in trouble here.
No, he's fine. RCY not go too far away from the creeps. Oh, Samson. Getting first blood again on Zor. Desperate sitting here with 24 health. Now he finally has that bottle. Now he has something to sip into. That was a kill on the Axe.
Yeah, what if Axe TP's mid refills his bottle? Nah, that's griefing. Yeah, you don't want to miss that on that XP.
Already a 1,000 net worth lead here for the side of Wildcard. Using that Battle Hunger to pull the creeps over to pull the wave. Bottom lane. Safe lane TA. Trying to do some damage here on a flea monster. He's going to be the money printer that we've talked about with this Doom. We saw Doom earlier stick with 1 level in the Devour. Went the 1-4-1 build.
We'll have to see how he feels about it. There's definitely a kill threat on hero like Templar Assassin. Reason why Kiritsugu went for boots of speed so he can outrun them. Look at this battle. Flea.
This is dangerous for Flea.
Radiant's
He'll pick up that bounty
bottom
rune.
tower is under attack.
Top lane Sunlight. He's hit that level 3, so he's got level 2 in the Poison Sting. And just really looking to see what Samson's going to bring with this Snapfire, who's about to hit that level 4. What the build's going to be. Right now, it's looking like Tread's Maelstrom Yasha. Cookie.
2 points in Cookie. So, gonna start to farm up with that Maelstrom. Seems like it's gonna be Manta style afterwards to dispel the silence. Universal Hero gives you damage. Still, Wind Ranger finds a real one even after Manta style, but that doesn't matter too much. It's about the spell mechanic. Some good damage from RCY already on this mid lane. He's level 5. Wind Ranger
He's a full
only level
level
4.
ahead.
Yeah, he has Orb of Corrosion, so you get close. You could get blasted potentially.
Though. Get close, you could get blasted, or you're Zor, and you get too close to the sun, light, and burn. So, Zor, dead for a second time. And, I mean, this is putting Samson in a spot where his lane is going to go really well.
Now, he's off to a great start. 28-7. Not the hero DPC from the carrier role, but maybe he's on to something.
Ooh, Tombstone actually placed in front of him and blocked him for a second. Monster's still on the run. He'll end up surviving with the decay hitting 2, but maybe they could find him still under the tower. If
That could have
Undying's
been
willing.
dangerous. Monster will use a stick.
Oh,
Ring
Gale
of
on
Health,
the
extra
Thana top.
regen.
They've got the Cookie. They have the Scatter Blast. They're going to get at least that one. The call hits on a Sunlight. He's got the Battle Hunger on him. So it looks like Sunlight's at least the trade that they can get.
This also pushes Snapfire to level 5.5. Very close to level 6. So you'll land a Gale if you have enough mana for Mortimer's Kisses. That hero's dead. Unless they have a TP, but since they're dying, they're going to be coming back to the lane with a TP scroll anyway. So will not have it available. Looking at the stacks that they're making, Shadow Demon putting in some extra hours, working the night shift.
Oh. So still that 1K net worth lead, and there's a couple of bounty runes picked up by Thana. Always trying to get that, and right now the lanes for Wildcard are going really well. RCY doing work over mid. He had that level advantage. Now they go for Zor. They've got the Cookie. It lands on both of them top. And Zor, not looking like he's going to make it out. He'll call 2 and end up dead again.
He
They go to the
canceled
Mortimer's
his TP.
Kisses, and Thana's going to die too.
And he's trying to get some extra kills here, like going for this camp, utilizing it nicely.
Radiant structure.
Dark Troll Summoner doesn't die, but yeah, the lanes, like especially this top lane, it's falling apart. Axe, he doesn't have TP available. He tried to TP out and he's like, well, I'll try to spin, maybe get a return kill because I'm not getting out of it.
Lee? He's dead here to Kritsugu. All the way here by
2
the Wisdom runes, but yeah, Wildcard's going to get both. And are they just going to go for this again? Look at where Sunlight's just sitting. Goes after Thana. Thana's level 2. I didn't even realize.
He just got level 3.
Oh my god. And he's getting abused by Sunlight. Is he just dead here? Do they deny him even? Desperate comes over. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and
That doesn't
They
get to
get-
deny.
the trade.
And Desperate hits him with the sorry. Should have gone for that deny. This is 5 Venomancer diving underneath the tier 2 tower 7 minutes into the game. But yeah, big difference. Level 3, it was level 2 Skywrath Mage when you pointed it out. Undying's level 4, both supports on Wildcard Gaming. One is 4, one is 5. Flea's also gonna get a lot of experience from stacking all these camps.
Yep. Samson's going to have a quick Maelstrom.
What can I do in return?
RCY, he's going to take these stacks. That means here we go for the Shadow Demon in terms of experience being gained.
Radiant are scanning.
Kritsugu. Sunlight came down here bottom.
Illusion.
They're turning. Concussive shot. Do you really want to turn on this, though? Blood grenade, melt strike. Yes, you do. You got the trap. You'll get the kill. You'll take out monster. Thought maybe Sunlight could help out, but ends up just kind of watching as his Doom dies. There's the Gale. He's got 19 wand charges. Flea's also here.
Shadow
and
poison.
Disruption. Shadow poison. Kurtsugu. He's going to die. Sunlight, he pops that wand. They go to the tombstone. They'll TP out Flea. Sunlight doesn't have a TP to get out, but he's got Gale again. Look at all the time he's taking the Noxious Plague. He's level 6. Dana might just die. Oh my God, Sunlight. That's going to pop on Nature Lover. Now he's able to run even quicker. Monster's here to go after Nature Lover. They go to the Decay, but now he's going to come back. He needs to just watch out for the right clicks, but that's really it. Decay's not going to matter. They'll get the kill.
But he's not at
Roche
home.
isn't there.
You got the wrong number. He's at a different house.
Oh, Zor got a kill on a Samson. Rolling Thunder comes through. They're going to bounce up this Templar Assassin. There's the Venomous Gale on him. Keep him up in the air. That's like 5-6 times. And now crashing right down and killing him off. Back-to-back deaths for the Templar Assassin.
Oh, his career very low. Doesn't die, but these are big kills. Like Templar Assassin into Venomancer, Shadow Demon. You're straight up not going to have a good time. But while all this was happening, they did manage to get the kill on Samson. Axe dunked him, having that one called Armor. And also got him a lot of gold. It was like 500 gold worth of a kill.
Oh, blood grenade from afar. Shackle not connecting. So, looking at this right now, 1,000, 2,000 net worth lead. Samson died, and well, he was close to that Maelstrom, must have lost a little bit of gold, and now he's about to have it again.
Kisses mid.
Kisses.
Snipes
Get that
him.
kill on a Desperate. Whoa.
That's a nice move.
Radiant's bottom tower.
This is also without any kind of a setup. I think he had Orb of Corrosion slow on it and going for
No
a cookie.
way. Oh, okay. I was going to say, if he dives on this, that's insane.
Dire's top tower is under
Hasn't bought out on the Mithril Hammer yet. Pause. Zor. So, right now, 3K lead. Things look pretty good.
Yeah, Skyreth Mage is level 4. 10, almost 11 minutes into the game. You were supposed to be playing with Axe. Where's that damage going to come from? So you might need still play with Axe. Pray for that something's going to happen, that he's going to get the spins, that there's like going to be a lot of creeps around him. The proc counter Helix. But yeah, you would want to have that level 6 available so you can go for these kills. Maybe even get a kill on Pango. RCY, just a recipe away from his Diffusal Blade.
Right.
As soon as he gets that, things are gonna be obnoxious to play into. Veno, Shadow Demon, Swashbuckles, Rolling Thunder, your mana getting burned, you're slow. Dude, people are gonna move with 100 move speed.
That's almost 1,000 move speed if you just had a 0.
100 is 100. Like, the 100's not even close to 1,000. At least in my book.
Zor in trouble to bounce back. Tombstone committed here, too. RCY coming all the way back around.
Oh, no. He found a spot
whoa.
to be stuck in.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That corner spot. Corner pocket. So, Samson gonna die here to Desperate. While all that's going on, they brought Kiritsugu up here and Desperate. That's back-to-back deaths for Samson.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, also, like, in terms of carrying the game, Snapfire, level 9 for now, you need, like, I talked about the importance of getting that level 20 talent where your Rule Shredder uses your attack damage.
Right.
The good thing is you still have Monster who's farming as Doom. About to finish off his Hand of Midas. Devour 3 points in it. This is where the extra gold's coming from.
Call on RCY. And they're gonna Culling Blade him and get another kill. Wildcard just not playing as a group. Gale, Noxious Plague, Flea coming over. They've also got the Doom, but it's always the one in the back. They've got the
There's
Shackle to
100 move
connect.
speed.
And Desperate, Cookie, landing, call on a 2, but they've got the Scatter Blast. They're still looking to get the kill on a Desperate. Little Shredder, they'll throw the Doom onto the Axe. Sunlight disrupted and turning back up, trying to get a kill here onto the Axe. Sunlight low on health. As Samson goes for the Kisses, and that should get the kill on Azur, and it will. But they've got the Ancient Seal. It's on a Samson. He doesn't have a way to get out of this right now. And now he'll look over as the War Stomp from Monster. They've got the control to get the kill on a Nature Lover. That's 3 dead. Rolling Thunder bounces this TA up into the air, not once but twice, and now maybe a 3rd time. Oh, a little bit short, and the Cookie doesn't even hit.
Sunlight.
Concussive shot, trapped down. Kiritsugu coming back up onto the high ground. Not sure if that's what he really wants to do. Desperate, also on the steps on the other side. And now they'll start to back away from each other.
Sunlight had Arcane Rune available, so he got multiple Venomous Gale in that one, and Samson snipes him nicely with Mortimer's Kisses. That was really fun to watch. Doom on Axe. They also managed to get a kill on Desperate. Let's see who's gonna kill those stacks. RCY, even though he had a great start, is in the middle of the pack. Needs to finish off his Diffusal Blade. I guess because he went for Power Treads, this is where the difference is. That's like an extra almost 1,000 gold. So we still have a really, really good timing on his Diffusal if he committed to it. Finally, Mystic Flare is available.
That could have been a game changer in that last fight. Samson needs to be careful. Oh, that Maelstrom proc may have saved his life, but no. Oh, Wisdom Rune picked up. Power Shot, Culling Blade, Mystic Flare used. Venomous Gale is thrown out by Sunlight. Goes to the Noxious Plague on Azur. They don't have a way to stop that TP. And the Decay on 2, the chase on Athena, and they should at least get the Skywrath Mage. Now they'll look over Nature Lover as well as Desperate. They've slowed him up. He's trying to TP out, and he'll escape as well. Monster doesn't have any points in the Inferno Blade. They'll just chase Nature Lover and get a kill onto the Undying.
Oh, Sunlight's popping off. He is involved in 15 out of 16 kills on this position 5 Venomancer.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Crown going into Solar Crest next. Once you start to put more points in Plague Wards, you can start farming these outer rings easily, stack the jungle for yourself, especially if the game slows down. This is where you shine. Puppy always loved to play Venomancer 5 for a good reason. This hero doesn't feel
super fun
as a position 5, if you're having a good time. Solar Crest done. Fluffy Hat as well. Makes him relatively tanky. And now he has almost the same amount of farm as Lose Ranger.
You can't ever let the Windrunner get away with it.
No. For a good reason.
I deserve this.
Blink almost there for RCY. Meanwhile, looking Arcane Boots for Doom. We picked up the Crimson Guard. And then Samson, we were talking about that Manta, and he's getting there slowly but surely. They find the opening with the Blink.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Blink call. Samson caught, but they've got the Disruption. That's that save,
alone
making it
anyway.
very difficult. They go to the Doom, and, well, now Axe in trouble. He blinked ahead of his team, and the team didn't follow.
Yeah, that's something that we did mention during the draft, where you get to jump with Axe. One Shadow Demon Disruption is going to make the whole fight feel different. Sunlight looking for a Venomous Gale here.
Sunlight? Shackle? Cookie? Disruption save again? All right. Well, they get the kill on a Desperate, and they save Sunlight, who was taking a lot of damage pretty quick on that one, but ultimately ends up surviving and is involved in another kill.
This should be the tower. And we also seen the power of Lil Shredder against Tombstone, so you'll have something. Crimson Guard against Wind Ranger, Temper Assassin, good luck dealing the damage. There's Deso available on Kiritsugu, so let's see if they go for this Roche, if they're gonna commit. Flash Golem available. Nature Lover will pop it. Should have enough.
Yeah, we've seen this. We're gonna talk about it every time.
Wait a moment. Templar Assassin, not much mana to work with. They're gonna fall back.
Or pick up the Lotuses and then
Pick
go
up
back
the Lotuses, go back with it. Not even kidding. Let's go.
All right.
Dun, 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 dun.
Lotus. Okay. Sure. Eventually they're gonna go back in, right? Like Skyrath's just sitting here, like we're going back, right, guys?
Right?
Yeah, right.
Waiting for that second meld. Here it comes. No flash golem. Desperate. Gonna join them with focus fire. Guys, we need some extra damage. Help. This has been going on for the last minute.
God. They've been taking this Roche forever, and like you said, finally Desperate comes over to be the saver of this one. Monster's here, and maybe you can make something happen. The Tombstone's down, they'll go for the Roche, they'll look for the Aegis, RCY. Silence, but he just picked up there by the Windrunner. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses, the Rolling Thunder, and they get the kill on the Windrunner, and they take the Aegis out of the hands of the Templar Assassin. Sorry, he's the one who picked it up. They look for the TP out from this axe. They've got the Cookie to get the stop. They'll get the kill with the Doom used, and now they'll find another kill on a Kiritsugu. And that is 3 heroes dead on the side of Nexus Titan, as that was RCY coming through with the Rolling Thunder. You said it before. Megadog is here. And RCY goes in and
he was
stops
even
him.
stuck. Like, he bounced off the curb of it and then used the Blink Dagger because he got stuck for a second. Mortimer's Kisses, pre-BKB, Venomancer going in. It's just way too much damage. Another disruption to save him, even though he didn't really need it. This Roche attempt that happened and lasted for like 40 seconds, and then they were like, well, are we going to go for it? Where's Windranger at?
Oh no, Nature
What a
Lord.
weird play.
Shield Crash, Swashbuckle, survives. RCY actually doesn't even want to go for that. They take the top tier one while all that's going on. Not really a lot right going for an Nexus Titan right now. And they might just lose even more. Kiritsugu again goes into the meld. Venomous Gale, that lands. Blink Call on a 1. They've got the Hurricane to try and save him. Shackle connects. Zor trying to spin the win, but
even better, Crimson.
he can't do so. Yeah, Crimson beats all. Rolling Thunder. There goes Nature Lover. They found Zor. Call misses. Mystic Flare down. They're not locked down, so they're not going to get the damage out. And these are Plague Wards going to do the damage to get the kill into Zor and Thana. So they lose 3. Desperate's in trouble. Cookie lands. They get another kill. Flea with the double kill. 4 heroes dead. And just like that, we hit the 20-minute mark where the Tormentor's available. And they can just go for that.
Let's see who's going to get it. I feel like Sunlight deserves it.
Flea. Sunlight does get it. And Sunlight was low. Oh my god.
Now you have Latent Toxicity. Ooh, that's gonna be like Noxious Plague, level 12 on Venomancer, who does have 4 staff, 18k gold lead. They're falling apart in this second game.
I don't want to alarm anybody, but now that Sunlight got that shard, he's got higher net worth than the Windrunner and the Axe.
Combined.
Not
yet.
More than the supports combined. So, a lot going well here for wildcarding game number 2.
Venomancer, all it takes is one fight.
Nature
and
Lover.
He's gonna take over, even Templar Assassin. Man, I love seeing this Deso being built like 10 minutes ago and then getting 0 charges on it.
Yeah, that's not really where you want to be at here in Meow. So, Mystic Flare, Disruption, saving RCY, Swashbuckle over, looking for the Rolling Thunder. They're going to let the Shadow Demon take care of Thana. Thana's going to try and TP out and, well, end up dying to flee. RCY retreating, as that ulti was used by the Wind Ranger. And the whole time, Samson's just kind of farming over in the triangle of his own.
He wants that level 20. He does not want to end the game before he can get his damage shown. Universal Hero, Manta Style, Dragonlance, getting all these stats, items, Specialist Array as well. Good stats. It gives you like, I did the math the other day and forgot how much is it. I think 23 damage in total.
Kiritsugu trying to get something out of the map. Meanwhile, Axe probably dead again. I say probably just to give him a little bit of an out, but he is very
making
dead.
sure if somehow he manages to survive.
I never deal in absolutes, you know?
You're dealing with
big.
absolute unit here. This Venomancer, Sunlight.
This absolute unit.
You thought I was gonna say me, but Sunlight, he's all over the place. Like, he's controlling the enemy triangle right now. They're
I
trying
don't
to
know
get
if
a
I would've said
kill.
you.
Samson, but he's back in his own triangle. Farming it up.
Yeah. Venomancer, this is what peak Universal Hero looks like.
It's not fair. They have 3 Universal Heroes
It's almost
on
like they
Wildcard
drafted
Gaming
Universal
compared
Studios.
to 1.
Yeah, 3 is greater than 1. Oh, RCY.
He's gonna steal his creeps. Let's go.
Oh gosh, and his mana. Oh, 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 Rolling Thunder. He inhibit with a diffusal blade. Look at that. Just that was an ollie. Did you see that?
Yeah, kills him at the style. That's only what good Pango players do. Like, Rolling Thunder, Shield Crash, and then you swashbuckle while you're mid-air with the Shield Crash while Rolling Thundering. And now does have Octarine Core available, so lowering the cooldown. Let's go. 22k gold lead already. Samson really enjoying himself going into Gleipnir next.
Oh. All this time, you're gonna watch him get Mortimer Kiss's impact damage.
Yeah, misclick. I don't know if you feel the same way. Every single time I need to click something that is like really important in Dota, I was like, well, I hope I don't miss it.
Doom on the TA. Monster just going in. Infernal Blade. And there's the Hurricane to bring him back. Blink Call. They have some save for the TA. As the rest of the team's not really here, but he's standing still. Like he wants to go back in, but that lets RCY turn it around and go for the kill. They've got the Shackle. That connects. They get the kill on the Nature Lover. The Mystic Flare is not going to land. So now the Blink into the call. No Mystic Flare. No extra damage. The Infernal Blade once again trying to get the kill on the TA while they're going after RCY. They'll take down Kiritsugu. They do throw out the Mortimer's Kisses, but he's already dead. And now who is it? It's Sunlight coming in. Burning him up. Disruption from Flea to stop the TP. Rolling Thunder used by RCY. Desperate. Again with the Shackle connecting, but not doing anything with it while the Axe TP's away.
And Flea having the time of his life of this position for Shadow Demon moving around the map. Like, you don't need any more items. You have Ether Lens, Mana Sustain, Blink Dagger, and a bit of a defense with the Glimmer Cape. You have everything. Samson, I'm looking at level 20 talent, looking juicier. Might get it after this one, and then going into Daedalus. There we go.
Yeah. There it is. Didn't misclick. So, 27,000 net worth lead. You said Flea having the time of his life.
Pretty much everybody on Wildcard Gaming.
Where's he at? He's right by the rest of the team. Monster and RCY ready to get a kill here on Zor. And uh-oh. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, ooh, Blinks. All over. Hurricane. Zor. He's out. All right. Maybe not as clean as that needed to be to get a kill there.
Let's see, Roshan respawn time, 2.5 minutes, and looking at the players comparison, 12.6k damage dealt by Samson already.
That's a lot of damage.
It really is.
Oh, Samson just casually has a shield rune for 1,666. All right, casual 5k health for this hero.
Okay.
Shredder,
300 damage
towers.
with Lil Shredder. Extra
All
2
right.
attacks from a 15 talent, brings it to 8.
And there goes the tier 3. So Rax are next. They've got 3 heroes bottom lane, by the way. Nature Lover's
he
gonna die to
killed him.
Samson. Uh-oh. Can they defend this? Can they try? It's gonna be tough. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder. There's the Blink. Here he goes, off to the races. They've got the Gleipnir. Look at the little shredder, the damage coming in. They go and get the kill on Athena, but they end up losing Monster. Noxious Plague on the axe. Nature Lover dead again. Triple kill for Samson. Gets himself an ultra kill. Can he get the rampage? Yes, he can. Takes out Zor. Oh, my. This is just the Snapfire going off. Rubbing the guns together and lighting the fire. And Dana's going to call GG. Wildcard take the 2-0.
Double rampage.
And get the double rampage. Can he get the triple rampage? No, he can't. GG was called too early, and well, that ends up being the series 2-0 for Wildcard.
This one was not even close. The first game, there was, you know, an attempt to come back into the game. This time, completely different story. Wildcard Gaming, the way it started, Sunlight on his Venomancer plus Samson completely annihilated this top lane. Like, they couldn't do anything about it. Mid lane was doing well. Same goes for the bot lane. Doom, like, not the most flashy hero, so we were looking mostly at Snapfire plus Veno, but Sunlight, he's been all over the place, like, very active early on. This is what happens when you give a good start to Venomancer.
Yeah, he had a really good start. They got both of the first Wisdom runes on both sides. He was able to get a hit quick level 6. He had that play over bottom where he was juking and jiving and killing and destroying and spreading the toxicity. You know, really looking like a system of a down there with all that toxicity. So really well done. I don't know. I think he's my MVP. I don't know if you agree. He did a lot. Barely died. Did a lot of damage for a Venomancer.
Yeah, but what about that rampage, huh?
True. I feel like you have to give it to the guy who got the double rampage, but at the same time, can you give it to the Venomancer?
Well, we'll have to see. It's not on us. You know, we might throw in some suggestions, but yeah. Sammy seems like he's going to be the one taking it because of that rampage. In the end, this was his second or third death in the game. He still manages to pick up that XP rune, which gives him closer to level 20. This is the timing that he was looking for. But he was also very active. Some of these Mortimer's Kisses that he managed to land. It comes down to also Sunlight, who's been scaling them inside the team fight, and also Flea on Shadow Demon. One disruption or like one purge on top of Wind Ranger. Like they've been forcing this Wind Ranger pick unnecessarily, I would say.
Yeah, both games didn't really do that well. And this was a pretty bad fight for them. RCY, despite getting caught, ends up blinking in. They do pick up the Aegis, but the Mortimer's Kisses come down, and like this fight just goes terribly.
Yeah, this was terrible. This was painful to watch, the way they try to initiate in Roshan. For like, first they're like, oh, we're going back. Then they're picking up some Lotuses for mana on your Templar Assassin. I mean, she could have been hitting the Roche this whole time while the rest of the team pick up Lotuses and brings it back to her. Wind Ranger was also missing. And there's that rampage. Some really nice kisses. And look at him. He's sitting inside of this tier 4 towers, but having shield rune. How much HP did you have he had?
1666 plus the 3200. Yeah, it was a lot. 5K. Yeah, pretty ridiculous. And that was really the cherry on top there to get that victory and get the 2-0. So ends up working out pretty well. 14-3-9. And the MVP was, in fact, Sammy Boy. So, you know, you look at the numbers, as much as you want to give it to Sunlight, 8-2-22. He's my honorable mention. D-Cop's honorable mention.
He was feeding 3 deaths. None of the teammates had so many deaths. Just kidding. I mean, this was some insane amount of damage. As soon as he hits that level 20, you can see the power of this Scary Snapfire. And we might see it in some other regions as well. You know, it's kind of hard to keep up with every single region because in between you need to sleep and have a little bit of a social life. But so for me, this is the first time seeing it. But it looked good. I don't mind it too much because you're playing with your like magic talents, magic abilities anyway. You deal a ton of damage. You get to that Maelstrom timing. You are also farming with relatively ease, I would say.
Right. So, you know, farms really well, has a really good lane, had a couple of deaths early on that maybe weren't exactly amazing, but overall, I think, you know, Sammy Boy has this great game, opened up a lot of space by his team. And wildcard, they get the 2-0. I mean, this looks really good for them, and now we can kind of get a little bit of a pick in their brain, see what the thoughts are, as we've got Sammy Boy ready for the interview. Sammy Boy, coming off a pretty stellar 2-0. This looked really good. I love the Snapfire, truthfully. I wasn't sure about it at first, but I'm a big fan now. So how does it feel to get that first win under the belt?
Glad I could convert you, Snapfire enjoyers. It was all right. I think game one was a little sloppy. For me personally too, like I had like a really good game. I have like crazy high net worth, but I didn't take the game very disciplined, I think. But I think game two, we had a very like brawly draft. You know, we have like 3 Giga team fighters, and the game was really easy. We were just able to chain take fights and pick up the clean 2-0. Yeah, it feels good. Obviously, this is just the start. Like, this team is built for TI quals. You know, we're here training every day for TI quals. I think we have a good shot at that. So, like I said, this is just the start. Hopefully, pick up a clean 2-0, and hopefully we pick up 6 more of those. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Are you being the most vocal player on the team? Like, are you the one who's really bringing everybody into the lead right now?
I mean, probably. I think that's just like my nature, I guess. But at least on carry, I've tried to step back. Like, Sunlight does the drafts, and I think he kind of forms the overall game plan, and then I'm kind of the guy trying to push people, trying to get people involved, trying to build good habits, like show people how to show up every day, work hard at practice, build good habits at practice, you know, that type of thing. So be really vocal in not only outside of the game, but like inside the game too. Like, actually show up and have my energy and have my focus for my practice and that sort of thing. Hopefully set a good example.
Yeah, you've been playing carry, like last time you played it in team. What made you switch from position 5? Because you seem pretty committed in the last 2 or so years.
I don't even think that's really that true. I mean, it was mostly a matter of circumstance. I would say the last team I actually played carry for was 4 Zoomers. And then we lost to Undying in the TI-10 quals. And after that, I kind of played on team, but like Brax and IX Mike are like retired or whatever. Like, I'm playing with people that are not actually playing Dota. So I think it was 4 Zoomers. And then kind of circumstance led me to ending up on Wildcard playing 5. And I think I spent like a whole year of my life kind of playing 5 and training the boys and training Llama, training Yamson, training Esk or whatever. And that was like a whole like year of my journey. But at the end of the day, I really wanted to play carry. I've been looking for the opportunity to play carry on a team. Originally, after TI-11 or the TI-11 like last chance qualifier, I was going to play carry with Llama and Alex. But Llama took other opportunities in Europe or whatever, and things just didn't work out. So I ended up on 5 again. Kind of just like by random chance. But after my last team was a huge disaster by like everybody, everyone on this team kind of reached out to me and asked me to play carry, and they, you know, believed in me, that sort of thing. So I was really excited, and I was like, yeah, like absolutely, like yes, like fuck yes, like for sure. So yeah,
that's your role. That's definitely your role.
Like,
I can see it.
So, yeah.
Is the Samson Nick change tied to you playing carry again?
No, it's just my name. My name is Samuel Anderson, so it's the first and last part of my name. Even though Yamson thought I was trolling him, but like Yamson was like, "Why did you change your name?" I didn't tell him, and he's like, and I told him some fake shit. I was like, "Oh, it's a biblical character, bro. Like, I'm growing my hair out, so I'm gonna be Samson." He was like, "Are you trolling me? Like, I changed because he changed his name back to Yamson, but no, it's just my name." So yeah.
Yeah, that was my follow-up meme question, but you already answered the... Yeah, what happened? Like, I have a question, because this is like the first game of the tour. Like, what happened in the previous tour? We didn't get the chance to interview because you lost all of your series. Like,
we lost 7 series, huh?
Yeah.
A lot of stuff, people's motivation. And I just think people didn't want to play together. And I tried so hard. Like, I tried so hard to bring people together and to, like, try to encourage people and talk to people and work with people, but it was just impossible. Like, people didn't want to play together. People didn't like each other. To be blunt, Alone was really disrespectful in his attitude towards the team. It was just terrible. And and the results speak for themselves. So yeah, I was pretty embarrassed. Definitely the most embarrassed I've ever been by the Dota I put out. I averaged like the highest deaths in NA DPC or something. So that's good. That's a good meme. I've heard that one. But
you broke records. That's what
disaster.
matters.
Yeah, no, that's
Now
breaking records no matter where. That's what matters. Yeah, for sure. So, it's good.
Yeah. You guys got any plans for boot camps for TI quals or for this DPC tour?
Yep. Yes, sir. We're planning a boot camp. We're trying to get Sunlight. Obviously, there's some visa issues going on, but the plan is to have a boot camp for TI qualifiers. And yeah, for sure, we're going to try to make it happen. I think we got a good shot. I'm excited. I'm excited to go play Yamson for TI quals. I'm ready for that matchup, like extremely ready for that matchup. So I'm hyped.
Is that all you
got
Lucas?
anything else?
No, that's all I got. All I can say is I'm a Snapfire believer now, and thanks for the interview. I can't
Nice.
wait to see you guys play your next matchup. You guys look great. I love the energy that you're giving too. Like this was a fun time. So hopefully we get to speak to you
Okay,
again.
I got
wait,
one more.
all right.
I got one more
Wait,
before we
nice.
let you go. 'Cause when I'm-
Let's go.
I was like, because you seem to be enjoying this Snapfire as Gary. Is this like something you kind of pioneered, or did you pick it up from someone else? 'Cause I
Yeah,
haven't
you can
seen
go.
it in
You
the
can go
high-level
Dota Pro
clubs.
Tracker. I'm inventing this shit. Like
I-
I'm new meta every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find me on Dota Pro Tracker. I'm the only guy doing it right now, but I think it's good. Has 4.5 damage scaling. Like, how could that not be good? I don't know. And its utility, like your ult is crazy. You get 6 early. Like I've done the portal play. Like you get 6 and then you portal to the other guy's safe lane and just bomb him. It's so funny. Like they never like I don't know how are you supposed to like stop that. It's so funny. It's really good memes.
Hey,
So I think it's actually good too. It's actually a good hero. Really good. The stats are really good. It has really good scaling stats.
Speaking of like stats,
sorry.
universal heroes in general, like I've seen you played like 4 games of Visage as well. Is this
Yeah, that's
like
another
also a
good
new
one.
tech that you've been
Yeah.
trying out?
Yeah, that's the Visage carry. I think me and DeHawk, like way back in the day, used to play it a lot. Like in 2018, 2019, we were kind of the first two. Actually, like I think I played it at some lands, like a Valve Miner or something. But yeah, the Visage carry is definitely decent, has universal scaling. I mean, universal heroes just need a nerf. Like every hero with the scaling is like crazy. Like they just get too many stats and their utility items give them too much damage. So yeah, definitely.
There's also-
something in the future, something that works.
Okay, I see one more hero that is like screaming, I want to see it in Pro Dota picked. I see you played Meepo with the great success. Is this the
Oh,
hero you're
yeah.
going to bang out this tour?
I've been practicing it. I put some work in like the last couple months, like 2 months ago, right when the patch came, I was practicing it. And I think my Meepo is pretty good, actually. Like, I think it's definitely ready to play, but I think it's just probably not that good of a hero in the safe lane. Like, normally, it needs a very specific game, unfortunately, but I'm definitely ready to pull it out. I've been practicing that one for sure. That one's on my list. I feel like I have like the widest hero pool in this, at least for this division or whatever. So I'm excited to hopefully just pull out a lot of interesting heroes, hopefully. So yeah.
Yeah, it would be
Okay.
nice to see all those heroes. Hopefully, we get to see them coming up in the next series. I want to see that Meepo now. Now I'm like, I don't know. I was gonna close the interview. I was excited before. Now you ask him questions. I'm even more excited. Like it just, I don't know. I want to see this big hero pool. I'm ready for it. Some players, you know, they have the hero bucket or that bucket of water, and now Sammy Boy's got the hero pool or Samson. I'm a Samson believer. I'm in.
I whipped my Terrorblade out game 1, and then I'm done with Terrorblade, so that's good. Even though I kind of ruined the game, but that's okay.
But ended up being a victory. So thanks for talking with us. We're gonna let you go, and congratulations again. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Later.
Peace, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Man, I love the energy. I don't know. He gives. We had the interview earlier in Division 2 with Milan, and then we have this interview. Like it's just been everybody's kind of like excited to use Division 2 as like their pathway to TI quals, and I think people are ready with this patch, especially Div 2, who are chomping at the bit to get involved with the patch, right? So it's very interesting. So let's take a look at the schedule real quick before we let you guys go. We've got one more series underway, and that's going to be Tilted Boys against Ravens coming up next. Should be a fun one. Some of those guys on Ravens. Italiano Gangster is the
he's my
standout in
boy.
my eyes.
Yeah, he's
Another
my
Dominic.
boy. My boy Dominic, yeah, he hit me up the last time when I was casting that, we have the same name. And I'm like, okay, instantly big fan. I mean, his nickname is also very cool. I don't know why I like it so much because of the movies I watched during the 90s and early 20s, I guess. Should be a fun one. I think in this one, it's going to be hard to say who's going to win overall because I would say this is like maybe leaning towards Ravens in the matchup, to be honest.
Yeah, I can feel that too, and we'll have to see what comes from that series when we come back from a break. We'll see you guys soon. Grab your snacks, grab your water, stay hydrated out there. We'll be back in just a moment. See you in a bit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another series of NA Div 2. It is MLP Dota, and of course, John X5 joining you for this one. John, welcome back, sir, right into Division 2. We've got Tilted Boys up against Ravens. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. You know, it's always good to be back casting more Dota into the Div 2. We missed the first series, but this one's also pretty spicy. A lot of back and forth between these teams. We've seen them in Div 2 the last tour as well. A couple of roster changes coming into this one, but should be exciting nonetheless. I think the last time I watched these teams, Tilted Boys, they still had the same core duo of Ferte and of Volodka. And they were pretty promising. So it's always good to see that. But for the side of Ravens, previously known as another NA team, also pretty promising the last time I saw them in Div 2. Maybe, you know, not enough to climb up into Div 1, but it did feel like the team was kind of figuring things out, and they looked pretty good in the process. So I'm interested to see how much changes in this tour for Ravens and for Tilted Boys with their renewed rosters, and I'm keen to see how well they match up against each other here.
So am I, John. So am I. You know, you can't really expect too much. It is the first day of Division 2. So while we do know a few of these players and the teams, it's there's a lot left up to the imagination for now before we do get to see them play. But I can't wait to see exactly what the boys have prepared for us here today. Of course, there is some familiar names. You already pointed out a couple, but we've even got Argus. I believe we saw him the other day standing in for who was it? Was it SKG? He was standing in for, if I remember correctly. Or was it Alpha?
Alpha? I think Alpha.
Right, so he was standing for someone in Div 1, and I gotta tell you, like, from his play in Div 1, he didn't look bad at all. He actually looked pretty damn good, so at the very least, we know Argus is performing, just came off Division 1. And yeah, you've got a couple more you kind of already pointed out, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this series does pan out. As I do believe we are actually heading into Game 1's draft here in this best of 3 series. Tilted Boys versus Ravens. Again, a lot to be left up to the imagination for now, but if we're following meta picks at the moment, Techie's naturally banned, Timbersaw also banned. It's pretty standard stuff right now. This Timbersaw especially getting more popular as we do continue seeing it show up in the mid lane with that new Aghanim Scepter it has.
Yeah, it has felt pretty damn good up against a lot of matchups. Void Spirit Ember do get kind of crushed by a Timbersaw. Most melee matchups do. So I like seeing that respect coming out here from the side of Tilted Boys. Doom is still a ban if they want that. They actually do ban a Void Spirit. What else is there? Doom, Beastmaster really are probably the next top tier options for either side to kind of take care of. So we'll see what is the options here. As I don't know, like, I feel like Doom is probably... Okay, the Magnus takes priority, so a lot of offlanes left. Tilted Boys go for the Batrider over everything else, which is interesting. Batrider not feeling the best as a core. I think as a support, we've seen maybe a little bit more success coming out from it. It can deal with most lane matchups, even if you can't spam your sticky napalm right now, it feels pretty good. But an early Batrider does leave a couple of holes. I feel like there are certain heroes that hasn't been high priority that do deal with this hero really well. Like Oracle, I think, is just pretty undervalued overall. And that's already a great answer to Batrider. Shadow Demon as a support is also pretty damn good, which we did see in the last series. So I wouldn't mind anything like that for Ravens if they really are worried about the Batrider at all. I don't know if this here is really worth worrying about. I don't think its global win rate has really felt amazing. It's not as bad as, say, maybe a Wind Ranger with how baity its stats are, but it's also not like the toppest tier here, despite being universal and despite having all these matchups reworked for it.
Surprise, surprise, the Storm Pugner comes out here for Ravens, and we've been seeing this Storm +1 for what feels like the better half of 7.33 so far, and it comes out again, this combination proving to be quite strong. I think I actually prefer the Pugner Storm over the Keeper of the Light Storm as well. I think you get more value out of the life drain, and obviously, you know, kind of having the health regen as well is always going to be nice as we do go for the Spirit Breaker pickup. Surprise, surprise there, because that hero has felt pretty busted in 7.33. So everyone just kind of prioritizing that whenever they can. But so far, pretty broken heroes for both teams for their openings, I gotta say, John. You know, pretty meta. to say the least.
Yeah, it certainly is. Still in line with what we've been seeing elsewhere. I think the Spirit Breaker has surprisingly been underperforming, at least throughout Div 1. It's at like a 45% win rate with 120 picks. So I think it's just that it's such a good hero to open up with that sometimes you don't get the best matchups, but overall it does still provide you a lot. I think into a Storm Pugna, it's a little bit awkward. You can maybe cut through the Pugna if it shows itself, but catching the Storm is a taller order for the Spirit Breaker to kind of get done with. And I'm curious as to what Tilted Boys will want to do with the Spirit Breaker, whether or not we'll see it on something like the Pause tree or some more close to the support role, because it does feel like, I think you were the one who said this, Mike, you do prefer it on the Pause 4. It doesn't need as much farm. But you have a little bit of flex here for Tilted Boys, right? Like Spirit Breaker and Bat Rider, we've seen both these heroes played on the 4 respectively, and the offlane.
Certainly so. It's very flexible right now in whatever position it wants to go in. So we'll have to wait and see what Tilted Boys do want. In running the offlane SB with the Pos 4 Bat Rider doesn't seem like the worst idea. It seems like a pretty annoying kind of lane to have to go up against if that's what they were thinking about. Yeah, they're very flexible, as we are going to have one more ban before we can see the drafts continue.
10 seconds remaining.
With Pos 1 banning being focused here by Ravens.
Seconds remaining.
Obviously, you want to get rid of the AM against Pugna Storm. You don't want this hero against you if you can avoid it as Ravens. Surprisingly, both teams so far have left heroes like the Medusa. So that is currently available for either team, unless Ravens do intend on banning it out. Which I think Medusa is still proving to be very potent, regardless of whether it, sometimes we see it not look so great, but overall I think the hero is still proving to be very, very strong. And wouldn't be the worst game for it either. Like, if Ravens wanted to take Medusa right now with a Pugna Storm, it might be feeling a little bit greedier, but at the same time, I still think it fits quite nicely.
I'd actually say it's much better for Ravens overall, because Pugna Medusa is also, it's a combination that constantly heals up the mana shield, because Medusa never takes any HP loss. So you'll always heal up the mana. It's like, all right, that is hilarious. And with how the mana block works per damage value, you do heal a lot more as the Pugna, right? You're storing a lot of mana. So I wouldn't mind it for Ravens. I don't think we've really seen anyone try a Pugna Medusa, which is kind of interesting when you think about it, because that combo is, again, it's pretty funny if you do go for it. So I wouldn't mind that at all for Ravens. I don't think a Bat Rider and Spirit Breaker don't necessarily deal with a Medusa too well either. Ravens will go for the Rubik, which we've seen a couple of Rubiks into Spirit Breakers. It is pretty damn funny when you manage to steal any Spirit Breaker spell, and it's not that hard to steal his spells. Like, they're all pretty damn good on the Rubik as well. So I like seeing that response out from Ravens. You've got a way of cutting off the Spirit Breaker now as well with the lift back. Even the Bat Rider, you can just kind of stop with the lift back as well if the lasso comes in, so you can stall out that play. Heck, once you get your shard, you can just break the lasso, I believe, if you move them far back enough. Like, the forced movement should break that leash. So there's some good options on Ravens. Support of Pugna Rubik's not the worst thing in the world either. It does feel like for Ravens now we're looking at their offlane pick to kind of compensate for maybe a bit of a lack of play. Like, Storm Pugna are natural connections, but a Rubik doesn't really follow through with that. So I'm interested in seeing what Ravens might bring out on the offlane here for Italiano Gangstar. The last time I watched this fella, he was playing a lot of Mars and Primal Beast, but that was the last patch, not this patch.
That's right. Neither of those heroes feel very good right now, that's for sure. Mars, I think last time I checked, he was at like a 42-43 global win rate. It's pretty abysmal. So the Morphling does come out. Why not? This hero has been showing up more and more recently. I think many people have started to realize how potent this hero is, especially with the Aghanim Scepter build-up. Obviously, Lincoln Sphere has proven to be a very popular item as well. So you see a lot of Morphlings just, going for a Lincoln's Rush, if necessary. And it seems to all be all about the Aghanim Scepter. So I'm not too surprised. I suppose it is a decent pick as well if Ravens do go back for that Dusa that has been left. I believe it was Yamson in particular that said to us The Morphling is basically the Medusa counter in this patch. And I wouldn't be too shocked, like, because it does seem like a pretty good game for Ravens to go Dusa pos 1. I mean, Tilted Boys, they're leaving it. It seems like they almost want Ravens to take it. So if they did go down that route, now you'd have to argue there is a pretty solid counter in the way of the Morphling.
Yeah, it's not going to feel too comfy for the Dusa. I would prefer if Ravens maybe picked their off lane, just to get the lane matchup going. The Undying pick also should be your lane support for a Morphling, which it can be really annoying. I think the one thing with a Morphling here is if you don't pick a universal hero from Ravens, it can maybe feel a little bit meh for the Morph. Like, you can still turn into a better hero, but it's not as ridiculous when there's like no universal typing or no real big hero to turn into. Like right now, without the pause 1 pick from Ravens, I don't see a great target to morph into for the Morphling. None of them feel particularly great. Maybe the Storm's your best bet, or Doom with Scorched Earth, but nothing really stands out. And again, Doom for Ravens, good lane into, well, not necessarily a great lane with the Undying around, but a decent enough lane. It's a counter to the Morphling as well. You'll always have the Doom option, and I'm surprised Tilted Boys still ban out the Dusa. Like, we were talking about the merits of the Morphling in that matchup, but I guess you never want to try to play up against a Dusa. Overall, that hero is still, it's still overtuned here.
I mean, they are up against a Doom, so I think if they gave the Dusa now, there'd be a solid way of dealing with the Morphling every team fight. And then, you have a Medusa on top that you can't deal with, so I guess it's fair enough that they don't want to deal with both at once. We did used to see a lot of Dusa Doom in multiple drafts, and even though it felt greedy during the draft phase, it actually ended up working out most of the time from what I can remember. So they'll also get rid of the Monkey King. Ravens obviously focusing on mid laners right now. They got rid of the Puck. They get rid of the Darkseer now as well, so a bit of a switch up, just in case they wanted to run the old Darkseer, Bat Rider, Darkseer, SB combo. And there's your Ember coming out now. So Tilted Boys, they do end up picking a mid hero anyway. Is going to be the Ember Spirit. Doesn't seem like a bad game for it. Obviously, it is against the Storm, which is, Ember versus Storm. We always see the Ember coming out. Just the chain so effective against the Storm, and obviously with the Flame Guard, you don't lane quite as... The laning isn't quite as challenging with Flame Guard up. And Ravens, not much time left to think about this final pickup of theirs. Still need a position 1. And they're going to just go down the Ursa route, so... Bit of a generic pos 1 here, but I mean, why the hell not? It is Ursa. It feels like it just kind of fits any draft.
Yeah, there's some kiting that can happen here from the side of Tilted Boys. You have pretty good mobility with the Spirit Breaker and the Ember. But overall, the Ursa, it still kind of fights into these strength heroes pretty nicely. It gives you Roshan access for Ravens as well, which I feel like a lot of teams have started to realize is a pretty big aspect of how most of your tempo goes. Roche control is kind of weird because it shifts between Radiant favor and Dire favor in the time. So I'm keen to see if Ravens can kind of maximize this timing here with the Spirit Breaker. I'm curious how the lane matchup will go. Like Pugna Ursa doesn't sound great, so I'm expecting maybe a Rubik Ursa lane, because Pugna Ursa is kind of counterintuitive unless you just max Nether Blast and your ward and you don't bother with Decrep, but it feels like you miss out when you do skip Decrep for a lot. Like, it feels really good to stop the enemy core, so I'd much prefer maybe seeing the Pugna there, but it does look like Kara on... The Pugna should be laning in the off lane. No, it's laning on the 5, so... Ursa, Pugna, maybe not the best lane. That's the one weakness of Ravens. I think the lanes of Tilted Boys look a little bit better with what they have on hand. They have a lot of aggression that can come out, but it's going to be down to how they execute. And I think it's a little bit more forgiving for Ravens to take a longer game. So for Tilted Boys, they have to leverage that laning advantage and just kind of get tempo from there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. The drafts are quite interesting. Can't wait to see how game 1 does go between these two teams. And I mean, it is probably going to be in favor of Ravens to just go later on, and Tilted Boys probably don't want to do that, even with the Morphling. It just, against the Doomstorm Ursa, generally not advised to go too late. But we'll see. We can get into game number 1 here between Tilted Boys and Ravens and see exactly how this series does play out. Again, game 1 is now underway. I do like the spray, by the way, that Ravens do have, Jonathan. I think that's a reference to One Piece Man. It's pretty nice. I
One
do
Piece
like it.
Man?
Excuse me, One Punch
Huh?
Man.
Who is
Well,
One Piece Man, Mike?
Listen, there's some big news about One Piece that came out recently, all right? So it's in my mind.
Oh, God. One Piece Man. I've heard a lot of silly things from you, Mike, but One Piece Man.
New anime. New anime idea, Jonathan.
That's exactly what's happening after One Piece. Once they find a One Piece, then it'll combine with One Punch Man, and there you go. The next crazy shonen coming out, guys.
Moving on. 5-man smoke is here from Ravens. Looks like they are going to try and force a level 1 team fight, perhaps, as they are holding on to the high ground. Hoping somebody does show up for the bounty.
What?
The battle
You
begins.
blew it.
And, well, I mean, Door breaks the smoke. That'll be enough. Ravens back their way out immediately, seeing that they've missed the opportunity. Sky was actually trying to fight for that last bounty rune. Is he going to make it? He will. Just barely. It'll be a 2 for 2. And, of course, the 17%'s already coming out here against Argus. But now he's being chased down. Blood Grenade is there.
Oh.
Argus actually dropping quite low. Sky was going for the man fight, but he is going to lose. Kara is able to secure first blood on the Pugna, as Ush is still trying
No way.
to do something about this, but now he's being
No
chased
way.
down. He's not going to die. They don't have the Fury swipes, but it's a lot of damage that's just been dealt here to the side of Tilted Boys. And I mean, Kara, to be fair, does look like he needs a reset. Sky was looking for a bash. He has not got one. Kara is going to run out of there alive, but now Argus is in trouble. The bash came out on Argus. So now both of the Ravens are very low. John, like, what are we doing here in this top lane?
They're looking for kills, Mikey. That's all it is. You know, you go into lane, you don't look to CS, you don't look for any of these boring things playing PvE for the first 3 minutes. No, you go for blood. Unfortunately, Argus doesn't have any region on hand, so I would like to see him ferry something out, and does look like he has. He has a set of tangos coming in and his full wand, so should be able to stabilize. Maybe a little bit of flash healing necessary. You don't have the mana to sustain the harass from Kara any longer, but you do get a pretty decent start coming out for Ravens. Lots of back and forth there. Still taking a look at the other lanes here. Down bot, we do have Ferte on that Morphling, along with Door on the Undying, up against Italiano Gangstar on the Doom, and Wake Me Up on the Rubik. Let me just say, again, Italiano Gangstar has the best name in any division. Hands down.
It's a nice name, I must admit. It is a good name. I mean, is he even Italian? Like, have we confirmed if he's actually Italian?
I've done an interview with him. I never asked that. I just assume he is. I just assume.
Oh, right. So, I mean, maybe we'll have to ask if we ever get the chance to talk to the guy. Like, hey, dude, are you actually Italian? You just think Italians are really cool. Like, you just really like
So-
Italian gangsters.
What happens if he says he's not, though?
I mean, if he's not, he's
happens
not,
then?
John. Nothing happens, John. We just have a quick laugh and, you know,
right.
say thank you for the interview. Bye-bye, sir.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just drop him after that questions. Like he's not really dropping the ball in this lane, but it's not looking too good for the Doom. 5-1, a pretty free lane for Ferte. You can't really threaten early on. Door's doing a great job of, just being Undying, stepping up, copying all the harass, ensuring that the Morphling's free to farm. And this is going to be pretty hard if they don't manage to find an angle in, like get some sustain going. Maybe the Vanguard build comes out for Italiano Gangstar. The camps are blocked as well, so no creep to kind of steal into and try to make something happen. And a slower start for the Doom, it feels pretty bad because we've seen Dooms kind of hit this Vanguard Octarine or Vanguard Midas timing. This case, it doesn't look like Italiano Gangstar will find any of that anytime soon here.
No, certainly not. We'll keep tabs on this one. As of course, mid lane is the one lane we haven't actually looked at yet. Volodka and RRL is one of the names I hate to say because, saying RR twice is not very fun. But anyway, you get my point, Jonathan. These two guys are going at it. So far, the Storm's having a great old time. 24-3 in terms of CS. No struggle whatsoever for him. So Volodka maybe falling a little bit behind us. Top lane. Ush is being chased down right now, but he's going to turn back in onto Kara. And it seems like they've got the Pugner eventually. Is Ush I mean, he is going to be fine to get
Argus,
away
what are
now.
you doing?
Argus going for the kill, but no, he's going to go down. They get the kill eventually, but it's nowhere near worth it.
Yeah, they overcommit on that one for the side of Ravens. Just throwing their Ursa forward to try to find that kill down mid. Still
Wake
going.
me up. I mean, he showed up for the water rune timing, but he gets punished for it. As now they would try and deal with the Ember, but they've lost the Storm as well. Door just doing so much work on the Undying already. It's not too often you get to see Pos 5 Undyings rotate like this, but Door's making it work and he's making it look good.
Oh.
As Volodka, he's going to barely survive. Seems like we're in for one of those games, John, where everyone's just going to die.
Yeah, this is a bloodbath. Just a lot of aggression. Again, we talked about this from the draft, but this is to be expected from the side of Tilted Boys. He needs to get the Sunnis. They're diving top
Argus.
again.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Argus being chased down. Skyward's got no charge for another 10. Argus should be all right. They haven't got any spells to throw out, but they're just going right in for the dive. I mean, if Ush keeps the vision up, then you can still go for the charge, but he has no mana for it. Now he does, but they've lost the vision. So Argus is going to be just fine. But I suppose at the end, there's so much time that he's not farming. Whereas you look at the Morphling, Ferte is just having the freest time of his life.
Yeah, again, no contestation for the Morph. A lot of pressure up top, and this is what you want to see from the side of Tilted Boys. This is how you get this draft going. It's got to win out early. It's got to get that early advantage. You're getting a lot of aggression out just with the Batrider Spirit Breaker combination. Skyward's been doing a great job of identifying when to charge in, and quite frankly, he's the highest skilled player with all these bashes. Like almost always getting that second hit bash. Just what can you do? A better player.
That's very true, John. Very, very true.
Ooh.
Oh, double damage room picked up here by the Storm. RRL looking to fight back perhaps. A nice rotation here, but it may not pan out. Skyward just keeps going, looking for the bashes. He's not going to get it. So he kind of needed to keep going to buy the space for Volodka to be able to back out of there. So he does kind of sacrifice himself. Sadly for Tilted Boys, though, they miss out on the rune and they drop a body to the Storm.
Yeah, really good deny from RRL going for the Vortex and right-click off, as there were some good body blocks coming out here from Volodka. And they finally find some punishment on the side of Ravens. Nice kill that has left top exposed.
The Skyward's been super aggressive this game. He's going to find the Ursa again by the looks of it as Ush takes him down. Kara even getting bashed on the way out. But this Spirit Breaker Batrider lane has proven to be so effective as now Italiano Gangster is gone. Door also being chased. I mean, sure, you find Door in the end, but the amount of value this guy's getting from the Undying, not going to feel very good if you're Ravens. And for now, Tilted Boys, they are just doing such a fantastic job.
They are. Ferta has the freest lane of his life. The aggression is really kicking in from the side of Tilted Boys and Ravens. I mean, this draft is going to take some time to build up. Even if you hit this level 6 on RRL, it's not like you're that close to it for Kara, although to be fair, the Pugnet's not too far off. So you'll still have this life drain combination with the Storm, but when you think about the Doom and Ursa, no one else is going to connect to that Storm. And speaking of, Argus
top
again.
Lane. Argus is just not being left alone, but the TPs are incoming now. RRL feeling like he has to do something about this. Will rotate, but he's half HP, and Ush is going to try for a TP play out, but the Vortex is there. They will at least get the Batrider for their trouble. But you look at this Ursa's farm, John. Argus has literally nothing. He's got phase boots and a wand.
Yep, he is very, very far behind. A nice lead built up by Tilted Boys on the course. And it's going to take some time. Again, you're going to have to recover here. They will find Wake Me Up. Volodka will take it with the slight from the vision on the charge. And it's rough, like, because now your entire draft on Ravens, it's going to have to sit back and farm for quite a fair bit of time. And that's time where Tilted Boys will not let you rest. They'll just constantly run down. They'll constantly look for these kills and leverage that aggression that their early levels does provide for them. They don't need to wait for too much here outside of perhaps your farm on Ferta, but that's just a bonus in the end. He's your win condition just farming freely anyway.
Absolutely. It's a back and forth game already between these two. So many kills happening. Already 12 kills in almost 9 minutes. But Fuerte is the big deal here in the Morphling. Just
Dire's middle
free game
tower
for
is
him.
under attack.
No contest at the moment. Sitting at highest net worth in the game, and is going for the Lincoln Sphere build-up, which is pretty standard right now. We see it all the time. That's kind of the thing, though. Like, you see a Morphling play atop of the net worth board, you know something's wrong when you're less than 10 minutes in. It's not like a normal sight to see.
Dire's bottom tower is
And sure, like, eventually you're going to have this Ursa that has a Battle Fury, and you still have a Doom with Devour with a Midas on the way, but the timings are just so late comparatively that it feels like Fuerte is just getting away with too much here in this game. A farmed Morphling, they can just carry the game 1v5 if they want to.
Yeah. It's troubling for the side of Ravens for sure. And Tilted Boys are, again, they've got this early momentum that your lineup on Ravens can't really look to punish too much mid.
Jump in Volodka. He's trying to fight over this 10-minute power rune timing, but the Storm does pick up a regen. So he's going to be just fine as Ravens, they do rotate more heroes in. I mean, Tilted Boys, they are going a little bit too far. At least picking up Wake Me Up for now, but the Doom is going to come out onto the Ember. It's going to be a very nice trade here for Ravens now as they do clean up the mid lane.
Dire's bottom tower
The Tilted Boys, they just keep going, John. They don't know how to back off.
has fallen.
Yeah. They just, no stop button, you know? It's like, they unbound
Kara?
the stop button here.
Oh my god! Kara missed how many uphill hits? He's actually just dead.
That is...
How
That's
many
the
times
thing.
did he miss?
It's so awkward. You'd feel like Tombstone maybe works like a ward type kind of building or unit, but you still miss uphill. It's not like ward. You get punished. Unfortunate.
He didn't even have Soul Rip, John. That was literally all misses.
Yeah.
He must have missed like 3-4 times in a row.
That takes me back to the old days of Dota when you could miss on wards. Do you remember that? Then
Yeah,
you'd
I
miss
do.
on like a couple of hits, like 3-4 times in a row, and you'd die trying to D-ward. It's like, oh, God bless. God bless Dota 2.
Good old days. Top lane, T1 Tower is going to be focused here by Tilted Boys.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
It'll be a very easily focused T1 Tower. No real contest here for the side of Tilted Boys. They just take it for free as Fuerte is, what, 500 gold away from Lincoln's now? A lot of the spells you can throw out to control the Morphling this game are just going to be, you know, kind of null and invalid. Like, what do you got? You got Lift, you got Vortex, and you've got Doom. Obviously, the Lincoln Sphere's biggest kind of job this game is to try and block out Doom, but even if you don't, like, there's just so much to watch out for as they do make the jump in or Wake Me Up.
Oh.
The Rubik being controlled up with a bash and RRL in the meantime in huge trouble as he's trying to zip TP away. He's going to go down anyway. As now Argus shows up. So now suddenly the Ursa's in the team fight. He's just going to go for the mad fight.
Radiant's bottom tower
Well, I don't know about that, Argus. Kara now, I mean, he's trying to run, gets chained up, and he's down. Argus pops the enrage, doesn't back out of there. He just keeps hitting.
Yeah, both sides have really enjoyed fully committing to these fights. Works out a lot better for Tilted Boys in comparison to Ravens. Still find the mid as well. I mean, just really unfortunate that your Storm doesn't manage to zip TP. Very low already, waiting for that bottle refill. Doesn't find it and just falls apart. Very baseline coming out there from the side of Tilted Boys as well. And this game just doesn't simplify while you're at the deficit like this. Like, you've still got this farm on Fairthe you're worrying about. The full Lincoln's up and running. So again, your one counter into Doom's kind of knocked off. You don't even have an easy way of getting the Doom on top of the Morphling anyway. And for Ravens, it's all about trying to mitigate losses. Just don't commit for these kinds of fights because you need farm. Your Ursa's still far behind. Your Storm's your only hero that's kind of matching up. Even then, still lagging behind in comparison to that Morph in a big way. And your Doom just doesn't feel like a Doom. Like, you're so far behind. With Midas, with Devour, you should be much further ahead, but they need time here on the side of Ravens, and Tilted Boys are doing a great job of denying time away.
That they are.
scanning.
Making it very, very challenging right now for Ravens throughout this game number 1. But now even the Octarine calls up on Ush, so the Bat Rider spell is just such a low cooldown. He can get even more active now as the Bat Rider. Charges out somewhere. Coming on to Italiano Gangster. Door's actually already started a team fight. Tombstone now down. Door actually somehow alive, but no. The Nether Ward takes him out. He tried to go for a decay onto Italiano. In comes Ush though to clean up. Kara's down.
The zombies.
Italiano Gangster's down. And Door, like, sure, he ends up killing himself with the Nether Ward, but it's a pos 5 going down for a position 3 and a position 5. It's so much value here for Tilted Boys. And it's just looking so tough for Ravens. Look at Skyward just casually charging into the Ursa. He doesn't care. He'll walk out eventually, but they're just taking warning shots here at the Ursa, and he just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, just don't have counterplay right now on the side of Ravens. It's just the aggression, the amount of wins that Tilted Boys came out with from the laning phase. Just, it's not something this lineup deals with. It has to sit back and farm, and someone's gonna have to cop a debt or two. I guess when it comes down to it, you'd much rather Italiano Gangstar to take that attention, as you've got some room to breed for RL and for Argus, but it's a long time that he's gotta buy space on this Doom for. And it's just difficult for them to play into Tombstone. Like, you do have 3 ranged heroes, but none of them attack particularly fast. So as long as it's on the high ground, you get a lot of value here from Door. They'll try a smoke play out.
Yeah, big rotation. Door and Ush gonna be around the area, so it'd be some big kills here for Ravens if they could find it. Problem is now Fuerte is gonna show up, and the charge is there from Skyward. Kara already gone. It's Wake Me Up also caught out on the Rubik, probably just gonna die and will do so. Everyone else at least gets out of there here on Ravens' end of things, but Tilted Boys, it's kind of the thing when you're 7k ahead with a draft like this that can just roam across the map so quickly. It's pretty hard to make a smoke rotation. Like, you don't have any time to hesitate. You're just gonna jump in, claim somebody's life, and get the hell out.
Yeah, the ward drop definitely just killed off any chance of them making a play there on the side of Ravens. Just have no map control, no vision really down here for this Stars side. Look at the forward aggressive vision coming out from Tilted Boys. They've got pretty damn good control. They've always got good information as to where the side of Ravens are at. And they just have to keep stalling for time. Argus, though, not safe.
It doesn't look like it. He does have help around, but he's going to pop the Enrage just in case. He just doesn't know if there's a charge coming. Now there is. Skyward seeing Wake Me Up wants to go right for the kill, though he may have gone a bit too far now as there's 4 heroes around. Skyward going to get punished here on the SB. Ravens, they'll take the free kill and they'll back out of there safely. The funny thing is, though, Tilted Boys, they almost felt like they were just going to keep going. They'll decide better of it, and they will back off ultimately in the end. But Ravens now, they're going to pop a smoke. Charges out onto Ush here by our Rubik, so they've got the vision constantly here on Ush. But eventually they will cancel it off because the rest of the team can't keep up with him.
Yeah, but at least with a stolen charge, you have a way of breaking up these fights now on the side of Ravens. So some play coming out. You've got the full Battle Fury up and running for Argus. And so now your Ursa's going to be able to catch up. And the lead hasn't grown too far between the cores. 3k gap is still big, but not unplayable for a Doom and an Ursa to kind of try to catch up here. With a BKB fully up on Italiano as well, the Doom's not going to be as exposed. So some solutions presenting itself for the Dar side. Let's see if Tilted Boys can find a way to not really reel it back. It's still in their control, but, you know, gain more while they can, because as this game starts to stall out, the Storm, the Doom, and the Ursa, they do scale pretty damn well. And for the side of Tilted Boys, you don't necessarily want to try and take it into the late game if you don't have to.
Looks like Vlodka might get caught, but no, he's fine. Just casually walks out. There's now Roshan started, apparently. Tilted Boys. Going right after the Roshan pit. Well, she's actually going to TP out of here. To be fair, they don't need a Bat Rider to help here. So he's just going to leave the area. Show on the map maybe be kind of the distraction for Tilted Boys so they can get away with this for free. It's a pretty big deal as well for Ravens, right? Because you've got an Ursa on your team. This hero loves taking a free Roshan, but that is not going to happen. Fuerte will be able to take it himself very, very soon, and it's a pretty big list for Ravens because they still have to go for the bottom T1 tower.
Top tower is under attack.
It's too late.
They've got the response here.
Rotations are in. Kara's going to try to run, but the lasso going to hold him down. Skyward going for the charge in is going to find a little bit more, but he's all alone at the moment. In they come to try and help out. Argus, he still has the enrage. He will pop it and just try to run, but the chase is on from Fuerte. He'll pick up Italiano Gangster for now, but still manages to walk away. So 1 for 1 in the end. Obviously favoring Ravens right now because they're the ones behind. And with that, I mean, Tilted Boys, they'll just kind of cut their losses and back out of it.
They managed to defend their bot tier 1, hanging on a sliver of HP, but that's still map control denied away from Ravens for them to try to equalize here. Hold on.
Yeah, Whoosh gonna be targeted. RRL with a big zip in, and suddenly the Bat Rider's just gone. Just absolutely melting to the damage output of the Ursa Storm as now the chains are out. They've actually locked down RRL. Never mind. It was a big pick off just a moment ago, but losing your Storm probably not gonna be the best of trades.
Yeah, RRL just stays down in the river. Doesn't respect that. Mid tier 1 still stands. He didn't see the rune. He didn't manage to pick up the rune. And he gets punished for it. So what was a pretty decent pickoff now just is kind of meh. You're not winning enough from these engagements for Ravens, even though it technically does favor them, but taking these losses just doesn't feel great. Side of Tilted Boys now, you still have Aegis. Morphling isn't really scared of being low HP. Just push on to the tier 2. And still just constantly apply this map pressure. Just never give any room out to Ravens. They still need time to catch up. Like, your Ursa needs so much more. And Italiano Gangster at the least is reaching that blink. So perhaps it becomes a little bit easier to try to break Lincolns and get Doom off. But with 2 lives up for Ferte, I don't think even a Doom play here past the Lincolns will do much for that second life.
We'll zip in. Fuerte, I mean, they will try. RRL trying to burst down one of the lives, but Fuerte is still fine to just back his way up. And now instead they do go after Door, but he has the Glimmer Cape, so he's surviving a little bit longer than anticipated. And now, well, Tilted Boys, they might just move back in. Fuerte's going by himself though, but in comes the charge from Skyward. He's gonna land a 3-man bash out, but he's just deleted here by Argus. Oh, Tilted, they might be feeding quite a few kills away in this team fight. They've already lost 2. Skyward, he's going to buy back to try and come back in. Waveform away from Fuerte. Keep in mind, Doom was already committed as well. Tilted Boys, they seem like they want to chase for the kills. They want to try and even out the fight. Argus is the one being chased right now, so it's a pretty big pick-off. Lasso's going to be there. They'll drag him back, and at least they'll find the Ursa. I think they want more. Kara also caught out. The Nether Strike landing here from Skyward. And with that, they're right onto the Tormentor.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth this time. If they didn't pop that Doom onto Volodka, that fight could have gone a lot better. You might have been able to find 2 lives of Ferte, taking the Morph completely out of the picture. Gained a lot more from that exchange. But again, it's just not the cleanest coming out from Ravens. They're forced to Doom up Volodka instead. Ensure that the Ember's not jumping in and out of these fights. They overstay their welcome. Not respecting that a charge was coming all the way across the map with a buyback from Skyward. And again, they don't manage to equalize just yet in Ravens. They do at least take away the threat of Aegis. But that doesn't feel like it's enough just yet. So much more needs to come out here for the Dire side, and just doesn't feel like they have the time to do so.
A nice retreat here from Ravens. Italiano Gangster and RRL backing off at the right time as the rotations were incoming. Sticking around, Ravens. They want to try and defend this top tier 2 tower. Mind, they are still fighting against a team with an AK advantage, and this Morphling certainly proving to be very, very strong at the moment as chains around. Lasso's committed. They found the Ursa again, and Argus is gone. Nether Strike out onto Kara as well. They've caught even more. At least RRL is able to zip out, but 3 are down already. In the blink of an eye, they just disappear.
I'm thinking that's waste.
They just melt. And the side of Ravens have to coordinate a lot better in these fights. Whereas for Tilted Boys, it's not as hard, right? You run in, as long as you back someone up, you'll always find a kill. You can just constantly commit with your Spirit Breaker and with your Bat Rider. You can poke and prod with Volodka. It's much more forgiving for Tilted Boys to play a little bit more disjointed together. Whereas for Ravens, they are sticking together, but it's just the angles are never clean. They're just not able to walk in as a team. They keep starting fights oddly with Argus up front, maybe a little bit too far forward. And once you lose the Ursa, it just falls apart. So need to be a lot more cautious here on the side of the Ravens. They will smoke up as a 3-man unit. See if they find anything. That Doom's been itching to go off in Italiano Gangstar. But again, they don't have forward vision. So when they cross that river, it's all blind.
Certainly is. We'll see how it does pan out. They are rushing in. The triangle is the location they want to go to. And Fuerte, they are going to find him very, very soon. But he's just going to wait for him away, seeing Wake Me Up show up. And now, well, we know Tilted Boys, they just want to go. Wake Me Up, he jumped in on his own.
Why?
Miscommunication, perhaps. He just went right in. And now, I mean, Ush is having a look around for a lasso target. 5-5 pop, trying to keep up with somebody, but they're all backing out of there. All the rest of the fight. Ravens looking more like the Tilted Boys themselves now. John, I mean, just very interesting blink in, does not pan out.
It's so strange. Like, the smoke breaks under the Watcher, so you have that defensive use of waveform from Ferte. And the other two heroes decide to back off. Italiano and Kara back off, but Wake Me Up just keeps going forward. And I know, it's those kinds of plays, right? Like having your Ursa forward, walking in like this without the rest of your teammates. It's just disjointed right now from the side of Ravens. And Tilted Boys, and maybe a bit of a slowdown right now in terms of taking more off the map, but you've taken all the outer towers anyway. You don't really mind. It's just a high ground left, and you're probably just waiting for Roshan to hit that mark. Ravens, they're not completely out of it, but at 14k behind, this game is just so hard to play, especially with how you're working as a team. It's just not there. If they somehow coordinate an initiation in, get RRL to slip through the cracks, follow up with your Doom, get Argus some room to just twack away, maybe you can start taking some wins. But for now, it's been looking a lot easier for Tilted Boys to play this game, even though the plus giving Tilted Boys a 93% chance to win now, which is fair. Ravens, they've got to work extra hard for that 7% chance here, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not looking like a very good game for them, to say the least. Just none of the lanes really working out in their favor, apart from the mid lane. And sadly for RRL, he just has not been able to really play with anyone else. He's still doing pretty well in terms of farm on the Storm, but has not really translated to a strong performance. So now going to see a smoke up now behind Fuerte. So you do have the whole side of Tilted Boys behind this Morphling at the moment. Fuerte is not getting jumped though. He's perfectly fine. So instead, Tilted Boys, they're going to roam through the northern side of the map. Wake Me Up is actually the closest target to them, but he's down south. Volodka might run into them. Might run into him though. Wake Me Up. Oh, he blinks out in time. He's going to be just fine. With that, instead, they'll just take the outpost. Just continue controlling the map and growing your net worth lead. While it is giving time for Ravens, it's not really like they have much space to farm in right now. So, is the time really any value? Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, it's still a little bit valuable, though. It's going to take a lot more time for you to hit a point where you're comfy here on the side of Ravens. The Ags timing for RRL, it's going to be a big one. AoE Vortex giving them a little bit more team fight. A good way of just kind of taking these engagements. That does take away one more Lincoln's Pop, though, to deal with Ferte. So it's going to be, you're going to have to be on point with your movement out on Kara and Wake Me Up to be in range to get the Lincoln's Pop while the Vortex is on, and then get the Doom on. And that's already a lot of steps that, quite frankly, I don't have a lot of confidence in Ravens just coordinating like that. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't sound that hard. You zip in, you vortex, you break Lincolns with either decrypt or lift, and you go for it. But I don't know, like, Ravens has just been not together as a team. And that's the basic play we have to see moving forward. They'll try with a smoke out now, but see if they find the angle.
Well, then they need to fight for this next Roshan. That's the thing. Like, you gave up the first Roshan already. You don't really want to have that happen a second time. And Ravens now trying to rush towards the pit. Skyward, though, he goes right in for a charge on the creep wave, actually landing onto the Ursa. Italian and Gangsters made the jump in, but the lasso's there onto the Doom. Maybe they can burst him down in time. He's getting quite low. Meanwhile, Skyward, he actually gets out of there. The Nether Strike allowing him the space to get out, as now Argus needs to get out himself. Oh, but he gets bashed. He's gone. So is Wake Me Up. 19k advantage now with 3 going down in that last team fight. In fact, there might be a dieback to happen. Kara just bought back. An immediate dieback out. Tips out from Ush to rub salt into the wound. They're into the Roshan pit once again, although Roshan's moving. Roshan's seen enough.
That's, again, it's just not panning out. Like, their smoke breaks from a good charge from Skyward. There were pings coming out under the ward. I'm not sure if they dropped some like a static remnant in that time frame, and the punishment is severe. And they're losing out on everything, Ravens. And again, it's just disjointed. Even if your smoke breaks like that, the Spirit Breaker is not your target with the bulldoze up, 70% stat resist. You can't keep him down long enough. Again, nothing's presenting itself for Ravens to go on top of. Tilted Boys playing really well, having a good understanding of what they might be looking for in Ravens, always just in position for Skyward. Even just charging into Creep Wave to break that smoke was massive. And the response from Ravens, it's panicked almost. They just all jump in. They threw out the Shivas. They throw out everything to try to find something there, and nothing presents itself. Ags up on RRL. Now that's one item up, but it doesn't fix any team fight issues. It doesn't fix your uncoordination here. You're out of sync on Ravens. That issue still stands, and I don't know if having a Vortex AoE is gonna make things simpler for you.
Yeah, it probably will not do exactly what they're looking for here. Like, Vortex is nice, but yeah, you lose the way to break Lincolns, and you're still 21k behind. It's not going to make things that easy. And they need something, though, to be fair. Like, the blue hole might just be necessary here. As jump in is out, Fuerte just going to go right after Argus. Zip in is there. Vortex will hold him down. They've gone through the Aegis at the very least. That's a nice start here against the Morphlings. Now Ush needs to back his way out. Argus is dropping very low and he has nowhere else to go but south, and he's down. So you've lost the Ursa now with that buyback. The tier 3 tower also under siege here from Tilted Boys. So you might lose the Aegis, but it doesn't seem like it's necessarily going to matter. The Fuerte may play it safer here with the mid-racks, as they will force the glyph out, and that's going to be enough. Or maybe not. Fuerte. He fakes back, comes back in. Vortex, no. The Yule Scepter Skyward catching the storm, getting the bash with the charge out. A big Vortex, though, at the least. So Skyward does go down. But the chase is on. Wake Me Up caught out there for a moment. He does get away with the bulldoze, but Ush is still chasing. They'll take down the Rubik. But surprisingly enough, they do not stick around to finish off the mid-racks. I suppose with the Ursa coming up in a couple seconds, they do back their way out. I guess you could just always come back later, though, once your SP's back up and alive. Or maybe you could just go in now. Because it seems like Tilted Boys, they're looking for an opportunity to engage again. Zip in is there. Ush was ready, though, with the lasso.
God.
Perfect initiation. RRL barely able to zip out, though. Just barely. Bakare is going to die. He has no buyback for 40. And that'll be the mid-racks gone. They will get it eventually.
Yep. Cleared out. And find a bonus kill in the Pugna. 32-14. Complete control for Tilted Boys. Ravens. It's just very disjointed. It's just... the angle's in, like, they pop the first life, but Argus is so far in, he can't back off. No one else is there to back him up. RL backs off. It's like they need to get it together. Right now, it's like an actual team of 5 up against a pub stack, it almost feels like, in terms of how we're seeing these fights break out. And that's not where you want to be for Ravens. And again, this is not a team that's inexperienced in the DPC. This is a team that played in the last tour and looked pretty promising as another NA team. Maybe, you know, a bit of a newer roster for sure, but you could say the same thing with Tilted Boys. You know, only Ferte and Valobka are the ones that have maintained from their last roster as well, but it looks like they just understand each other a little bit better here.
They certainly look like they do. There is going to be a 5-man smoke. Maybe going through that mid lane. RRL, he'd be the big target they'd love to start on. Be very cautious though. Tilted Boys, they might just wait for the creep wave to move up the high ground, provide that vision for them, as RRL is eventually going to show himself, but does zip at the right time. New Ush was probably looking. They did have a nice scan out as well, so they knew the smoke was there. And Tilted Boys, they aren't going to risk it, right? They, you know, smoke fails, they just back out. The mid lane,
Sure.
he actually just walks away. But
No.
TPs are incoming. He's just TPing right onto a zombie. Kara's gonna get lassoed. It's just such a sad kind of sight to watch. Like, Door's by himself for a moment, but they just can't catch him. They just don't have the lockdown. They don't have the control.
Oh. They have nothing. They lose the Wisdom Rune as well.
Dire's
So,
bottom tower is under
I know. Like, this is just... we're just waiting for the Ancient to fall at this point. I don't know if I can say anything about Ravens anymore. Like, this is... They've had a lot of opportunities. It's a rough game for sure after a rough start like that, but even the movement's out, it's just not together.
bottom barracks is falling.
It's... I don't know, you're dying to Morphling Illusions on RRL. That's how far gone it is with how much Fertis farmed up.
Ooh.
And, well, they saved the melee wall. No, for a moment it looks alive, but it's gone. Hey, at least you get Morph on Wake Me Up on the attribute shift so you can go full strength.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit late, but I guess why not? You know, better late than never. Probably needs it right now anyway, just to be able to survive. Is the 31k advantage now for Tilted Boys. I mean, they're just looking massive at the moment. Up top lane, Argus showed on the creep wave, so Skyward goes for an immediate charge. Not going to amount to too much though. His team wasn't there.
Oh, God.
Meanwhile, Italiano
no.
Gangster, he has lost his Ags.
2.5 minutes without that. That is... I don't think you're getting those 2.5 minutes back, quite frankly, with you here, Mike. Tilted Boys, for their part, I mean, they're taking it slow. They're not fully committing, so maybe you get 2.5 minutes for your courier to respawn. The Ags should simplify it. Again, you've got AoE Vortex, AoE Doom at that point. Surely, at that point, you can take a fight.
You'd
Surely.
hope so. But it may not be about the items. Like the previous engagements we've seen so far, they just... It's proven to be more about the team coordination than anything, right? Like they just haven't looked like a team when they try to jump in. Obviously, it is Division 2. You know, this is the first day of Division 2, so plenty of time to work on your coordination as a unit, but certainly not off to the most flashy start, to say the least. Hopefully these items change everything for their sake. You know, gives them a second wind here, but they need something. The push is not going to come, so they might have time to have the Ags up. BKB is being worked on as well. And it seems like Tilted Boys, they might just play it very safely and just go for the next Roshan first. There's no real rush for them.
Yeah, there's no rush. Just feel like, they could probably just easily clear out the top racks, maybe get Megas before waiting out to push for the Ancient, but safe play doesn't really lose them out in too much here either. Ravens, well, it's only a minute left until Italiano's Ags is up, so hey, you are getting some time here, at the very least. BKB for RL should be around that timing as well, maybe a little bit further. So you have some play. Lincoln's as well being farmed up by Argus. That one's a lot further along the line. Not going to have that anytime soon. And it's a decent enough Roche timer. 1 minute. We'll you will have easy access to that for Tilted Boys. And Ravens have not been able to even consider Roshan with an Ursa for the longest time. Overwhelming blink up for Ush. The Bad Rider with all these stats, man. Look at that right click. 212 universal type. Ursa, 119 as a carry. Amazing.
Seems fair. Push. Jump is there. Kara going to be targeted, but Argus getting some bashes on the Bat Rider, making sure he can't keep going. In goes Skyward now onto Wake Me Up, trying to find a Ruby pick off to start. Now the strike not going to be committed as the Yule Scepter is there from Wake Me Up on the high ground. So everyone going to be fine to disengage now from Ravens. The Ags is now available on the Doom as well, by the way, so you've got that going for you. You are still 1 racks away from being Megas, though, so it's... You know, I question whether it's going to change anything here in this game, but we'll see very soon as Ush going to jump in, missing out on the lasso opportunity. Now he's going to be in danger, but no, he gets it off in time. His team is there to back him up, but it seems like they're dropping. Ush is gone. Skyward trying to run towards the north, but he is also going to get caught out. And he is dead as well. Pretty bad news here for Tilted Boys.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see for Tilted Boys. For Ravens, I mean, that's almost 4K gold coming out with those 2 kills, Mike. So the Ags does make a difference. They managed to play around with it. They don't fully commit on Tilted Boys. If you had Volobka and Ferte around, that might have been a very different story. They're still playing forward. I mean, mind you, Doom is down.
Doom is down. They're going to try. Buyback is there from Skyward, so he can just charge back in. Kara's the first target. There goes Wake Me Up as well. So both supports are already down. 3v5. And Ravens just don't bother even trying for the fight. They're just like, screw it, let the supports die. They've got buyback anyway. But now Roshan's open. So Tilted Boys, they will rush towards the Roshan pit as a unit. And if you're Ravens, you've missed out again.
Yeah, just not able to get the map control to reach forward into those areas. You know, your waves are shoved in, you've lost 2 sets of racks. Even after those 2 nice kills, you're left hanging. For the side of Ravens, they're going to need maybe 2-3 more of that kind of play for it to work out. And I don't know if you have the time to make those plays with your cooldowns and with the Aegis up and running coming out here on Tilted Boys, along with a free Axe. Wondering who they hand it off to. It looks like they will give it to Volobka. So it's not going to be like we get the early Morph Ags. Probably not the most impactful this game anyway. And Ravens, we have to see something. Doom back up in about half a minute. So they've got their team fight ready to go. They need more than just the offlane duo kill. They need, if they find Ferte somehow, if they find Volobka somehow, then this game does open up a little bit more. But again, it's going to take like 2 to 3 times of that kind of play, that kind of kill, to come out for Ravens to even have a shot at going outside their base here.
It certainly will. So spoke out now from Tilted Boys. Looking like they're just picking out the Wisdom Rune on the dire end of things, which was not secured here by Ravens. And so never mind that. They're just going to go straight into the base. Ush on the front lines. Would love RRL. They've got the charge to give the vision as well. That's just such a big strength of the SB at the moment. The vision game he provides as RRL's going to try and jump in, but the BKB was there from Ush. He's not going to get caught. Now the chain's out, locking down a couple. They've almost got Wake Me Up down, and they do. Fuerte's got him. Argus going to try and run out of this situation, but even with the Doom up on their Doom, it's not looking good. Italian and Gangster's gone. RRL trying to buy back and zip, or rather just zip in from the fountain. But none of it's working. There's just no fight in them at the moment. RRL chained up, but the GG's called. They've seen enough. Game 1 in the books. Tilted Boys able to pull off the victory. Pretty rough affair here for Ravens. It just, both side lanes going really badly, and then just nothing happening after that for them.
Yeah, it's just, they lost out way too hard in the side lanes. Maybe feeling a bit too confident coming out there with that first blood chase down earlier on, and kind of falls apart from there. I think Ravens, it doesn't feel like a drafting issue. It's really just coordination here, Mike. Like, as a team, we're not seeing them play together. It's almost like all their mics are muted, and the only thing they can do is ping, like not even voice chat in game. It's just, I know what's up. The Tilted Boys look much more stitched together. Again, their draft is maybe a little bit more forgiving if you have the same comm issues, but even then, it didn't feel like any of that was present. They just kept running in. They'd always commit together as a team, and they'd always find these targets. Skyward taking point very well on that Spirit Breaker with the charges, and if you can play aggressively on the hero, it feels really damn good. And once you get to a running start, it just feels so hard to stop that hero from snowballing out of control.
It certainly does. He did a fantastic job here. As so did the rest of the side of Tilted Boys. Just looking like a real unit, just making it work. Because we are going to get to see some highlights here of game number 1. And yeah, really like you had this awkward. Was this the first blood situation? Very, very awkward situation here. As Skyward was trying to man up, but does end up going down. And yeah, it was a very back and forth kind of game. Like just so many kills happening throughout this one. Fights non-stop between these two teams, but overall it felt like Tilted Boys were winning pretty much every single one, and it really does go back to the side lanes just going terribly. Like Skyward and Ash on the off lane just doing so much against Argus on the Ursa. Very, very late Battle Fury timing coming out for him because he just could not sit there and hit creeps. And well, overall Tilted Boys, they just took over the whole game very early on.
Yeah, it's just down to how they set up your lanes as well. We talked about this in the draft, but Rubik Pugna, a Pugna Ursa lane just does nothing. Like you might have been better off if you ran the Rubik Ursa, at least the lift back to try and save, and just run Pugna Doom, because quite frankly, the Doom lane was also just going to be passive anyway. You might as well have had a Pugna around there to just soak EXP, maybe try to play with Decrep a couple of times rather than have the Rubik, who could have done something in lane with the Ursa, just hanging in there. So some of these choices coming out from the side of Ravens weren't quite ideal. I think maybe those kind of laning choices is fixable in the break time between game 2, but the coordination issues, the execution kind of lacking from Tilted Boys, a lot harder to fix between 2. So I'm keen to see what changes for the side of Ravens coming into game 2. Tilted Boys, they look great. They look fantastic actually with all of that aggression coming out there, and they surpassed my expectations. Again, Ferte and Valobka have always looked good, but I didn't expect the rest of the team to really stick together like this, like coordinate this well together.
No, absolutely not, but it did work out. And if you were to hand over an MVP, who would you give it to, Jonathan?
Oh, I'd actually want to say Usher Skyward. Like, probably Skyward just a little bit because he's playing the Spirit Breaker, he's charging in. That smoke break up top, understanding there was something sus happening, was pretty damn big. So I'd say Skyward switching from 1 back to support after being on support as well, or being on off lane into core, safe lane into support now, he's looking pretty good.
He certainly is, Jonathan. I'll give him that. He did a fantastic job on the SP, so we'll give Skyward the MVP for game 1. Nevertheless, John, we do have to head off to a short break, of course, and right after that break, we're going to be back with game 2 between Tilted Boys and Ravens. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 here between Tilted Boys and, of course, Ravens, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. John, game 1, pretty rough affair for the side of Ravens. They were off to a pretty bad start to begin with in their side lanes, and then obviously, it's the old mantra: you lose lanes, you lose the game, and that's kind of exactly what happened here for the side of Ravens. What do you think you want to see changed up here from their end of things to try and give them a better chance here in game 2?
I think just stronger lanes coming out. The Ursa Pugna lane didn't do much. Doom and Rubik is pretty passive by its nature. In that scenario, again, a support swap would have probably worked a little bit better. And just the coordination from Ravens, it didn't feel like it was there at all. It's like they're not talking to each other when they want to go in, or they are talking to each other and just disagreeing on everything everyone else is doing, which is probably worse. So I want to see them try to clean it up, commit when they all want to commit, back off when everyone wants to back off, and just play as a unit, because that's what we saw from Tilted Boys. They charge in, sure, a couple of times you could say maybe they should have stopped, but they'd all go in together, they'd back each other up, and eventually they'd always find favorable kills coming out for themselves for the most part. So that's what the Ravens needs to fix. Whether or not they can fix it between a game 1 and game 2 remains to be seen. That's a lot tougher to ask for, but that's the shortcomings they had. It's looking really rough for Ravens, especially considering that last tour as another NA team, they looked pretty decent. I thought this team was fairly promising. They had a pretty good thing going on there. Maybe losing Ush to Tilted Boys maybe gives them a little bit more insight on Tilted Boys as well. So that could be one factor going in here. And we'll take to see as we go into the draft. I'm wondering if Ravens just respect ban something like the Spirit Breaker or the Bat Rider, as the impact from Ush and Skyward were pretty damn high. So you might have to take those two heroes away. I think Tilted Boys just plays around that aggression all too well, and there you go. Spirit Breaker banned as a change-up. Just out of respect, Skyward did way too much there.
Yeah, he certainly did. It's kind of the thing, like with this hero, like when you've got a team that's always willing to back you up, it's pretty easy to just press that charge button and provide vision to your whole side. To make the chase. And Skyward certainly, sometimes it looked a little bit overly aggressive for sure, but ultimately if it works, it works, and that's exactly what happened for Raven, or rather Tilted Boys, excuse me. So Ravens will ban it out. First pick is upon us. Ravens, they do have the option for Dusa. Doom is still available if they want to go back for that. Plenty of heroes up for grabs. You've got the Void Spirit as well if you wanted to prioritize that, but they're going to go down the Magnus route. So Raven's going right into the Magnus pick, which has proven to be extremely popular ever since he became a universal hero. Tilted Boys, do they want to respond with a Doom or a Void Spirit or a Dusa?
10 seconds.
It's open enough. I guess the Doom might just be the safest pick out of everything. I think a Dusa is still easily countered, especially with Morphling in the pool, although I guess Raven's opening with Magnus Morph is extremely greedy, but if you see something like a Dusa first phase, why not go for it? I think for Tilted Boys, you might just gun for a Rubik. I feel like Rubik is a pretty good foil to Magnus. You've always got the lift back. You've got pretty good spells to steal. Even Empower's not too bad, honestly, if you have the right core. So I wouldn't mind that too much for Tilted Boys, but if they want to maintain aggression, well, they don't have the Spirit Breaker, Bat Rider, both banned out by either side. They go to Lich first, which honestly is a pretty good foil to Magnus. Sinister Gaze to cut him off. You've got the Frost Shield as well to mitigate some of that physical output that you tend to gravitate towards once you have the Magnus in your lineup here. And to get to pick up the Void Spirit. So you have a pretty strong lane already down mid. You've got the Lich who can mitigate a lot of the output that Ravens will want to do with their core combinations here. Even something like, say, Ember Mag at this point would not instantly melt a lot of heroes because of Frost Shield, and they will just go into the Ember, seeing the matchup. Fair enough.
It's still kind of like, even with the Ember versus Void Spirit matchup, it still can be a little bit rough for the Ember in some sense. The Void Spirit just, the amount of damage you have, in the laning stages is kind of ridiculous. Like, as long as you just focus on CS, usually you're okay. Mind you, obviously the Ember with the chain's going to be effective in locking these other Spirit Brothers down, but I mean, we'll see. Like,
5 seconds
the
remaining.
RRL did not have the best time on the Storm last game, so not sure exactly what to expect from him on the Ember. And I say he didn't have a good game on the Storm, but he was the guy that had the best time in the game for Ravens, but it's nowhere near good enough, sadly, for him, as obviously, not looking too happy. Probably wants to rectify himself for game number 2. It's kind of hard as well. Like you're doing day 1 of Division 2 here. You'd rather not start off on a bad foot if you can avoid it. It's always better to start off on the right foot if you can. We'll see. Tilted Boys, bands out for them now. There's not much information on either of these teams, I feel like, because we did just start Div 2, so kind of hard to know in 7.33C exactly what they're thinking, but chances are they are still following the meta that you see in Division 1, which has been the case so far, to say the least.
Yeah, it's the same thing from the previous tours with Div 2. Usually you have a lot to pick up from Div 1, maybe melting in a couple of comfort picks themselves in, but for the most part not straying too far off the beaten path here. And we'll see if there are any other surprises from Tilted Boys. For the most part, I think the one option I see for Ravens now, if you are really concerned about Lich, is something like Enchantress. You just take away the Frost Shield. Lich doesn't really deal with the Creep Army either, and the Creep Army can help you waste a little bit of that Chain Frost. So I wouldn't mind an Ench for Ravens if it's not banned out by Tilted Boys. Just gives you a lot of answers here. And for Tilted Boys, with a Void Spirit, it's open enough. Like, you have a lot of core options you can go into. Perhaps the Terrorblade after seeing the Ember and Mag is alright. Double down with armor as well with a Frost Shield from your Lich. So the physical output of Ravens, not going to be enough once you have a couple of stats in the Terrorblade to really burst them down. They will ban out the Slark on Raven, so TB still an open option. What else is there? Ursa probably not the best bet. We've seen a couple of Pocket Lifestealer picks, but probably not the game for it either. You have the option for the entry self on Tilted Boys if you wanted that, but it's okay. Lich Ench is not the worst support duo. You can be aggressive on mid if you get a good creep, if that's how Tilted Boys wants to play it, but I'm trying to recall what I remember seeing Skyward on. Then again, last time I saw Skyward again, he was pos 1. Before that, he was like pos 3. No, he was pos 3, and before that, he was pos 1. So I don't think a lot of those heroes carry over onto the pos 4 role necessarily.
No, not necessarily. I mean, the third pickup now, we might get to see what they are choosing for the position 4 role.
Radiant team pick.
They are going to go the Clinks, right? Well, of course. So this is a hero that we haven't got to see very often. I feel like it was popular at the start of 7.33C, and slowly it's kind of dwindled off, but this hero still seems pretty strong. Like, there wasn't really any nerfs placed on it. Still goes for the Solar Crest into like a Nullifier Rush most of the time. Maybe this game you might see a Solar Crest into an Orchid build-up because you're up against an Ember and a Mag, but overall the build-up is still pretty much the same, and it still proves to be extremely potent. Like a pos 4 that can turn into like a pos 1 if the game goes long enough is always going to be a big problem.
Yeah, it certainly is a problem if it does manage to scale up. Like the Clinks can just pick off your softer supports depending on what Ravens does pick up here, and they will go with Mirana first, so you've got the Chain's Arrow combination at the very least. I'm wondering where they go from there. Like, again, like Mirana's pretty alright. You're probably not looking to run a Mirana Magnus, although that is looking to be the offlane for now, unless Ravens does decide to give that for Argus instead. They go to Silencer as well, so there's your hard lockdown for something like the Void Spirit coming through, which, I mean, it can work out. You are just tied into Global Silence more than anything else, but that is a squishy support that the Clinks doesn't mind running into either. So you do have your food set up here for Tilted Boys to feed off of if the game just snowballs their way.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun game. Now there's an LC in the game as well. So I like the LC pick. I think it offers the catch they require for the Ember, the Mag, and I mean, you kind of already said it too. Between both these supports, like, they're not exactly the tankiest supports in the world. So once you have the blink up of the LC, you're probably going to have yourself a pretty damn good game. And the thing is, on top of that, is you have a Clinks that can give vision and just scout out exactly who's farming certain areas of the map. So like this LC Clinks combo, maybe in laning stage it's not going to prove to be the strongest, but once you get out of lane, especially once the blink is up on the LC, you're going to have some pretty big issues, I think. Because it's just, when you give the vision to the LC and they know exactly which way to sneak around in to land the jewel, it can be pretty hard to try and escape.
Yeah, it's just, you don't really have saves coming out from what Ravens has on hand. So this is, again, another very aggressive lineup from Tilted Boys. You're pretty much free to just look for these duels. Always hope for the win with the Clinks around, especially with, say, the Solar Crest build-up. So you have a lot going for you. I think for Ravens now, it's kind of down to make a choice. Do you want to run safe lane mag or off lane mag? It does look like Tilted Boys is expecting this to be the off lane Magnus. So something else on the safe lane here for the side of Ravens. You still have decent enough combinations with the Magnus, but Monkey King gone, Slark gone. Those are probably your safest bets. Up against the LC as well. I mean, to maximize your Magnus, you'd want a melee hero, but melee into LC is pretty damn painful. You could try for the Ursa once more, although I don't think the lane's necessarily any more manageable here for Argus than it was last game. I don't know, maybe you could try for Terrorblade yourself. Though to an extent, the LT handles your illusions, although not as amazingly as before with the changes to overwhelming odds, and the Ravens do ban out the Terrorblade themselves anyway.
Final pick to come. Ravens, position 1, or maybe position 3 necessary. Depends where they want their Magnus.
Dire team pick.
Have a think about it for a moment, and they're going to go down the Sven route. Okay. I mean, I don't know how to feel about it. Like, we have seen some Sven be quite successful. You do have Empower Sven, which I don't know how much Empower Sven's going to do here, but it's something. See how this one pans out. I'm really not sure how to feel about this the way Ravens have finished off this draft.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Sven, especially if you have Magnus. I feel like we've seen Sven Magnus at least once before. It can work, but it's also like kind of awkward. At least you can just fully focus on the Magnus to empower your Ember. So that's pretty alright. As a Sven here, you can kind of melt through a Clinks as well. If he does present itself, you have a decent stun. The lane up against LC, not the worst in the world once you have maybe a value point in the Warcry. So you shouldn't be pinned down. I guess the value in the Sven here is just Warcry up against Clinks. So your support shouldn't melt, and Tilted Boys get the Ursa themselves. So you get this really strong lane of Ursa Lich, which was way better sounding than the Ursa Pugna we saw from Ravens last time. And again, Tilted Boys coming out with what looks to be a really strong draft. I think Ravens, there's an idea in this draft. There's a little bit more play coming out. I'm just not sure how to feel about the lanes. Like, it all comes down to the laning phase. Even if you fix everything else, your laning start, it doesn't look particularly amazing. Like, a Magnus and Mirana isn't naturally synergistic. So you'll be going for, I suppose, the Starfall build on your Mirana, not looking to really line up for the arrows for Wake Me Up and just try to harass out. But an Ursa's a pretty hard hero for a Magnus to run into. Like, the threat of just getting Fury swiped down is very realistic here for the side of Ravens. And I think Tilted Boys, it's almost the same story as last game. They've got a lineup that can just run and gun for the most part. There's some pretty good targets for the Clinks to try and pin down. If Skyward can get that build up into his Solar Crest, you're just going to kill a lot of these heroes. Like, the Mirana kind of dies, especially if you get an Orchid. The Silencer just definitely dies every single time. So, I don't know. I like what Tilted Boys has. I feel like Ravens has a better draft than last time, but that's not saying too much.
Yeah, no, it certainly isn't. I mean, we're going to see how this game does pan out. I do kind of like the draft of what Tilted Boys have as well a little bit better. I'm not a believer in the Sven this game, I've got to say. Like, it doesn't look like the best pos one, but we can get into game number 2, see exactly what's going to happen here between these two teams and whether we can get a game 3 out of this series between these two. I think the one thing in particular I really hate about the Sven is, like, against slippery heroes like Void Spirit this game, you know, your Stormhammer's not going to really do much because you have Dissimulate. You know, it's a high armor heroes. They just go down the Ursa route, which doesn't really care for it much. I mean, I guess it does well against the LC in some sense because of the armor it does provide, but even then, I don't think Ash is going to care too much about it either.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going to build
You really
Blade Mail, and you're just going to be like, who cares about your armor?
Pretty much. I think the one value again from Sven is Warcry for your supports up against Clinks. That's probably the ideal use of the Warcry, but it's not like you're going to be sticking to the supports when they get ganked up by your Clinks anyway and giving them Warcry. So, I don't know. I don't know what the idea is for the Sven. Maybe it's down to having an upgrade pad for Echo Saber as well, having the Harpoon, but Sven is also not an amazing Harpoon carrier in comparison to, say, the Magnus. Well, we'll see. They smoke up late on Ravens. They want to fight over First Blood, but I don't know if they'll find anything.
The battle begins.
Well, smoke is there. Door and Skyward going to show themselves, immediately backing off, though, upon seeing the smoke break. And so you get the bounty. I guess that's what you came for anyway. Maybe they can actually get another one. Skyward's trying to go for it. Kara's going to be there, though. So it is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in terms of bounty runes in favor of Ravens. So even if you don't find the big fight you wanted as Ravens, at least you get the net worth advantage your way to start things off. It'll prove to be a nice little start. As we may as well start with the bottom lane while we're here. You're going to have Ush on the offlane LC, along with Skyward as support on the Clinks against Kara and Argus on the Silence and Sven, respectively. In this lane, ultimately, I think it does still favor Ravens, because you do have a Silencer lane, which it doesn't tend to lose lanes very much. And the Clinks early on, while it is annoying, I think the big power spike for the Clinks during the laning stage is going to be the level 4 mark, or rather just the level 3 mark. But I think you should be able to find some decent farm on your Sven, at the least.
Yeah, you should be able to have a better start for Argus for sure, although you have to respect the damage. Oh, Skyward not respecting that damage.
No, he certainly wasn't. Ush now in trouble as well, as he's going to get chased down, but he's going to be all right. So the thing, the Clinks is less than 500 HP as a hero right now, so you don't really want to jump in like that if you can avoid it.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit reminiscent of Game 1, where you go a bit too far forward in Skyward, you feed First Blood, as is tradition for him. But as long as you don't keep feeding out those kills, you should be fine. Although, again, a much stronger start for Argus this game, so shouldn't be under as much pressure up top as well.
Yeah, top lane, like the Ursa's having a bit of a rough time, but the Frost Shield is going to come in from Door. Wake me up, he does find the kill in the end. I was going to say he kind of cancelled that right click a few times there, but eventually does get it. So 2-0 already in favor of Ravens. And it seems like so far they've sorted out their side lane issue.
Yeah, just having stronger supports, just having a way of tying in, applying pressure themselves. A good change-up. It looks like Wake Me Up has woken up for this game, at the very least. Much more activity coming out on his Mirana. And you have to be a bit cautious about this on the side of Tilted Boys, as the lanes have been repaired. Even the mid lane for RRL is going really well up against the Void Spirit. The Ember versus the Void Spirit, I wouldn't say Void Spirit outright wins it, to be fair, Mike.
Door's going to go down again here. John top lane, he is gone. So once again, like that was actually a skewer back play from Italiano Gangster working out in his favor. And Fuerte unable to really help out as Italiano is continuing the aggression as the mag. So far, this offlane duo are doing a real damn good job.
Yeah, they're just turning mincemeat out of the lane up top. And again, now it's the Ursa Ferte that's going to be suppressed. I wonder what his Battle Fury time will be like. Maybe they're just trading hands with Argus and having a rough game, because it doesn't feel like the Ursa's been doing too much in the past few games. Ferte, it's not too bad in CS, so it's not like it's the end of the world, but bleeding out kills like this definitely doesn't help the cause for that Battle Fury build-up. And quite frankly, when it comes to the farm game, Raven should be able to out-farm you at every single step, because you've got a Magnus Sven and an Ember. So everyone's going to have cleave damage. Everyone's going to be able to clear out camps, clear out the waves pretty fast, and you're just going to be able to snowball a bit harder overall. I think the side of Tilted Boys has to hit the stop button a little bit. Just play a little bit more passive in lane. Just get your farm up, punish over extensions to Fanny, but
Fuerte.
don't overcommit like this.
Yeah, I mean they try to get Fuerte out. He's going to be okay. I believe he had a Lotus available, maybe even just the one charges, but does get himself out. But the problem is he's really quite slow in terms of the farm game right now as the Ursa. As a comparison, Italiano Gangster's having the freest laning stage of his life so far in the mag. Bottom lane, Ush again in danger. He's going to be okay to make it out, but it's a really quite the opposite story. Like, Ush is not having a good time. You don't have a good time on Fuerte. And the only similar thing that's happening right now is RRL is still beating out Vladka in the mid lane. So all lanes have basically been lost here so far for Tilted Boys.
Yeah, again, just repairing the side lanes as they managed to drop door pretty low up top. Not managing to close the door this time around, but they are doing, again, great work all across every lane. Fuerte?
Yeah, I mean, door's just gone. Fuerte being chased down, may still drop, but Wake Me Up doesn't have any leap charges. Can't go after the chase. Did have an arrow, but won't bother wasting his mana. He'll just hold on to it for the next time around. Fuerte does reveal himself anyway. In fact, he might just be dead. Does jump away from the arrow, but Italiano Gangster's got a skewer available. Does pop it, and Fuerte suddenly is just down. So Wake Me Up's going to try and run, but the Frost Shield slowing him down. Problem is, Door's getting body blocked by the Siege Creep. So Wake Me Up, he's going to have a leap charge in 1, and Door just can't get it within range for a Frost Blast. Oh, Wake Me Up.
Why?
Yeah, he could have just kept running. He would have probably been okay. Nevertheless, I mean, it's still pretty big wins here for Ravens. Like, they got the Ursa kill, they got the Lich kill. You lose your Mirana, who cares?
Yeah, no, it's not the biggest loss in the world. You just hand it over to the Lich, who, yeah, you're not too worried about getting the kill as well. So you're more than happy here. A 5-1 start. Ravens looking to be reinvigorated after a pretty lackluster game 1. Getting rune control out for RRL as well, having that regen on hand. And just the domination across every lane. Every lane looks good. Like, Balobka is not able to do much on his Void Spirit. This is the point where you're also a little bit awkward with the Clink support, because it's not going to do too much as RRL.
Ooh,
He misses
Skyward.
the chains.
He does miss the chains onto Skyward, but he still finds the kill anyway, as Wake Me Up shows up to help that out. Volodka, in the meantime, going to try and go after the Ember, but doesn't actually throw out the Aether Remnant.
Dire's top tower.
Now does, but it's way too late for that. So the Ember gets out just fine. In fact, now Volodka getting jumped here by the supports. The Ember going to rotate back with the Remnant, so RRL is back into the fight. Chains out onto Skyward again. Arrow's going to connect, and Skyward might just go right back to the graveyard. He does have his 3rd death of the game, and that was a TP into the mid-tier 1 tower that kind of means he has to make the walk of shame back to a lane.
Yeah, you know, Skyward just understands. As a Clinks, what's the favorite resting spot, the comfiest place for Bones, Mike? The grave. Just
Right.
ensuring that the Clinks gets enough rest to build up, and he's going to need a lot of rest to build up into that timing. Fuerte?
I mean, Chase is there. Ferte is just gone. Kara with enough damage to secure the kill. Remnant off the market from Volodka again, and Gangster.
No way.
Oh, he put the hand up a little bit early. Does go for an RP play. I mean, he's got a lot of damage here on Italiano
Jesus
Gangster.
Christ.
Door barely able to walk away, but not quite, because Wake Me Up secures the kill. And now Wake Me Up with Kara. They're going to go after the Void Spirit. Oh, nice turnaround, though. With the Aether Remnant, he does at least secure the Silencer's life. But he is going to die in the end as Fuerte is going to come back in, but won't even bother chasing the Mirana. The TP away will be there from Wake Me Up. So overall, I mean, it's still a pretty big win here for Ravens. But at least you get a bit of a trade going if you're a Tilted Boys. Bottom.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a trade.
There might be more trades happening. John, Skyward, and Ush both very low in terms of
Yikes.
HP. Ush and Skyward both going to go down bottom lane.
Oh, God.
It's getting worse and worse.
Did we swap teams by accident here, Mike? Did we? Because this looks
Wrong
like
team
Tilted
tags.
Boys game 1. Yeah, it feels like it. Did we swap players? Did something happen? Because this is... well, it's a great bounce back for Ravens for sure. Tilted Boys, maybe just down to the draft a little bit. You're not able to get as active as the Clinks in comparison to, say, the Spirit Breaker. So understandably a lot harder. Ush TP's right in front of RRL with a DD, but not going to be under too much threat here. As or else also free to just TP. This is going to be a constant frustration for Tilted Boys. Just the fact that they can TP right in front of you because you have really one stun. 2 stuns, Sinister Gaze and Aether Remnant. Neither of them are the fastest stuns either.
Speaking of Sinister Gaze, right now RL has just decided he's going to jump door, though Gaze is going to be out. Ush, I doubt he doesn't even have a level 6 yet. So can't even go for the Jewel out. Wake Me Up caught out, gonna leap towards Skyward, gets the kill on the Clinks. Now the Jewel is up. Ush needs to find it. RRL still remnants away. Ush could not get the Jewel off in time. The Argus,
Tower is under attack.
can they slow him up? Gaze is available, but no. More TPs incoming to make sure the Sven is safe. Ush needs to get out of there and does do so as the Stormhammer never comes out. So many heroes down at this bot lane hanging around looking for a team fight.
Dire are scanning.
Ultimately though, everyone's just gonna leave. Nobody's happy with this position.
Yeah. I do have to say that's a lot of time committed out from Tilted Boys. They lose Rune Control once more. RL finds the Arcane. And he's on the hunt here. He finds another bounty. Like, he's found 3 bounties in this time frame as well. Like, he's gotten a lot of value. Ferte?
Yeah, Ferte. He's alright. But RL is just bullying the Ursa away, and this timing is just so slow. Like, he's still just got his cornucopia
Bot?
coming in on the courier as bottom lane. Ush still going to be just fine here on the silencer. Mid lane, however, Skyward's been caught out again, still at level 4 here at 11 minutes in, and RRL just going to take another life away. It's a really hard position for a Clinks, like when you're at level 4
Tower is under attack.
and past 11 minutes. Like, you don't even have that invis yet. You just don't have any gameplay at the moment.
No. You really don't. And it just means you're really not doing much as a support right now. I do want to point out as well, before that.
Volodka. Yeah, they're not done. Chains out. Landing very nicely as the arrow's going to follow up now onto the Void Spirit. He does have... Oh, he doesn't even have any play. No step charges, no dissimulate. Nothing to try and get away here as the Void Spirit. Door's going to drop as well. Ush is trying to find some kind of saving grace. But there's nothing he can do. Like, what's he going to do? Jewel somebody?
Dire's bottom
There's literally nothing he can do.
Oh.
In fact, they're going in for him as well. Ush, press the attack, try to run, Sleight of Fist, not enough, remnants off the mark. At least he will make it out. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so, just nothing comes out of it for Tilted Boys. Literally nothing.
No. They're just feeding away a little bit, you know? And again, it's like we split teams a bit. This is probably the position we saw Tilted Boys at in game 1 up against Ravens. This time it's Ravens in this position. Very strong to start off with. Ooh.
So you're back. Gonna find Ferte. He is not having a good game on the Ursa, and well, rightfully so, because Ravens have woken up here in this game too. Now 9k advantage, 12.5 minutes in. Tilted Boys are still trying to find a way back into this one. So Argus just going to take the bottom tier 1 tower basically for free. They are trying to defend, but I would not recommend as the
Oh my
skewer
God.
back into the arrow. Italiano gangster just dragging him right into Wake Me Up's arrow.
bottom tower.
Securing another kill, this time onto Ush. And the tier 1 in the end is just going to go down. Ravens, they are not slowing down this game 2 at all. Even Volodka now getting caught. Arrow's going to connect here from Wake Me Up off the chain setup. They are smothering Tilted Boys after that game 1.
They really are. They're taking it back. They're flipping the scoreboard a little bit here. I have to say again, look at the Italiano Gangstar. He did not have Empower up until this point. He understood what he had to do. He had to be active. He had to set up for his team. You don't need Empower because Argus has Cleave. And you don't really need it on RRL either, although it's a nice bonus. But this has allowed him to be really active on the mag, looking for those skewer back plays. He's going for the Force Staff on the Magnus as well, which is a very different build from what we tend to see with the Echo Saber Harpoon. It's keen to see what he can do with all of this mobility now. Tilted Boys, I mean, it's recovery time for them, right? Just sit back, try to farm up. Skyward has his 6, so he can sneak around with Skeleton Walk at the least. He isn't too far off from his Solar Crest. So the Clinks will have some play going forward, but Yeah, you need room for everyone else here. It's so rough that Wake Me Up is higher net worth than Ferte. How often do you see that? The Ursa that far behind?
You don't, John. You don't.
Radiant are scanning.
Ravens. Smoked up. They just want more. Volodka, he's a great pickoff. He is just not having a game. Instead, though, mid lane, who have they got? It's... Oh, Volodka's running in. Door, I mean, he's gonna make it at least for now, but eventually RRL does go in to secure the kill. Volodka, he moved in again.
Wow.
RP, whoopsie daisies. Whoopsie daisies. Bit of a misclick.
Dire structures are
RRL going for more. Chains out onto the LC. Ushers down. Skyward still trying to fight. Has to do something, but he's going to drop as well. Global Silence committed to boot. You know, John, it might be time to call. I'm not going to lie. It might be time to call this game. Because it is not going to get better. Ferte is probably just out of the last word damage. Argus is diving door again into the tier 2 tower. Chain Frost not enough to kill anyone. I legitimately would not blame Tilted Boys for just calling this game right now. You know, it just... With the way this game's gone, maybe they find RRL, and they will. Skyward will hand the tip over.
Yeah. All right. Nice tip. Nice kill. That's the comeback beginning, I guess, for the side of Tilted Boys.
It's one way to put it.
It's one way. It's one way, Mike. You know, it's all uphill from here. There's no way it goes. There's no way it gets any worse than your Mirana, than your chorus being behind a Mirana's farm. There's no way. So it's only up and up for Tilted Boys going forward here. It's the side of Ravens have had again a very spectacular game. Every lane working out, all this activity early on. They're playing as a team.
Ush caught. Italian gangster. He's been doing a very good job. Just the utility build, obviously paying off for him as well, because he can have so much mobility now with the 4-staff blink.
tower is under attack.
I think we actually see a rise. You know, the Magnus God himself playing this build up a lot. And, I mean, it's working. Why not?
I don't remember seeing that name in such a long time. Wish we'd see him.
He's
Good
a
old son
streamer,
of
John.
Magnus himself. Does he still stream?
I believe he still streams.
That is okay. That's cool because I still remember the words he said to EE. That copy pass is still my favorite.
I
Something
don't
about
even
measure
remember what
your
that
words. Oh, it was a beautiful measure your words kind of copy pass.
Arrow's gonna land. The Lich is gone. And Volodka's still gonna try and fight here. Kara, RP is out. They caught Skyward with that, but Kara is down as now the chains are out from RRL trying to disengage. Ash is trying to find a duel opportunity but cannot get one. With the position they're in, like they've got to be pretty cautious not to give too many kills away here to Tilted Boys. Ravens. Like this is a game you just can't lose. Like if you lose this game, you're gonna look back thinking, how the hell did we end up like dropping that series? You know, you're too far ahead to lose this game.
Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, but you know, stranger things have happened in Dota 2, Mike. So
They
you never
have.
know. Never say never. They'll go into the Roche. This should be a very quick one with the output you have on Argus. So no contention coming out from the side of Tilted Boys. And that's going to be a secondary life ready to go for... I wonder if you give it to Argus, because it does feel like on a Sven, your second life feels useless because of God Strength. Your first life also doesn't feel amazing if you don't pop God Strength. So you maybe hand it over to RRL, and he does have the inventory space for it cleared out. 2 lives in Ember. And you barely have enough lockdown to kill him the 1 time. Kill him the 2 times, I'm not sure if you will be able to find that. Same issues that, again, Ravens had last game. Dealing with that Morphling with a secondary life here. We'll see. I just realized, I don't think we've ever seen a duel from Ush in the last, well, the entire game.
Yeah.
At all. Which is
don't-
fair.
I don't remember hearing one. It's but there hasn't been any opportunities, to be fair to him. Like he had a bad laning stage, and then just the rest of his team also lost their lane. So, you know, even if you do duel, chances are you're going to be giving free damage over to the other team. But yeah, certainly has not found any opportunities. Definitely wants the blink up to find the big chances for himself in the LC, but mean, it's still, what, over a K away for the blink to be up, so, you know, he's going to keep trying. Bottom lane, I mean, they're going to start pushing in this tier 2 tower. The Ravens, I say that, they do back off into the dire triangle and just hold that position instead. Mid lane, RRL going to show himself, but... and they just don't have any options to try and jump anyone. It's literally just avoid and farm kind of game right now for Tilted Boys. No other chances, no other options. That's the only play right now.
And their high ground doesn't feel particularly amazing either in comparison. Perhaps you get a lot of value from Chain Frost. That's about it in terms of teamfight here. There's no big teamfight control that you're looking for. You don't have anything like an RP. You don't have anything to stall them out. Your clear is there. You can cut creep waves, I suppose, with Skyward and just try to stall out that way. But when it comes to direct confrontation in the high ground, there's not much here for Tilted Boys. Again, unless you get a really good Chain Frost going from door.
At least you have bought yourself time. Like Ferte with the Battle Fury Blink now can somewhat be involved. Again, I think the Blink of Ush is the real big deal here for Tilted Boys. Once they have that up and available, then they certainly give themselves a way back into this game. Skyward, in the meantime, has been dusted up trying to steal a Wisdom Rune away. Taking so much damage from Wake Me Up. And the Shockwave's going to land, but it's not enough. Very, very barely just surviving that instance. Obviously, still doesn't get the Wisdom Rune, but probably going to be happy he got his way out of that. Bottom lane. Argus.
Oh my god.
He's all by himself. He does take down Door. RRL shows up on the Ember. Ferrete's actually almost dead. Ush now rushing in, looking for a dual attempt. He does get it. Skyward does go down, but they found the Sven. And RRL, he got stuck on a cliff. Gets a Remnant back up now. Will try to go after Ush. But I don't believe he can really secure this kill on his own. And my oh my, losing the Sven like that, even if he finds a couple supports, that's a big loss.
Yeah, that's not how that should go. Coming out there from Ravens. It looked like they could have gotten that kill on Ferta as well, but not quite enough burst damage coming out on the Sven. You mentioned this earlier, Mike, but you have to be careful about dropping kills like that. The game is, you know, it's pretty hard for Tilted Boys, but never say never when you find a couple of core kills. And inside of Ravens, you're doing great, but yeah, just don't try the game. It's gonna be, you're gonna hate yourselves afterwards if you lose off the back of pickoffs like that.
I mean, they're still huge. They've still got a 12k advantage 22 minutes in. They've just got to press the advantage together as a unit. Mind you, like, props to Tilted Boys, the fact that they haven't called it and they are still in this game and actually making a very slow but sure comeback right now is just, it'll be a huge morale boost for them if they do find one. And with the way that Ravens are playing now, it almost seems like they're going to hesitate a little bit and just get back to the farming game. But in the meantime, you've allowed the Manta to now be up. Skyward's going to die again, but he won't care about that. He's just buying more and more space for his team. It's like the more he just roams the map and gets picked off, the more time he gives to the rest of his team to actually get some farm going. But now you've got Volodka with a Manta. You know, you've got Ferrete building up a BKB after his Battle Fury Blink. You've got a Blink now on your LC. He's going for his own BKB. You know, slowly but surely, they are coming online. In my earlier call of saying maybe they should call it, you know, they are looking to try and prove me wrong here, John, and they may just.
Hey, for a guy who plays in Southeast Asia, Mike, you call it very early sometimes, to be fair.
Hey, I'm usually spot on. I'm usually spot on with when they should call it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'll hand it to you. Mike. Still, Southeast Asian spirit, Mike. You know, never say never. Never say never.
Well, I never call it, John, but they're pub games, you know? Angus? Oh, excuse me, Argus. thinking of burgers right now. Jonathan, my goodness. Ravens? They're moving in. But won't find Skyward, though they did dust him up. And no, never mind, they are going to find him. Skyward's trying to get himself out. Italiano Gangster very patiently waiting. Does pop the skewer to secure the kill.
Hold hands with me?
Apologies to Argus, by the way, Jonathan. Apparently I'm quite hungry right now, so thinking
Yes,
of
you
the
are.
wrong things.
I
they're
don't
running
worry, Mike.
towards
All
the
of us
US.
would like that.
I mean, Ferte's, he's okay. Top corner of the map. Highly doubt they find him. The lines
there's
have
no
been drawn
Angus.
exactly where he is.
He's no Angus steak. But it would still be a juicy target. I don't know how bear meat tastes like, but that sounds very illegal to say. I'm not sure if
No,
you
I-
can even eat bear meat. Can you?
You can.
Is it good? Have you tried it, Mike?
No, I haven't, Jonathan. We don't have bears in Australia, but according to hunters, I don't even remember what podcast this was on. Probably Joe Rogan. Now that we're speaking about bears, but you know, apparently it tastes nice. Apparently, I highly doubt it.
Bottom tower is
Well, you're a guy that says kangaroo is quite pleasant, so.
It is pleasant, John, if it's cooked correctly.
I see. There's always a caveat. It's fair
I mean,
enough.
with all
Fair
due
enough.
respect, Jonathan, if I were you, I wouldn't be talking with your food choices.
Okay, what are my food choices, huh? What are my food choices, Mike? What have I eaten that offends you?
I'm not going to get into it because if I get into it, I feel like I'm going to get myself in trouble.
Yes, you would. Well, what's so bad, huh? Is a little bit of paneer not that good, huh? Is sinigang kare? What's wrong,
my
here,
mouth
Mike?
is,
What's the issue?
Don't put words into my mouth, Jonathan. You know I like sinigang a lot. I liked it. Loved it, in fact.
You like it more than this game, though?
Oh, not as much as this game, Jonathan. This is an incredible game here between these two teams. I mean, I think Roshan is about to, I mean, if it respawns, it's about to get started. And it's a quick
wow.
one.
Look at that, Mike.
Like I
What a
told you, John,
god.
I'm on point most of the time.
Yeah, you called it a while ago. You called it Roshan. Just on point, Michael Phoenix. This is based. Mike, while we have time, would you be interested in hearing
Yeah.
the Arise copy pasta?
Please.
Okay, this is an old copy pasta from, 8 years ago. 8 years ago. This is it. I'm here in the terrifying ghettos of Romania to speak with teamless legend Turtoi Arise Ionut and learn what I can about what adherents call the true son of Magnus. I turn the corner to his room. I step over a gutter running with blood from the smashed open head of a young Asian boy still clutching his anime figurines. I remind myself, this is a man from old school Romanian Dota and Garena channels, an ex-quarterback. Above the doorframe, carved letters, measure your words. It's a
you for
beautiful
that, John.
coffee pasta.
It's a great copy pasta. Thank you, John. Skyward, he's going to scout out the TP rotations into the mid lane. Volodka, the chains are out, but he's got the Manta, and he will just walk away. Global Silence was there, but not in time, so that is going to be wasted. The RRL is going to try and chase the best he can. Chains,
really
or rather,
chasing.
Remnant's still going. He's going very deep for this. Maybe he can find Door. Gaze is out. Door should die, and eventually will, as RRL apparently has no fear. Gets a kill for himself, gets out of there. And Tilted Boys, they just wanted nothing. They wanted none of it.
They make the right call to back off, and that's Global Silence committed. That's the haste rune popped by RRL. So a couple of tools taken away, but the RP is still on hand. They've still got God Strength ready to go, and they just need to commit. Commit the God Strength for the push.
Here we go, Argus. Very, very quick process here for the Sven. Skewer in from Italiano Gangster. Volodka's gone. RP committed as well. Mid-duel. Oh, Ferte and Ush. They are down. Yeah, I mean,
middle barracks are under
they're onto the mid-racks. It's looking like a tough defense to come out here from Tilted Boys. Not really much to expect, I don't think.
Dire's bottom tower
No.
is under attack.
They doesn't look like they've got any play. Italiano doesn't land it.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Close. You're seeing why this guy was really impressive last tour. Not just because of his name, mind you, but his plays were pretty big. I recall Lizard having a lot of fun with his name as well.
I bet.
And
Radiant's top
he lives up to the name. You know, he is an Italiano gangstar running up like that. No dust necessary. Just look for the skewer back.
You don't have to say gangstar, Jonathan. There's no R
But
at
that's
the
how
end.
he spelled it.
There is an R at the end. Oh, there is an R. Well, this
It's
is embarrassing.
gangstar. Oh my god. Okay, so you've outed yourself in several fronts, Mike. You don't like Southeast Asian food. You can't
Wait.
read. What's wrong with you?
Hold on a minute, Jonathan. Volodka's going to jump out. Global Silence is out, though. A great Stormhammer from Argus as well, landing onto... they haven't called it yet, Jonathan. Tilted Boys, they're going all the way for this one. But they have caught out the Void Spirit now, so Volodka's gone. Fairtay has brought back. He is trying to chase a Pos 5, but eventually they will call GG. And no, I did not say I didn't like Southeast Asian food, Jonathan. I simply said I didn't like your food choices.
What is my food choices? You know, it's
I'm not
surely
gonna say anything,
spicier
John.
than this game. I don't know why you're suddenly just. I'm catching strays here, Mike. What the hell did I do recently that makes you say this? I mean, surely my food's just as spicy as this game. You know, with a scoreline of 41-9, that's pretty spicy for Ravens. Turning it around after basically the same scoreline for them in game one. So they've woken up with Wake Me Up. They're doing well. Italiano Gangstar is living up to his name. I'm not sure what to expect for a game 3 because, quite frankly, I didn't expect Ravens to actually bounce back after a really dismal game 1.
I don't know what happened this game. Like, I thought the draft was great from the Tilted Boys, but to be frank, Jonathan, I mean, they just all the lanes lost and they looked quite tilted afterwards. I'll tell you, with the way they were playing this game, and we'll get to see a few highlights, but it's basically all just Ravens highlights. I feel like, is they were just all over the place this time. Like, you know you're in trouble when RRL is just going to remnant into 4 heroes and still get a kill and walk away. Like, that's when you probably know the GG call's coming very, very soon. And that's practically what happened. Is props to Tilted Boys for trying to find a way back into this game, but just no opportunities being provided to them in game number 2, and or Ravens proving that they're not a team to be underestimated, as they do tie out the series 1-1 here with Tilted Boys. And I can only imagine what happens in game 3, because both games have been just complete stomps. You know, neither side has really provided an equal game in any sense of the imagination. And now, with 2 stomps happening, like, are we going to get a third game that's kind of close? Or are we expecting just another stomp from one of these two?
It's hard to say. I think both sides have shown really strong potential. I think this is going to come down to draft, right? Like, will you be able to take care of the Batrider Spirit Breaker? Will you have to ban out Magnus on Tilted Boys? That could change the direction for either team from draft, because it does feel like the draft was a pretty big factor in getting some comfort out for these teams to look good. So we'll find out. As, again, a really strong showing coming out from Ravens. Tilted Boys. Maybe it's also down to whoever picks Ursa is destined to lose in this match, because Ursa is 0-2 right now. So maybe if no one picks Ursa, we're going to have an even game. If someone picks Ursa, it could be an instant loss from the draft.
Yeah, it's I don't know what it is about this Ursa pickup, but it's not working for either side, as we do have the scoreboard here. And well, out of all the MVPs, John, you've been saying it the whole game, it's going to be Wake Me Up here as the MVP for game number 2. And look at his scoreline on the Mirana. Like, this is a position for Mirana we're looking at with the highest KDA on the team. It's just, he had a really nice performance, just most of his arrows landing. You were talking about the fact that there was no good arrows set up during the draft stage, John. Mm-hmm. Apparently that just didn't matter to Wake Me Up. You know, once this man's woken up, everything changes.
Yeah, he has to wake up when you're laning with the Italiano Gangster. You don't want to fall asleep with that guy at your back. You know, you never know what an Italiano Gangstar does. But yeah, spectacular play from Wake Me Up. Just going for his... It's Gangstar, all right? Just because you can't read doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to read, Mike. Huh? Get your eyes checked. Cuckoo got LASIK. I got LASIK. Maybe it's your turn to get LASIK. Not my problem.
Well, maybe it's not as cheap where I live, Jonathan. Regardless, we're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with Game 3 between Tilted Boys and Ravens. We'll see you very, very soon. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our third game of this best of three series here between Tilted Boys and, of course, Ravens. And it is MVP Dota and Drinks Fire. Jonathan, game 1 and 2, both proving to be very stompy between these two teams. Obviously, Ravens winning the last game in quite a convincing fashion. I mean, it was more stompy than game 1 was. I can only imagine what happens in game number 3. At the very least, the draft has begun, and Tilted Boys, they have respect ban out the Magnus. So, Taliona Gangsta, not going to have that.
Yeah, they have the Spirit Breaker though, so Tilted Boys go into that, and look at this. The Oracle instantly coming out for Ravens. So that is a bit of spice on hand. A rather interesting pick by Ravens already. I'm honestly not sure why you opened with Oracle first. It feels like Oracle's maybe better as a second phase pick. So maybe you've gone for an Oracle combo right here, right now. Medusa's obviously not the pick for that because her mana shield just burns and you don't really restore that as Oracle. That's a very sad combo, but
yeah.
It's a decent, I don't know if it's really a decent save up against Spirit Breaker. You will go Monkey Kings. You have Monkey King Oracle to fall back to. That is a pretty strong combination. I think Tilted Boys, though, with Skyward and something more active in comparison to his Clinks, like in the sense that he can make plays, like it does feel better already. I think just having the Spirit Breaker on hand, at the least you don't have to deal with a Spirit Breaker plus a Monkey King lane, so you take little wins where you can. And now you get the Pangolier out, so they just prioritize perhaps their mid coming out here for Tilted Boys. Ravens will still have a lot of options, which Tilted Boys will have to ban out. Stuff like Ember Storm, Void Spirit, all probably have to get taken away. They ban the Bloodseeker first, just to ensure you can keep rolling around, but yeah, now you can only ban 2 of the Spirit Brothers, Ember, and it should be Storm, because I feel like Storm versus Pango is a little bit too rough. Void Spirit's a little bit more manageable for the Pangolier, but you also have stuff like, say, a Quap for Ravens. If you want to go into that, Quap versus Pangolier is pretty straightforward. Puck is there as well, which could be a good option in stopping the mobility from coming through with your Dream Coil. It's just that Puck overall has been a pretty dead hero in this patch.
Yeah, it certainly has been. No, another hero that feels like it's been kind of dead, at least in the pro meta, is this Oracle. Like, as strong as it feels, I feel like we just have not seen much Oracle coming out, at least in NA Div 1. Happy to see it pop up here for Ravens. I just wonder what the reasoning behind it is. Like, what is it that makes the Oracle not a big pickup for teams? Because as far as I'm concerned, like, this hero's felt really broken from the games I've had. And I'm pretty sure his win rate is still very high. Sure, it got nerfed in 7.33C, but nowhere near enough, in my opinion, to make it feel like the hero is not just completely busted.
Yeah, like Oracle's win rate in the DPC is about 43%. So maybe not the best games coming out for it, but I do agree with you. Like, Reign of Destiny is a really strong shard upgrade. You get it for free almost every single time, and it just feels really good when you have a core that plays well with False Promise, which you do have in the Monkey King. Ravens pick up the Clinks themselves now. So a Oracle Clink support duo is a rather interesting proposition. It doesn't feel like you have a lot of heroes to melt. To be fair, like Pango and Spirit Breaker are just not heroes you insta-gib as a Clinks. So I'm wondering what the game plan is from Ravens. This is a lot of early aggression, a lot of physical output. So maybe they've gone for early objectives, some strong team fights once you have the Solar Crest up. Get going from there. I worry about how much the Spirit Breaker can get out, though. Like, there's nothing to really stop Skyward on that Spirit Breaker from just rushing all over the map. Again, you had the option for maybe a Shadow Demon instead of a Clinks, and Disruption's a pretty good save, but you don't get that. Demonic Purge on Spirit Breaker also kind of ruins his charge quite a fair bit. So I'm wondering why the Clinks took priority. We'll have to see with the rest of the draft, I guess.
Yeah, we'll have to keep tabs out here. I guess with the Monkey King, like, the Clinks does provide you even more information. Like, you have 2 heroes that can kind of, just roam the map, get all the info for their team, all this vision, and can be quite detrimental to have to play against. But I don't necessarily like Clinks against SB. I think the Spirit Breaker has a very good time against this hero because you charge him, he has no idea, he's skilled to walk, thinking he's fine. As long as you're carrying a dust, you're going to find the Clinks, and chances are you're going to have a very good time as the SB. Tilted Boys, they also go into a Mirana, so that's probably the Pos 5 coming out. I do see the Position 5 Mirana coming out often enough, and it does prove to be very, very strong.
Remaining.
As Tilted Boys looking for two more core pickups now.
Remaining.
Arguably a Position 1 and Position 3 to be picked up on their side of things. You don't have the Batrider for Ush, and I don't necessarily think he wants to play LC into Oracle and Monkey King. So you probably won't see those options coming out. I wonder what he picks up though, because Ush did not have a game in game 2. Like that just wasn't a game for him. And against the MK, chances like MK Oracle's a very strong lane, right? So he needs to be very cautious about this Pos 3 pickup because the offlane's already going to prove to be very challenging as it is.
For sure. You still have some options in hand, like say Doom, although Doom into Monkey King's always awkward as well. Underlord into Monkey King's awkward. Like a lot of the big, beefy, tanky offlanes are... They don't feel the best up against this combination on Ravens. So, let's see. They pick up the Venomancer.
Okay. Yeah, they did pick up the Venomancer, John. Yes, they did.
Shift Spirit Breaker onto offlane, perhaps. Venomancer support is pretty strong, but Venomancer core... I mean, it could be alright. Like, we've seen Venomancers go for Gleipnir, play around with the fact that it's universal, so you have a lot of output still. You can kind of kite around the Monkey King here. And this is also your vision game coming out from Tilted Boys, even more so, on top of your Spirit Breaker. So you have a lot of just map control that Tilted Boys can put out there. Of course, the one thing with Veno is it's also a really soft target for something like the Clinks. So it's an interesting back and forth there. I'm wondering, again, with this flex, like, do you run offlane Spirit Breaker or Veno? Because I guess Venomancer is maybe a bit better. If you feel like Spirit Breaker doesn't need too much farm, Venomancer can use a lot of that farm as a universal type.
Well, final ban out to come. I mean, I must admit, like, looking at the Veno, it does kind of concern me here, at least for Tilted Boys. It's the problem is, like, against Monkey King Oracle, it's really hard to find an offlane where you're going to be able to feel comfortable. But then it's like, even as the Veno, like, you don't have much range. You're not a tanky kind of core. On top of that, you're against an Oracle who can purge off most of the poison you place on his cores. So Fortune's End's going to be a nice ability, you know? Even the Oracle W is going to be quite nice because you block out all magic damage. False Promise is going to be quite nice as well. You know, the poison's not going to do much through that. So I don't know, like the Veno pick, it just seems very, very desperate unless they're planning like a position 3 Spirit Breaker instead. But then against the MK, it still doesn't make me feel very confident as they do go for a Slark to end the draft off. Not a bad hero by any stretch of the imagination. I think the Slark looks very good here. Ravens, how do they want to finish things off? Like, they seem to need an offlane of their own.
10 seconds remaining.
What do we want here?
You do have the Doom still left in the pool for yourself. You've got maybe the Underlord if you want a little bit more aura coming out and a good hold to play with the Wukongs here. Italiano Gangstar, very, very vocal about what he wants there. Lots of hand gesturing. Keen to see what idea they do come out with here. Lots of smiles. Still from the side of Ravens. It's more than happy. Italiano Gangstar,
they should be
of course,
happy
not
after
the person
that
you
game.
mess with.
They should be happy with that game too.
Oh, he gets his Mars. This is something Italiano Gangstar looked good in. We talked about this in Game 1's draft where, you know, his pool was good, but kind of out of meta, and he goes for it. He gets the Mars, and that ties in pretty well with your Monkey King. Later down the line, Arena plus Wukongs is pretty damn good. It's just laning in is maybe where it's a little bit more awkward. You're a Mars plus Clinks into a Slark and Veno lane, which does not sound fun. Oh, she's playing the off-lane Mirana. So I guess that's one way to just not die. Stay far away enough, play with your Storm, clear out the range creep, farm up against Argus, but a rather interesting draft. I think it's hard for me to say who I favor. I'd lean towards Ravens a little bit, but I can see a situation where Tilted Boys draft does go online very fast. and they kind of try to repeat what happened in game one. Just suppress every lane, win out every matchup, and just run down very early on. Like, Tilted Boys can do that, but to an extent, so can Ravens. So probably the most even draft we'd have across these series, Mike. I mean, no Ursa, so no one's going to insta-lose very early on here.
That is true. I mean, look, I'll be frank with you, John. I saw Italiano Gangster rubbing his hands once the Mars came out, so he looked very, very happy, and I know you're very happy to see it. This hero doesn't look very good in the current meta, though, John. I'm not going to lie to you. It has a abysmal win rate, though we have seen it show up in a few pro games, and even then, it hasn't looked the best, but well, he was rubbing his hands. He looked happy, John, so who am I to talk, right? If he's a specialist at the hero, I'm sure he doesn't care what kind of patch we're in.
Funny enough, it has a 55% win rate over 22 picks in the DPC overall. So it's actually not that bad, surprisingly, even though, again, maybe 22 picks isn't enough to get a good grasp on the statistics. I do agree with you overall. I mean, I've seen this Mars and C. It's not look good, but this could be the game. And, you know, Italiano Gangster could be the chef cooking up that marinara with his hands rubbing together. You could be looking forward to this one.
Kara charges out. Vision is there. They caught the Oracle, though the arrow is off the mark. Whoopsie daisies. Italian and Gangster now being chased down on the Mars. He's going to be fine to go past the tier 1 tower, though. By the way, I don't think we talked about this very much. Ush is on the POS 3 Marana.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's happening.
Yeah, I think the reasoning is just you get some spacing away from Monkey King with your range. You can always play with Starstorm to clear out the creep wave, secure range creep, get a little bit of farm from the large camp as well with the Sacred Arrow, so you can escalate. And I suppose when it comes down to it, you are a universal type, so Gleipnir build-up's not too bad for Marana here.
Certainly is not. So there is a bit of a smoke from Ravens. Looks like they're thinking about trying to move in. They will get the bounty rune for themselves. It'll be a 2 for 2. Not too big of a deal. Both sides look to back off here. Maybe this time we start with the mid lane, shall we, John? Like, you're going to have RRL. He's going to be up against Valadka on the Pugna. So the Void Spirit versus Pugna matchup, which I feel like every time we've seen it. Did I say Pugna? Oh, the Pango, John. The Pango.
You're thinking of all the Skelly boys today, Mikey.
Oh, I don't know what's happening with me today, Jonathan. RRL versus Volodka, the Pango versus the Void Spirit matchup. I feel like every time we've seen this, the Void Spirit still ends up winning out the match, just based off how much it hits for with its damage. But what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, I'd say it's maybe a little bit better for Void Spirit. You can block off a lot of harass with Resonant Pulse. I mean, you have Shield Crash to try to give you the same durability. It just doesn't feel as great for the Pango. It's going to be down to, in this matchup, more than likely just landing your Aether Remnant. That's a one key piece of his kit here on RRL. It kind of helps you in this matchup. And if you don't land that, Volodka does have easier harass. So and that's really all you have to watch out for. For the most part, should be even. Maybe by level 4 or level 5, it feels a little bit better for the Void Spirit, though. That is something Volodka will have to watch for. Rune Control probably is the great equalizer there, as we do see some aggression down bot. Charge out from Skyward, but Spirit Breaker Marana, not the most straightforward combination, and you don't really want to overcommit on the Monkey King.
No, you don't. And speaking of that bottom lane, you know, Argus and Kara against Ush and Skyward, like, the POS 3 Marana, certainly not something I was quite expecting to see pop out here, but it is a universal hero, you know, so you never know. I can't wait to see what kind of damage this Marana's going to have doing. His top lane, they do get Italiano Gangster. And to be fair, even if he is playing Master vs. Slark, you know, you get caught out by a Gale, it's not going to be the most fun process for you. It's waking up now. Quite a bit of damage being dealt by Door. Not going to be anywhere near enough to secure a kill, but certainly going to give the warning wake me up needed to stay back.
Yeah, that's a pretty big take for the side of Tilted Boys. So they're having a good time in that lane. Still a lot of aggression coming down bot, though. One more hit. There you go. So, yeah, always a threat of Jingu that will keep Skyward and Ush back. It's still a better look coming out here overall for the side of Tilted Boys to have their side lanes go this well. Like, Clinks again, his laning phase is maybe not the best moment for that hero. You might even be tempted to just run your Oracle up top Now, having that Dispel on hand, just ruining that Veno could be the way to go, but for now, sticking to what they have here on side of Ravens, and Tilted Boys probably happy about that. Very happy about having a very free lane for Ferta for the most part.
Bottom, Skyward forced to charge away. He's going to be fine. Nowhere near enough damage to secure the SB kill. Skyward, the SB, quite a tanky position for, so he's going to be just fine. Get back to the fountain, go for a reset. And the beauty of the SB is you can just TP back to the fountain every time, because you can just charge right back out. You know, it's no problem.
Yeah, just get back into the game. Smoke out as well, just to speed the process up. Gonna make his way down to help out Ush. Overall, again, you are getting a little bit more aggression out from the side of Tilted Boys. Your mid lane is still winning out here, though, for Ravens. And RRL, again, like this is the point where the Void Spirit becomes harder to manage at level 4 into 5. Volodka, he is trying to work into an early Orb Corrosion, more than likely into his Diffusal buildup, and that's going to give him a lot more presence, but it's going to be hard to pin down RRL when once he does have his 6. Like with a Slarkin, like, you don't really have that much control or hard control on your lineup from Tilted Boys to key in a Spirit Brother here.
A bit of action down at bot lane, not amounted to too much. Kind of the thing like for the MK, unless you have the fortune to enter lock Ush down, chances are you are not going to be able to get too much damage off onto the Mirana. Mind you though, like he's having a pretty free time farming on the Monkey King. Not much they can do to slow Argus down here in this bottom lane, which I think for Ush and Skyward, you kind of just accept that point. Though I say that, the jump is there. Argus taking a lot of damage and he is down. Well, there you go, Jonathan, the classic caster's curse. Skyward handing over the tip to Argus immediately. The very nice arrow from Ush to set up.
Yeah, just getting the chain stuns, and the Monkey King nowhere near building any Jingu stacks up, so it does get punished. That is the one play you can do. Just, again, stand from a distance, look for these openings, and coordinate your charge in. That's where the Monkey King can start to fall a bit flat up top, though.
Yeah, spear off the mark from Italiano Gangster. It will still zone them out, so they can't keep the chase going for Wake Me Up. But it seems like Ferte and Dora having a much better time this laning stage. And again, I kind of go back to the Mars pick. Like, sure, the win rate's pretty decent at 55% across all regions, but in this game, at least, it hasn't felt the best.
No, it's going to be a bit of a uphill struggle for Italian Gangster there as well, as they are still getting aggression all across the map. A little bit of a move down bot. Doesn't quite line up into a kill on Kara just yet. The one thing you do have is this rotation that you can get from the Spirit Breaker, so rune control is a lot easier here.
It certainly is. 6 minute is upon us, and it's going to be up top where the shield rune is actually denied off by Dora as Kara goes down on the Oracle. Vodka will be very happy with that kill, and now even pops the Rolling Thunder, trying to protect Skyward. Go after Wake Me Up. Maybe can find a 2-for-1 special for himself, as this Rolling Thunder is such a nice position. Oh, and there goes your Cling. Store will take that one. RRL at least able to TP away, but certainly a very favorable mid-fight for the side of Tilted Boys.
And they managed to find a little bit more coming out there. You force away the Void Spirit as well. You did lose a pretty big courier with a lot of items on it for Volodka, so not the best if you do look at it in that wider pool. But overall, you're not going to be unhappy. Again, a rather even start, a much stronger start for Tilted Boys this time around, though. 1-4. Their lane's just a little bit smoother, especially for Ferte, as you aren't really getting as much for Argus down bot. But no one with too many gains across the board. I think it's, for the most part, even outside of Italian and Gangstar lagging behind for the side of Ravens. So again, the timing on the Mars is the one thing that's going to feel a bit awkward. The double bracer is already stalled out. Soul Ring still stalled out as well. And that just means you're going to have a slower time in trying to get that blink, trying to get these arena game plays going. And that's what we have to see from the offlane down the line. So let's see how well Italiano recovers. It feels like his team is relying on him to provide some stable team fight.
Top lane. Rotations out now from Skyward. Goes through the twin gates, looking to maybe set up here at the top lane, but decides better of it and instead goes for the charge onto RRL. Void Spirit, notoriously hard to catch as the Spirit Breaker, unless he just doesn't get away. Could just stand his ground with a Resonant Pulse. Luckily, there was no follow-up anyway. Like, Volodka did not have time to channel up the Rolling Thunder. So RRL, surprising me by just standing his ground, won't bother wasting the Astral Step charge, and it works out. He knew he just didn't need it.
Yeah, get another charge opportunity onto Italiano here.
Yeah, why not? He's already quite low. Spear is going to be on target at the very least, but Ferrete is still chasing him down. The God's Rebuke going to slow him down enough that he won't bother, though. Skyward, he's a little bit of a different guy. He wants to chase no matter what. Eventually going to back off as he does not have any way of locking down the Mars. But at the end of the day, like, your Slark is free farming quite nicely here. You won't really mind not picking up these kills. Mid lane. RRL in big trouble. No step charges, no dissimulate. But the Fortune's End does cancel off the charge from Skyward. So they didn't have the backup coming in, and Volodka, he put the hand up a little bit too early because now he's in danger. He will back off successfully. Skyward taking a fair bit of damage on his way out as well, thanks to Wake Me Up. Had that charge not been cancelled by the Fortune's End of Kara, RRL would have almost guaranteed just been dead. But thankfully, thanks to Kara's positioning, that does not happen.
Yeah, so neither side finding anything. You're also a little bit, maybe not as happy on the side of Ravens not having the kill onto Valabka to punish. The heal, the hold, not quite good enough on Ravens to really pin down something like the Pango. Room up top for Ferte to get a little bit aggressive. Italiano does have the arena. So you might not want to fully commit, but you've always got the Shadow Dance now to bail out. See a little bit of a movement out down bot here from Ravens.
There is. Charges out. RRL. Charge is cancelled because Dora is going to drop. Ash is still chasing. So is Skyward. They land the nice blood grenade onto two heroes. So Kara is going to get caught. RRL actually still committing. Luckily for him, though, there is a haste rune waiting for him to be picked up. So he will take that. Skyward, he does have the charge, but doesn't see any point in trying to use it now that they know that there's a haste rune bottle up. Just wouldn't have enough to actually secure the kill, so they'll just leave him be.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And, Tilted Boys, it's still a much closer game than what we've seen between these two, at least for now. With less than 1k advantage, it's really anyone's game at this point.
Yeah. Still manageable for both sides at the scoreline. They are looking for an opportunity up top onto Ferte here.
Charge. Just going to be on the creep wave, not going to land onto the Monkey King. Meanwhile, top lane, Ferte. Oh, nice juke on the spear. With a missed opportunity here for Italiano Gangster, but it won't matter in the end. He'll still just take the kill with the right clicks. And that's a huge pickup. That was your highest net worth hero on Tilted Boys going down, so Ravens should be very happy with that. Tilted Boys, they are still trying to push in the bottom tier 1, but they are forced to leap away and back off, though I say that Skyward just charges right in, but now he's in danger because Argus jumps in as well. Arrow's going to land at the very least onto the Monkey King, and now he's in danger, but a nice boundless strike into the hills is going to give him time to TP out, and he's going to be fine. Wake Me Up, even going to survive himself. They couldn't get the final hit off. The Clinks is fine. Oh, what a disastrous situation here. 4 Tilted Boys down at that bot lane, just finding nothing and still losing their Spirit Breaker pulse 4.
Yeah, it's not the best of looks, not the biggest loss in the world, but you're very happy here on Ravens. You get the back off on your Monkey. You get to just go back into the jungle to farm. You're working towards that Echo Saber here. Lots of aggression coming out from RRL onto Volodka, but there is relief here.
Charges out, Skyward going to catch RRL. Aether, or rather Arcane Rune is picked up. Here is RRL, still on the low ground. He's going to avoid the Rolling Thunder from Volodka. Going in again. Nice Aether Remnant. He actually caught 2 of them. He had 2 Aether Remnants out. He caught 2 of them at once. How often do you see that? They'll lose Door as well. That's something you don't get to see very often.
No, that's a bit of a treat from RRL as he's not quite done. Doesn't flip Skyward, but we've got a good connection now to work onto mid and get a little bit of a push going themselves. And there's not much here from Tilted Boys to stop this. I mean, Ush is around. He's got double rate band up with Blades of Alacrity. He has good right click, but it's not really enough to zone them out just yet.
Big rotations in from Tilted Boys. RRL, Dissimulate away, does have both step charges now available, so actually going to jump back in very confidently. Keep in mind, he has no mana, but he did have the stick charges to use if he needed it. That'll be about it. They'll back off. A lot of rotations not really amounting to anything for Tilted Boys, so a bit of wasted time for them. Mind you, Ferrete is still freely farming on the Slark, so you do have him to kind of fall back on at the end of the day. So I think they're just more than happy letting Ferrete just keep hitting creeps. But it seems like Ravens have got the same plan. Like, as long as Argus is farming, they don't seem to really care too much about what's happening across the map. Thing is, Argus is falling behind when it comes to the net worth board. He's about 1.2k behind the Slark at the moment. And I don't think that's the farm is gonna speed up too much from the Monkey King, as it seems like Skyward is gonna get caught trying to get cheeky with a Wisdom Rune, but he's gonna get tipped here from Wake Me Up.
A good little read coming out from the side of Ravens. Wake Me Up sees the Ancients attacking someone random in the tree line. Figures out someone's stair camping the rune, and they get the punishment for it. 7-5 now in Ravens' favor. Less than 1k net worth lead. Every core kind of matched up farm to farm. I think the one here now lagging behind is Ush on the Mirana. Until you get that Mjolnir up, the farming pace is just going to be a lot slower. Big timing for that Mirana is going to be the Gleipnir, as we tend to see with a lot of these ranged universals off lane. It's always about the Gleipnir timing. We'll see if that's going to do enough here. Italiano Gangstar has his full blink flying out. So much easier arenas can come through here, and the team fights are starting to look sharp for Ravens, as they will go for a smoke play out.
See what they can find with this smoke. Kara and RRL both roaming together. Sad thing is, they've kind of revealed themselves under that Observer Ward, though, by placing them, but maybe Tilted Boys have not got the memo, because they'll run right through. In fact, they're getting away with this. The charge is still going to land, though no, the root is there in time. There's no bash out onto the Mars, but it's not going to matter. Italiano Gangster still in trouble. There's your false promise out, though. He will survive a little bit longer, as they'll make the dive in onto Tilted Boys, and Ferte's gone. RRL with a double damage rune is not to be messed with right now. He's dealing way too much damage. Volodka in the meantime holding down Wake Me Up, takes the Krink's kill. Skyward, he's also going to drop here on the Spirit Breaker. It's 2 for 1 so far in the favor of the Radiant, but they've lost the Monkey King. Argus is down. Spear is going nowhere from Italiano Gangstar. Ush does drop as well on the Mirana. Volodka caught by a Fortune's End, but there's no follow-up damage now, so he's going to be all right. Ultimately proving to be a better team fight for Ravens in the end. But it's still not going to feel good losing your MK like that. You know, he's not able to keep up in terms of the farm game. So it's almost starting to feel like RRL is turning into the real carry for the team here on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, at least for the time being, that's what you'd expect from the Void Spirit overall. Right, like he does have earlier item spikes. Kind of wants to get aggressive. The Monkey King just needs to sit back, try to farm up a little bit more. The Harpoon is going to be the big timing for Argus. More stats to play with. A lot more to dish out in these fights as well. Same thing is happening for Tilted Boys, though. Like, you know, you lose Ferta early in the fight. You lose your offlane as well in Ush. It does feel like you're waiting for more heroes on Tilted Boys because your Mirana is just not contributing until Gleipnir is up. Ferta as well needs his Ags to just have these pounces to clip someone like RRL. Take care of that threat, Void Spirit. And that's still a ways off, that Ags.
RRL jumping in onto door. He's okay for now, but the arena going to trap him in. So he is down on the Venomancer as Volodka trying to get out, is eventually going to be able to roll away after the arena. Meanwhile, Wake Me Up also dying to Ush, but you do buy enough time to allow the tier 1 mid tower to go down here for Ravens. So still a pretty big win for them, finding the Veno and finding the tier 1 tower for the price of their clinks.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. I didn't know you'd get stopped by Arena of Blood in Rolling Thunder. I thought you were debuff immune. So I thought you could roll out, but he was stuck. That was before the root came out anyway. That's a bit weird.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Beta game.
Yeah. Fuerte.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Keeping tabs on the Slark, though he should be well aware that that's happening thanks to the Shadow Dance passive, and he does place a Sentry Ward down now. See the Slark in the end. Wake Me Up can't cancel the Twin Gates usage anyway. Verte's just fine to continue going after the Aghanim Scepter on the Slark. Again, my main concern right now for Ravens, on the other hand, is the fact that Argus is just not having a real game as a position 1 Monkey King at the moment. Trying to build up the Harpoon, but even then, like, it seems like so much pressure is on RRL to carry this game for them. Comparatively, like, this Slark is having a really good time. And once the Ags is up, Verte is almost guaranteed to join his team for these next fights. In fact, he should be asking his team to smoke up and go right after the Ags is ready. Much slower game than what we're used to, though, from this series so far. 11 to 8, basically 1 kill per minute, which is still slow considering how the other games have gone. But at least we have a close game 3.
Yeah. More competitive. Again, no Ursa, no stomps. Seems to be the call out here. So we'll see if that pattern holds in the rest of Div 2. Verte, again, feeling confident. The Ag's not too far off, but...
Well, Arena Spear is down. He got the Shadow Dance and Dark Pact off in time, though, so Italian Gangster needing to find a way out, but the chase is on now. Ash keeping up the vision on the Mars with the leaps, misses the arrow. Meanwhile, Wukong's command going to catch out 2 of them. Skyward is going to go down. Still, you do have Volodka, who is rolling around the team fight, creating all sorts of chaos, but they have lost Ash on the Mirana. Now Kara's gone as well. Door will drop. It's 2v3. In fact, no, make it 2v2. It evens out the team fight here between these two teams. Wake Me Up, still trying to run. They do end up using the Diffusal against him, but they don't have detection. So he's okay in the end. At least with that team fight, though, Ferte now does have enough mana, enough gold to get the full Ags up, does buy it out, and even has the time to tip Italian Gangster while he's at it. So that initiation, it wasn't the best, you know? Arena Spear, but Shadow Dance Dark Pact already up. Oh, mid lane, RRL, he gets the regen route. Volodka, he didn't reach it in time. How unfortunate.
RRL's been on point with rune control. Just so aggressive jumping in, knowing that he can get away with it. Ferta being stalked again, but again, the sentry's there. You know, it's the same spot for Wake Me Up. Oh, he'll try. Spear a bit too late, unfortunate.
Yeah.
You know, that voice line from Tilted Boys, why does that sound like Neff almost? Does it not?
I mean, he's... Yeah.
It disturbs me. Disturbs me greatly. I thought we were done with Neff. I thought we'd had enough. Still his voice rings in my head.
Is it Neff?
Rent-free. I'm pretty sure it's not, but it just sounds close enough.
It does.
That's disturbing.
How very culturally insensitive of you, John, to assume all Americans sound the same.
No, well, he's Canadian, Mike, so...
I know, Jonathan.
How dare you?
I was taking the shot. He doesn't like when I get it wrong, Jonathan. I did it on purpose for you.
You mean like Australia, New Zealand, right? What's the difference there? Huh?
Hey, there's a clear difference, Jonathan. How dare you?
Sure. Let's just say there is, so we're done with this. I'm sure there is a significant difference. Less beer in New Zealand, I believe.
I actually don't know about that. I think you might be wrong. But anyway, moving on. Bottom lane. Wake Me Up, Skyward, hanging around each other. I don't think Wake Me Up can kill Skyward here on his own, that is. Maybe a +1 would probably do the trick. You do have Italian Gangster coming in. There you go. There's the arena down. Skyward actually already popping charge on the creep wave, so definitely no real way out of this one. Didn't have Bulldoze up either, sadly. TP's incoming for more. The Wake Me Up going to be fine to escape, it seems, unless he runs underneath a sentry ward. But it looks like he's going to hide in the tree line and eventually just TP out. Of course, Italiano Gangster also getting himself out of there. He's just perfectly fine. And sadly for Tilted Boys, they... Keep in mind as well, John, like you've got a Desolator now up on Argus. So he's starting to hit a lot harder than he once was. It seems like Tilted Boys, they're going to retreat once again.
Yeah, just cut your losses, regroup. They're not able to use this Ags on Ferta just yet, but once it's up there in the team fight, that's where things can get a little bit dicey for the side of Ravens. Still, Roshan just gets started for Ravens anyway. They've got the clinks, they've got the physical output. Until the boys backed off from this position. So a nice Roche sneaking its way over for the side of Ravens here. Not gonna take too long now. No contestation. And that is scary. 2 lives up on Argus or RRL is going to make a massive difference in the middle of these engagements. It does look like they'll give it to Argus, as he has been in the fire line a lot more than, let's say, RRL has been. That has bought enough time for Lubcut to get his Ags up at the least. So you've got the Pango Ags, pretty major power spike for him. But Ravens are going to look to force the fight. With Aegis up, go for the smoke play and see what they find.
Let's see what happens. In we go. Smoke is there. Ravens trying to really press the advantage, but they've already kind of relocated across the map here for Tilted Boys.
Top tower is under attack.
Not willing to try and fight into the Aegis of Argus now. We'll see the Desolator as well, and you see that's going to show them that he's going to be a lot stronger than he once was.
Tower is under attack.
So tier 2 bottom tower also going to be focused down by Ravens. A lot of objectives being taken by this side with the Aegis up. Doesn't really seem like we're gonna have any form of a defense. So Ravens, they say screw it, we'll go for the Tormentor while we're at it. I mean, why not?
Yeah. It'd be a nice shard to get. Unfortunately, it is on our Clinks rather than the Oracle. It's no Reign of Destiny. You at least have Burning Barrage up, but on the support Clinks, not the most impactful. Still, something. They could just get the next Tormentor as well. No sign of stealing here from the side of Tilted Boys. You do hit this timing with the Gleipnir on Mirana, so Ush doing a cool 225 damage per right click with all the stats up. Universal type, very, very cool.
Very good indeed.
So that's more control. Helps you lock in something like the Monkey King, something like the Void Spirit in the middle of these fights. And again, a really even game. 16 to 11, less than 1k lead for the side of Ravens. Not massive by any measure. In fact, hardly a lead at all. So anyone can still find themselves on top here with a few good fights.
They certainly can. Tilted Boys, it does feel like you want to start pressing the advantage you had with this Ags pickup on Ferte, but he's going to get the BKB first. Obviously, you're looking to wait for the Aegis to expire anyway. You'd rather not fight into 2 Monkey Kings. So important to get off on the right foot here in Div 2 as well if you are either side. So they are taking this game 3 very, very seriously. Rotation into the mid lane by Ravens. They are the ones that would love the fight. Argus, bottom lane, or rather top lane, going to sign Ferte. Will throw out the Boundless Strike, but does not really hold him down thanks to the Dark Pact. But now Wake Me Up's getting some vision. Midnight Shadow was popped though, so they do all get away safely. Is Italian a gangster? Not going to get hit by an arrow, but they have found Ush in the arena now. Italian a gangster just going right in. Meanwhile, Skyward, he tried to charge in as well, but he has no helping coming. The Clinks, False Promise, is going to save Wake Me Up for a little bit longer, but ultimately I think he is going to die. So Argus is going to be able to get a Wukong's command off onto Ush, but he got stunned up, and now the bash out from Skyward. Wukong's immediately cancelled, and Argus is just going to die. Does have a secondary life, but needs more help. They are trying to come in. The Clinks will drop eventually. Wake Me Up is gone. Argus trying to make use of this secondary life. Skyward did buy back into the middle of this team fight. So ultimately, you'd call that a win for Ravens, and they're going to find a tier 2 top tower out of this.
Not the most comfy fight to take, really awkward. Again, Italiano Gangstar going very deep for that arena usage. If he had a arena closer to where the fight was breaking out, it might have been a little bit better coming out here for the side of Ravens. Unfortunately, not the case, but they still clean up. They get this double punishment onto Skyward for the buyback. And they still get control up in this top jungle anyway, having taken over the outpost. And not really able to clear the objective without the Clinks. Does feel like you need those Skellies to come in to help clear out the objectives faster, but you put yourself on a much stronger footing. A clear lead now for the side of Ravens, 3k up, 20-13. The side of Tilted Boys. Again, it's a weird back and forth in these fights. Because it does feel like you're relying a lot on Ferta to just get these pounces off. And if you manage to find the Monkey King or the Void Spirit, the fights feel really easy to take. But if you don't, in these weird scattered fights, the Ravens have a more forgiving time in looking for individual pickoffs in a, again, kind of chaotic team fight. So Tilted Boys have to watch themselves just a little bit. But again, this kind of position isn't... It's not too bad. You take Aegis away, you don't have a threat onto the high ground, so you know you've got a lot of leeway here to just take your time on Tilted Boys and keep trying to build up.
Bottom lane, Skyward. I mean, he just died back. He's going to go down again.
No.
Wake Me Up setting up a nice team fight. Rather a nice pick-off here. Orchid is up on Wake Me Up, so he can, you know, indefinitely lock somebody down. And of course, if RRL's there, he's got so much damage. He's got another double damage rune as well, bottled up on the Void Spirit. So scary, scary times right now for Tilted Boys. It's just kind of stuck in their own base at the moment. Can't really move too far out. Only Ferte is the one moving out, just pushing out waves, but does have the Depth Shroud, the Shadow Dance and the BKB, so he can kind of afford to do this. Just wonder at what point Ravens can feel comfortable to really try for a high ground attempt. Like, it might be all about Roshan next again. Or Ferte. If he gets caught here, that might be the high ground I was just talking about. Will pounce to the low ground. RRL unable to land the Aether Remnant. Had he gotten it, maybe you would have found yourself with a very impactful kill. But Ferte barely able to get himself out.
Yeah, manages to bail out, and now you've got the shield rune up on RRL. So pretty much almost 5k HP on the Void Spirit once he pops that rune. Gonna be hard to hold him down with all of those stats. Let's see when the spring is unwound here. His tension's building up.
Volodka caught immediately on the Pango. Can't really afford to die. The Depth Shroud giving him a little bit of time, but not really. He is down. Ferte, he's going to try and chase down RRL, but with the false promise, they've got plenty of time to just reset and get back into this fight. Storm able to TP away. Harpoon out onto Skyward. That's the Spirit Breaker gone. Maybe they can find the Slark. Ferte, he's fine to TP out as well. So instead, mid-tier 2 tower is where they'll go.
Dire's middle tower.
Ravens finding the second last tower on the outside of their base.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They might just go high ground before even going for that other tier 2.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, they've got time for it. Ferte.
And they're trying to defend the best they can here. Tilted Boys in a pretty rough position now. They are okay to reset again. Like, they're not going to find much. Even the tier 3 tower only taking a little bit of damage.
Is under attack.
That's about it. They're out of there.
Yeah, don't overextend. They don't have arena up. They need a little bit more time to build up. So just a reset. Some poking and prodding. Gleipnir does catch nicely, but no follow through this time from the side of Tilted Boys. Ravens 8k lead up now for themselves. A full gem up and running on Kara. So a lot harder to try to sneak around here as a Spirit Breaker for sure for Skyward. Always have some vision available. And they should be able to clear out now to give Wake Me Up a better path around the map. Ags up and running for RRL. Double charge, silence on the Resonant Pulse can ruin these team fights. Smoke out from Tilted Boys though. They want something here.
Ravens. It's kind of just standing their ground. Moonlight Shadow was popped here by Tilted Boys, but they are going to just pounce back up. The Ravens still look like they want the fight, but no, never mind. There's going to be a counter smoke now. The Dire Triangle, they do pop one. Argus going to reveal himself, but they did not catch up the Monkey King yet, but a nice charge in is going to catch him eventually. Argus, though, still going for the team fight. Nobody's down quite yet. Argus got the Wukong's command off, so he's really taking no damage in this. Meanwhile, RRR, he gets stored down. Looks like they're onto Volodka. Volodka trying to hide in the depth shroud and survive through this. They'll pounce back onto the Monkey King, but he's fighting back with the Jingu Mastery. Eventually, he will go down, but so will Furte. Ush, really the only one able to get out of there. The Skyward will once again get tipped here by Wake Me Up. 4-for-2 trade in favor of Ravens. The only survivor being Ush on the Pos 3 Marana. Not a very good feeling for this Dire team.
No, definitely not. And they get to start on Roche here for the side of Ravens. Maybe not the fastest without the Monkey King, but you've still got your Void Spirit right clicks to come in here. Let me tell you, Mike, this arena stopping the roll, it's been doing a lot of work. Because that looked like a pretty bad arena from Italiano Gangstar. But he blocks off the Rolling Thunder. So they get more value out of the Wukongs. They get to drop a lot of heroes low, force out the Depth Shroud earlier on, and they just clean up. Like, again, I'm not 100% whether or not this is working as intended. I did read somewhere that forced movement is interacting a bit weird with Arena of Blood, even with debuff immunity. So that's certainly been causing a lot of issues for Tilted Boys here. With the Aegis up and running on RRL, I mean, you don't have too much to worry about, for sure. It's getting harder and harder for Tilted Boys. 12K lead for Ravens is not insurmountable, to be fair, but it's also not getting any easier, because you've got a pretty severe lack of team fight. If this Rolling Thunder doesn't get off, then you're really just relying on Charge Truce, on Pounces, and maybe the Gleipnir use, and it just doesn't feel like it's enough when you're dealing with the Wukongs, with the arena coming out, with how slippery RRL is as well.
RRL, speaking of the devil, not able to get an Aether Remnant onto door. 13k advantage is standing here for Ravens. Huge lead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Again,
attack.
no real successful high ground attempts yet. Halberd now up on the Monkey King, so Argus just trying to be as annoying as humanly possible.
Under attack.
Very effective if you can catch out the Marana or the Slark with that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And keep in mind, Ush is hitting quite hard on the Marana, regardless of how this game looks, so definitely don't want to give him the opportunity of just popping that leap and getting all these right clicks off. Furte, oh, he's going to be spotted. Wake Me Up. He's got the vision. Furte should be well aware that he's being watched right now, so he'll go for a BKB TP play out,
Is under attack.
and they can't cancel it. So while they got the BKB usage out of him, he's going to be just fine to survive.
Gets to live another day. Still manages to get rooted up by the Oracle. But, you know, that's in the base. It's not like you're going to be able to do much with that. Always funny to watch a long projectile fly out, though. 27 to 15. I don't know, Mike. I take the simple joys in life, you know?
You do, John.
I see
Yes,
something
you
fly
do.
across the map, I get happy. I'd love to
I
see
know
a
you
chain frost across the map, but it's been a while. That used to be a major meme, but I miss those.
Yeah, it's a shame. High ground attempt. Oh, Aether Remnant. Off the mark.
Dire structures.
Ash gonna do his best to slow this down with the Gleipnir, but RRL just having no fear jumps back in. Arena is down. They've got Furte. He used the Dark Pact already, so he's in huge trouble. The Shadow Dance, though, and the Depth Shroud both being committed to ensure he can get out. He's got no defensive utility left, though. Zargus, he's still got the cheese up if he gets it off, and he does. Skyward unable to
See
kill
this?
him off.
What do? You just can't roll.
No, you cannot. Ash, he will leap away. Buyback is there from Volodka. I'm not really sure if there's too much to be worried about here. You've still got the Aegis up on RRL. So he's going to keep fighting. He's jumped in. He's on his own. That's the first life gone. Meanwhile, they're holding the Monkey King back, so he can't join the fight yet. He'll try to move in now. Skyward, in the meantime, able to just walk out with the BKB, but Furte, he's the one in danger. He'll just keep going after RRL, but he does pounce out. So it seems like that's going to be enough. High ground attempt. I mean, they got the tier 3 tower, and they almost got the range barracks, but they aren't going to throw the lead they have. After the Aegis and Cheese is both used up, they do back off for now. Those Skyward's going in. Does go into the creep wave. RRL looking to try and chase him down. Does not have detection. Dust is out onto Wake Me Up, so they've got the clinks down now. There's even Kara being held down there for a moment. Gonna try and force Staff away, but Skyward's back in onto the Void Spirit, who does get pounced on. He'll try to Manta, try to get out of this situation. Dissimulators to the north. And he's going to be able to get out with the TP play as well. He's fine to reset. But Ferte's onto Italiano Gangster now. Italiano, like, he's dropped the arena, but he got bashed the last second as he was running out. It won't matter, though. He blinks away. He's all right.
Dire's top
They
barracks
only lose the clinks. Apart from that, they're fine.
Yeah, it's still a good pick off to find here on the side of Tilted Boys, managing to get a lot of use out of that smoke here. That should stall the game out a little bit more. Lead is still holding 14k in favor of the side of Ravens, but you're seeing a lot of issues in how these fights break out. Like, they're winning these fights, to be fair, but they're not the cleanest wins. You know, it's not like they're able to find a good pickoff to lead into an easier high ground. Now you're seeing deeper dives behind a tier 3. You're seeing really aggressive plays where you might not need to have play that way. You know, you could just take your time, pressure the objectives, have the side of Tilted Boys try to come into you instead and look for those bigger arenas, a better Wukong's usage. Still, it's working out for Ravens, the side of Tilted Boys. And they're hanging on, no racks to fall yet, so they're still in a pretty good spot in this game, but it does feel like this game is just really difficult, because even though if you've got this Mirana offlane which scales up, like, you're dealing with 4 cores basically on the side of Ravens with the clinks around. You know, it's like Wake Me Up is going to go for the BKB next, and then you're not going to be able to stop the clinks as well in the middle of these fights. They smoke under ward, which is unfortunate, but yeah, it is what it is.
They're still going to try and roam across the map. It doesn't seem like Tilted Boys are really going to try and punish them for this smoke. Maybe just a bit of waste of time here by Ravens, but ultimately Tilted Boys still looking to try and get to that top lane to push in the top barracks. Would have enjoyed a pickup before they did that, and they might still find one. Ush pops the BKB, looking to try and fight back. Eventually does back off. So now Arena's down as well. Nice BKB timing from Ush to be able to get out of that situation. But Wake Me Up, he can just do this. Like, he can just pop the Skeletal Walk, get the archers out, and secures the range racks very safely.
Yeah. It's not the biggest objective, but it is something to help keep these lanes shoved out when you're just elsewhere. So it's a little bit of it's a decent take for Ravens, not the best. Roshan we'll see in about a minute 20. That's probably the big one both sides are waiting to find at this moment. And see how long that respawn is at that point forward. For Ravens, they could probably do with a Tormentor take. Like, if you had Reign of Destiny, I think these fights actually simplify a lot with how much sustain you have to amp up here. And just amping up the healing on a Monkey King is already massive, but getting more value out of every use of Purifying Flames is going to feel great. So we'll see if that's something that Ravens turn towards, as their own Tormentor is still up. Roshan, again, in less than a minute, we'll see that respawn, and Ravens are posturing for it, assuming a quick timer, but smoked out here from Tilted Boys.
Nice scan. It's going to be a big team fight for Tilted Boys. But Ravens, they are just waiting. They seem to know they're coming. Skyward going to break his smoke, or rather just the Moonlight Shadow is really broken as does back out. Daedalus now completed on the Monkey King as well for this fight. Courier will go down, but he already got the item off the Courier, so it's not a big deal. Charge out, Skyward actually finding the Clink straight off the bat, so that's going to be a lot of damage disappearing here for Ravens, but he's going to buy back. They want to go in anyway. They're trying to move it onto Skyward. Skyward dropping low is going to go down to RRL. Ferte still moving forward himself, but he's very low in terms of HP. He'll try to escape. With the depth shroud, he is going to be fine for now, but a secondary arena from Italiano Gangster still chasing him down, lands the spear, gets the Slark. There's going to be a buyback. He'll try to come back into the fight ASAP. Meanwhile, they've lost Ash and the Mirana. He cannot rejoin the fight. He does not have the gold for buyback. This fight is a complete mess between these two teams.
Oh my god.
They do kill off Door on the Veno. Volodka He is trying to get his way out, but the chase is still ongoing. Harpoon there from our Monkey King. Forte is going to come in again. Try to get some damage off, but looks like now Skyward's forced to sacrifice his own life.
Oh,
Svolotka still drops regardless. 4 down for the side of Tilted Boys. That was a full team wipe, in fact, John. The Slark buying back was the only reason why it doesn't look that way, but it was a full team wipe.
Yeah, maybe more, because you got the die back on Skyward, right? So that's like 6 heroes, I suppose. And they called the GG.
Yeah.
They know they can't defend. A really great play coming out from Ravens. The patience paying off. They were in position to break the smoke and the moonlight, and they managed to reposition themselves well. For Tilted Boys,
Smiley face.
for Tilted Boys, I mean, they did get Skyward's Spirit Breaker once more. He looked really good on it once again, getting some good activity, but without that dominant lane, like Spirit Breaker Mirana, I mean, sure, we saw some bash into arrow combos look good, but it wasn't as dominant. And you did manage to get a much stronger start for Argus. You could say the same thing for Ferte. His lane went pretty great up against Italiano Gangstar. But really, these teams fights, the Mars stopping Pangolier roll, I don't think that's supposed to work that way. I recall it not working that way in the last patch, unless I'm just completely wrong, which, you know, more than likely I could be, Mike, but
I think you
I'm
might
pretty
be, John.
sure you should be able to roll through, but
I think they might have changed it on purpose. Anyway, moving on. Highlights are here, Jonathan. Italiano Gangsta, obviously having a pretty good game. Like, we talked about the laning stage for the Mars, and it wasn't looking too flash hot for him, but ultimately, I mean, he ends up popping off in the end, and I think the real guy to talk about is probably RRL. Like, you're seeing that beautiful double Aether Remnant that was thrown out. Like, this man, while they were so far behind, like on their Monkey King and their offlane Mars, he was just popping off on this Void Spirit. Had it not been for the performance of RRL, this game could have just been over a long time ago. But man, he really popped off.
Yeah, you really did. And again, the fights look a lot better coming out from Ravens. They were very coordinated this time. Kara with some pretty good saves overall on a lot of his cores, enabling to retake these fights. I props to Tilted Boys for excuse me, couldn't hold that one back. Props to Tilted Boys for constantly trying to buy back and work these fights in their favor. Like, Skyward was always willing to kind of try to find these openings for the team, but again, just not enough going in the tank. I don't think this offlane Mirana really did them too many favors from Ush. Like, I get why it happens. Like, the lane swap is forced out just because Venomancer probably doesn't do much as a core there. Spirit Breaker core also doesn't work against the Monkey King. But you're left with a hero with a lot of farm that couldn't do much. And you just didn't have as much team fight. You relied a lot on getting the double pounces working. You relied a lot on the rolls to land as well, which just doesn't when Arena's up right now. Which I've just checked. I'm pretty sure is a bug. I'm pretty sure it just never worked that way because you have debuff immunity you should be able to go through. So that cost them a lot. Italiano Gangster in some of these arenas, they look awkward. You trap the Pangolier, the team fight opens up for you. You're not worried about being disrupted in these engagements, and they clean up in a very strong way. Ravens open up the DPC in good fashion, taking a 2-1 win over Tilted Boys.
Jeez, look
but Tilted Boys, not too bad. They showed signs of life, Mike.
17-0-11, John. I didn't realize the KDA was that high for the Void Spirit, but obviously, in case it wasn't aware, in case anyone wasn't aware, he's the MVP of this game. The Void Spirit RRL really popping off. Just ridiculous performance from him, 17-0-11. And like I said, John, if it wasn't for this guy in the Void Spirit, this game may have been over the other way around. Like, I think Tilted Boys kind of had this game based off the laning stage, but this guy just popped off and he made it work. Props to him. He's the MVP of Game 3.
Yeah, he looked amazing this game. His mid lane matchups have been looking good for him as well every single time. And a great showing from the side of Ravens. Of course, that does mean I believe we should be talking to someone soon, Mike.
Yeah, we've got an interview with Wake Me Up, so let's bring the man in and see exactly what he's got to say. Mr. Wake Me Up, congratulations on your 2-1 victory here against the side of Tilted Boys. How are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling great. I wasn't feeling too good after the first game, but I guess we did great in like the second and third game. So I'm feeling.
You guys certainly did.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say, you guys certainly did look amazing during game 2 and 3. So I was going to ask, what happened during game 1? Like, what went wrong for you guys?
I mean, usually when we like scrim people, we take so much time in the drafting, and like we pause the game during scrims. And this is like our first official together, so we like didn't pay much attention to the timer, and like we saw there was like 8 seconds left, and I just tell you, pick a hero, just like choose the hero, and he said Doom, and we picked Doom into Morph and Dying, and then we got destroyed top. And also for like the carry pick, it's the same. Like, pick a hero, and he just said Ursa, and we picked Ursa, and we lost like, I don't know, 3 lanes, so it wasn't that great. Yeah.
It's a learning experience, I guess. At least you guys got game 2 and 3, in the bag. Could I ask as well? I couldn't help but notice. Go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
The voice is delayed. That's why, like, after I say, like, there's like a little bit of delay, but it's fine. I was just saying, like, after the first game, we just spoke to each other, and like, we recognized that we wasted so much time on draft, and if we just picked like a normal draft, like how we play in scrims, we should like win them easily. And yeah.
Well, there you go. Talk to me about. I mean, there was a lot of tipping going on. There was a smiley face at the end. Is it all friendly banter between you guys? Is there some beef we need to know about, Mr. Wake Me Up?
I don't know. There's like not really like real beef. It's just like, in pubs, like stuff happens, like we tip each other, and like a little bit of toxicity here and there. So like, I mean, someone said, I forgot who it is, let's 5-man tip Ush at the end, and I said I don't have tips, I wasted them on Skyward. So yeah.
We love a bit of assault in NA. Go on, Dan, ask some questions.
All right, wake me up. I am curious. Game 3, the Pangler pickup for Italiano Gangster. It's the Morris pickup for Italiano Gangster. It's something he enjoys, but it's not something we see too often. I'm curious about one thing: the interaction with Rolling Thunder. Was that something you guys picked the Morris for specifically, or was it just the lane? Because it did look really good stopping that roll.
Yes. So basically, Mars is like not the greatest hero dispatch. But we already like discussed that this hero is pretty good against Pango since he stops his ult. And we last picked the Mars because we said there's no way they ban Mars. Like the hero is just really bad. But the only exception is when the enemy team picks Pango. I think that's like the only exception where we might pick the Mars. And then we thought like, yeah, that's it's a nice Mars game, especially like with Kling's 4. So we said we're gonna like last pick it and just pick the. Not sure we picked the carry. No, we picked something before it that was probably gonna get banned, and then we just left Mars at the end. So we mainly like picked the Mars for the Pango.
Yeah, it looked really good. Again, the interaction just did you guys a lot of favors there. I'm curious about moving forward here in Div 2. You guys, strong start with a win over Tilted Boys. What opponents are you looking forward to play against here in the rest of Div 2?
I guess 2 teams, I would say. One of them is Nexus Titans, because most of them are my friends, and I just want to beat them. And the other team is Wildcard. I think that's like probably the strongest team, and I want to like play them and beat them, hopefully like late, so we can have like much. I don't know when's the game against Wildcard. But I want to play as much like officials as possible before we play them, so we can like get good and like get better at the game. So we have like a higher chance at beating them.
All right. Hopefully you guys do get more officials before that big matchup. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. I mean, I actually just checked. There's your matchup against Wildcard is on the 16th of June. So in week 2, you have 2 series before that Wildcard game starts for you guys. So. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see how you guys do. Obviously, congratulations on your 2-1 victory, and hopefully we get to speak to you again, Mr. Wake Me Up.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. And before I leave, shout out to Rem. Yeah. See you guys.
To who, sorry? Who are we shouting
Rem.
out?
To Rem. He's been giving advice. Like, he helped a lot, so shout out to Rem.
Shout out to Rem. All right, well, there you go.
Yeah.
You have a great day, Wake Me Up. Thank you for joining us.
You too. No problem.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. That was a lovely interview. Wake Me Up, a really nice guy, Jonathan. Shout out to Rem. Of course, I interrupted him for the third time during the interview, so I had to ask the man who we were shouting out because I interrupted again. So we're not I'm not going to let the man miss out on his shout out. I've got to ask the questions. And well, there you go. These guys, game one, I didn't even realize they kind of messed up their draft.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's why the Ursa and the Tomb, it didn't look amazing. So a little bit rough, but this is something, it's their first match in the DPC. The players are still melding together, so a lot of things to still figure out in the officials, but they managed to get that win. And, you heard it, the Pangolier and the Mars, that's an interaction that right now is still in the game. So if you see a Pango, that Mars is never going to get banned. Hot tip, it works really well to stop that Rolling Thunder for whatever reason.
It certainly does, Jonathan. We can look at the schedule before we do head out for the day as well, and see what our we don't have the graphics. Never mind. I'm just going to go ahead and talk about what the schedule is. It is going to be Grin against Goons coming up tomorrow, and the cut, of course, up against CDUB. So that's going to. All right, John. I haven't been the best at reading today. All right, maybe I do actually need to get my eyes checked. But regardless, that is our schedule for the next day of NA Div 2. So it should be a fun day. And the beauty is because we're so early into NA Div 2, we don't know what the hell's going to happen. We don't know how good anyone is, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's a big question mark. I would say I am looking forward to seeing my boys on Goon Squad because I feel like that is a pretty fun team. They are a lot of players that we have seen before. Lil Nick back in the DPC along with Boris.
boy.
So I'm keen to see how they go. But yeah, it should be an interesting set of matches ahead in Div 2, Mike. The last Div 2 before the end of the DPC cycle. Last chance to get promoted before next year. So a lot in the line for every team here.
With that, Jonathan, we're going to head out for the day. It's been a fantastic day of some NA Dota. So we'll catch you all again on our next day of NA Div 2. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.